safety and security would look like.
The clerk wants me to pause for a second.
I'm sorry, we have a technical difficulty.
We'll let you stop from the beginning then.
Sure.
If you could hang on, please. Thank you, sir. We have YouTube difficulties. They're working on it.
Thank you. My name is Jamal Shipman. I am a resident of the city of Providence, living in the North End, Ward 4. I do not know what defunding is. I would be strongly opposed to what policing and safety and security would look like in the city of Providence without the community-oriented policing approach we embody. Those are not my words. Those are the words of Chief Clements, who is saying that he's opposed to something that he doesn't understand, and that is indeed the problem. I would like to be clear about what I'm most concerned about. In the wake of George Floyd, we were all on the same page about the heinous and egregious crime that that man was murdered in cold blood. In the shadow of the police attention, in the shadow of the attention that was on the police at that time, Rayshard Brooks was able to be gunned down twice in the back, running away from the police. That tells me that it's not just about attitudes. It's not just about I'm not racist. It's not just about I like people of color or I have people of color in my family. It's about the system. And what it tells me is that the system of policing is not the answer. Policing and community-oriented community care are not hand in hand. Enforcing the laws and caring about your community are not hand in hand. So what I implore you to think about when you think about financing is the idea of a new reimagining, re-understanding of what it means for a city to take care of its people. If we offer another option, if you call 911, you get the fire truck if you explain that that's what your emergency is. You get the ambulance if you explain that your emergency requires an ambulance, and you get a police officer if you explain that your emergency requires a police officer. Let's think about diversifying the options that are in front of us such that should Rayshard Brooks's circumstances be explained, someone shows up without a gun, with his care as a priority. Tap on the window, excuse me, sir, are you okay? Let me give you a ride to your sister's house so you can celebrate your niece's birthday this weekend. And unfortunately, Rayshard Brooks is not here today to tell us what his niece's face looked like when she was blowing out the candles on her birthday because he was gunned down because the police showed up. We need to diversify the options for our community, and I think it starts right here with the ability to reimagine our system of community care. Please consider all options, but don't say you don't understand what it means to police our community safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sadie Weinberger. I got Sadie Weinberger, S-A-D-I-E. W-E-I-N, Berger, B-E-R-G-E-R. Is that Sadie? Welcome. Evening. Please state your name for the record, where you live, and then you have the mic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sadie Weinberger.
You want to come a little closer so so the mic can get you, okay?
Where is the mic?
The mic's in the computer.
Okay.
That's
Sorry. Hi, my name is Sadie Weinberger. I live in Ward 14. I want to thank you all for,
Can you just try to speak a little bit louder?
Sean, I need you to put the mic up
Yes.
a little on this side.
Is that
Give me
loud
one
enough?
second.
Okay.
Sean, Mr. Clerk, can you turn the mic on mine a little, please? Because I can't hear everyone.
You want to turn the volume up?
Yes, you turned it completely down. I need that. I don't know where it is. It's gonna be up and up. All right, perfect. That's it. Thank you. Can she go? Thank you. You have the mic.
Okay. How's that?
Much
Good?
better. Thank
Okay.
you.
Hi, my name is Sadie Weinberger. I live in Ward 14. I want to thank you all for taking this time to open for public comment. I also want to register my disappointment that the committee was unable to handle the recent hearing that was interrupted by hate speech and then ended prematurely without allowing all community members to speak. But I'm glad that it has been rescheduled. And I want to encourage the committee to work on ways to continue to hold virtual public hearings that will allow members of the community to access these public proceedings and comment if they wish. I am here tonight to advocate for reducing funding to the Providence Police Department and redistributing those funds to public services like education, housing, jobs programs, and public health. As I'm sure you know, our police budget has increased from 14% of the total city budget to 17% over the past 9 years. Meanwhile, our school budget has decreased from 29% to 26% of the total budget. Money spent on guns and ammunition by the Providence Police Department has almost doubled from 2018 to 2020. And in 2017, Rhode Island was the 5th highest of any state in per capita spending on police. More guns and more police make us all less safe, and especially our Black, disabled, Indigenous, queer, trans, undocumented, unhoused, and otherwise marginalized community members. Time and time again, we have seen that more training does not reduce police violence, militarization does not reduce police violence, and community policing does not reduce police violence. Redistributing public funding and putting that money directly into programs that address community needs, mental health, and addiction will. When my city spends money on guns and not counselors in schools, when my city puts state power behind protection of private property and not protection of Black bodies, when my city allows hate speech at a budget hearing but silences Black voices, it shows me and the people I love where its priorities lie. But we invented police and prisons, and we make the budget, which means we get to decide what the future looks like. We get to decide to build a community where everyone has access to the resources they need to live healthy and fulfilling lives, where Black and brown people are not targeted for violence, where our community members in crisis are prioritized and cared for instead of punished, expelled, imprisoned, and erased, where our young people are nourished and nurtured and allowed to grow and flourish instead of punished, expelled, imprisoned, and erased. I need my city to use its budget to fund true community safety and end police violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Eb Saldanana. Welcome.
Thanks.
Just please state your name for the record, where you live, and you have the
If you
mic.
wouldn't mind just stepping back.
2 minutes.
We don't want people making contact.
Okay. I'm Evie
You
Saldana.
can speak as loud as possible because we're using the mics on the computer and not the mics at the, so it's a lot of technology going on. Speak loud, speak proud, and let's hear you.
I'm
Thank
Evie
you.
Saldana. Can I start? Thanks for calling this additional hearing and for the opportunity to comment on this budget. I'm here today to ask that you take action to cut the Providence Police budget. Right now, the 2020 Providence City budget proposes nearly $88 million for policing. As a constituent of Ward 3, I'm asking that the City Council take a second look at this number and then a third look at this number and really consider whether that $88 million is best spent on policing. Colonel Clement's comments about policing during the initial budget hearing a few weeks ago about defunding the police suggested they're not actually using the $130,000 that they have requested for ammunition and firearms. He said, and I quote, "We haven't fired a single shot in a year," end quote. Police Union President Mike Aimondi openly scorned the challenges the community is facing and seemed incredulous that people call the police for emergency services. To paraphrase Aimondi, a crying 7-year-old isn't the police's job, and neither is the unresponsive man on the side of the road. At the same time, this is what people called emergency services for. If the police don't want to serve the community in this way, then let's replace them with someone who does. I've heard proposals from this committee not this committee, but from this council to put tax dollars towards social work degrees for police officers, and I cannot overstate my opposition to this. Social work should not become an arm of the carceral system. Aimondi also mentioned that if their budgets were cut, the police department would cut their youth and mental health programs first. Holding community services hostage for police funding is a clear sign that the $88 million that is being proposed is being given to people who are not interested in serving their community. Moreover, this was an especially curious way of defending the police department in light of recent events. The young people of Providence successfully mobilized thousands of people to the streets over the last couple of weeks, and as a rejection of police presence in schools and the community at large. The Counselors Not Cops campaign, fronted by the Providence Student Union and the Providence Youth Student Movement campaign, demands that taxpayer dollars should be redirected to fund youth programs that are not filtered through the lens of law enforcement. During a global pandemic, what is needed most is effective health infrastructures, including access to affordable food, shelter, treatment, and other forms of community care. Interestingly, these services are also needed while not under pandemic conditions. What is not needed is more police funding for racial bias and sensitivity training, body cameras, or increased salaries to attract the so-called best people for the job. These are forms of procedural and performative accountability that have time and time again failed to deliver transparency, justice, and dignity for communities of color. What is necessary in this moment is a reckoning with the funding disparities between the police and other social institutions that actually do the work the police cannot and will not do. I hope that you and the other city councilors will lead the way on rectifying this disparity. Community forms of care are possible when we stop allocating this money towards the police and actually invest it in services that people are asking for. To that end, I suggest the following. 1, fully fund and implement. I have more, I'll send them by email. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, I was gonna say you need to, yeah. Thank you, Sean. Next up, I have Sophia Kerman.
Does she want to submit that? George?
Sophia.
Next city clerk?
Welcome. You don't have to touch it, right, Mr. Clerk? All right, welcome. State your name for the record, where you live, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you. You speak as loud as you can because the acoustics really aren't that good.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Sophia Kerman. I'm a member of Against Racism in Medicine, a coalition of medical students at Albert Medical School of Brown University that advocates for anti-racist practices in medicine and medical education. I have had the privilege to be a part of the Providence community for the past 5 years and currently live on Hope Street in the Fox Point neighborhood. I'm here today to stand in full support of fellow community members calling to defund the Providence Police Department and to allocate these funds to much needed community resources such as housing, healthcare, education, and mental health treatment. These types of resources, not the police, will make our communities more equitable, healthy, and safe. I'm here to share a public health perspective on police violence as a state and national crisis. A group of Brown University medical students who are members of Against Racism in Medicine have written a comprehensive report titled Police Violence as a Public Health Crisis, supporting calls to defund the Rhode Island Police. We have emailed the report to each individual city council member, as well as to Mayor Lorza, and urge each member to read through this evidence-based, data-driven report that illuminates the extensiveness of police violence in our communities and the harmful impact it has on the physical and mental health of individuals. Many of us are here in person today to share some of this report with you. As a fundamental public health issue, police violence must be met with public health solutions that focus on prevention and target root causes. There is significant evidence showing that many of the reforms suggested in the last city council hearing, such as the use of body cams, community policing, diversifying the police force, and implicit bias training, do not have significant or lasting impacts on decreasing police violence. We know that police violence has disproportionate impact on Black individuals and people of color. Therefore, it is imperative that their voices are represented in these discussions and in decision-making processes. We strongly request that time be taken to fully hear the concerns of affected communities, and we ask that all actions taken by the Providence City Council not only involve but be led by directly impacted individuals and organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Yellow Akpovi. Welcome. State your name for the record, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, hi, my name is
Speak as
Aloha.
loud as you possibly can because the acoustics aren't good.
Right, so my name is Aloha Akpovi, and I'm also a member of Against Racism in Medicine at the Albert Medical School of Brown University. I'm also a fourth-year medical student, and I'm here today to stand in full support of community members calling to defund the Providence Police Department. I would like to use my time to share some data from our report on police violence. So there's extensive research on the harmful impacts of police violence on an individual's physical and mental health, particularly for Black communities and communities of color. These types of physical injuries sustained by police violence are similar to those experienced by victims of violent crimes like assault and homicide, including broken fractures, asphyxiation, and even permanent disability or death. Police violence also leads to an increased risk of chronic health conditions like obesity and diabetes. Psychological trauma in the aftermath of adverse police encounters is also widespread and manifests as conditions such as PTSD, anxiety, insomnia, and depression. It affects not only an individual, but entire families and communities. Evidence shows that Black individuals are more likely than white individuals to report stress associated with police encounters. These compounding forms of stress can make it extremely difficult for an individual to go through their daily life, negatively affecting job performance, ability to sustain employment, and everyday interactions with family and associates. Police brutality also disproportionately affects individuals with mental illness. The data on police-related fatalities shows that up to 50% of fatal police encounters may have involved individuals with some form of mental illness. People with untreated mental illness have 16 times greater risk of death after being stopped by police than the general public. Given these numbers, it's imperative that cities like Providence invest in crisis responders with specialized mental health training to intervene in situations of psychiatric emergency. Children are particularly vulnerable to adverse effects of police violence. Exposure to violence from school resource officers has been linked to denial of educational and social growth, which are important determinants of health and proper development. With police in schools, there's been an increase in arrests and criminal charges, funneling students into the criminal justice system at a young age. Students should have reliable access to trained mental health counselors, not police officers. Despite continued efforts to implement police reforms, including implicit bias training, community policing, and diversifying police forces, Black and brown communities continue to be violently assaulted or killed at the hands of police across the country, including in our city of Providence. There is significant evidence that points to the need for greater community investment to tackle the root causes of societal inequities. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well. Next, Meghna Nandi. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live, and you have 2 minutes. And please talk as loud as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Meghna Nandi. I live at 162 Irving Avenue, Ward 2 in Providence, Rhode Island. I'm a medical student and a member of Against Racism in Medicine at Brown University. I am here today to stand in full support of fellow community members' call to defund the Providence Police Department. The American Public Health Association, or APHA, issued a statement called Addressing Law Enforcement Violence as a Public Health Issue. This statement outlines evidence-based approaches to eliminating police brutality and creating safer, healthier communities that do not rely on law enforcement. As a fundamental public health issue, police violence must be met with a public health response that focuses on prevention and targets root causes. For these reasons, the APHA strongly advises divesting money from the police and reinvesting in social determinants of health, like affordable housing, quality education, jobs, and mental health. In fact, government officials in New York, LA, Minneapolis, San Francisco, Portland, and Baltimore have already begun to realize that this reallocation of funds from the police to other resources is absolutely necessary. The APHA also recommends in reinvesting in community-led safety interventions. These efforts have shown to improve safety and reduce violence, unlike previous police reforms, such as the use of tasers, body cams, and implicit bias training, which have largely shown no evidence of reducing police violence. The Cure Violence program is one example of a public safety response that does not depend on police intervention. In this method, unarmed violence interrupters mediate situations of conflict within communities, and outreach workers help link people to social services like substance use treatment and job training. This program's already shown promising results in reducing gun violence in Chicago, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York. Rhode Island must follow suit and join this national response to end police violence and racial injustice. I share these examples as inspiration, but want to fully acknowledge that the best community safety programs and health investments for Providence will come from ideas from our own community members who are directly impacted by police violence and are already experts in what their community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Sinclair Roth. Welcome. And state your name for the record, where you live, and you have 2 minutes, and speak as loud as possible. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Amy Roth, and I am a resident of Ward 3. I am here to speak in favor of defunding the Providence Police Department. The concept of defunding the police may be new to Providence, but it is not new to society. This idea has been championed by social scientists since the 1960s, and the concept is simple. Drastically reduce the size of the police department and invest those funds into affordable housing, schools, and social services. Traditional policing is built on a foundation of racism and classism. The Providence Police Department is not immune to this. Individual officers may be decent and good people, but the institution is rotten. Countless studies have shown that it is almost impossible to train implicit and racial bias out of officers. Police overwhelmingly patrol poor and marginalized communities. Police arrest and incarcerate Black people at 5 times the rate of white people. 1 out of 1,000 Black men in America will be killed in police custody. 2/3 of those detained in jails have an annual income of less than $12,000 a year. A year after release, 60% of incarcerated people remain unemployed. This has become a vicious cycle. It should be disgraceful to us, but it is not. Putting police officers on the street and offenders in prison is a lot cheaper than guaranteeing quality employment and decent living standards. Divesting and defunding from police needs to be a concerted community effort. You cannot take police away without replacing them with trained counterparts. Any experiments to do so, such as the threat made by Mr. Amandi at the last council meeting, will result in disaster. He is trying to preserve his job, not advocate for community safety. The Providence Police Department may have not fired a weapon in 3 years, but it does not take a gun to murder someone, to traumatize them, or to ruin their chances at a productive life. If you've listened to the demonstrators at our recent protests, their requests are simple. We need to invest in our schools. We need affordable housing to help the homeless and those in poverty. We need mental health services. The Providence Police Department gets 150,000 calls a year, but many of those calls, by their own admission, do not need a person with a gun to respond. They need community counselors and health specialists. I urge the City Council to consider this and speak with community leaders as they vote on the upcoming budget. Be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Randall Rose. Straight ahead. Randall Rose, please state your name for the record, where you live, and you have 2 minutes, please, and speak as loud as possible so the mic can pick up your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Igliosi. And as you said, my name is Randall Rose from 20 Lewis Street in Providence. And like many other people today, I'm here to support reducing the police budget. You don't often see so many people come out in the middle of the pandemic to speak on a subject like this, to speak on actually reducing a line item in the budget. But this is, by my count, the 3rd hearing we've had on this subject this month, and there have been many rallies, many public expressions of opinion of all kinds on the subject. The mayor's budget increases the police budget by 3% at a time when money is tight. I'm suggesting that we should freeze the budget or reduce it a little instead of increasing it by 3%. We have 7 school resource officers, and in salary and benefits, that means close to $1 million spent on police in schools. Many people are calling for having no police in schools because, especially for students of colors, that means that, especially for students of colors, the studies show that their educational outcomes are worse when you have police in schools. Should be just regular guards, not police who might be a little too hasty to arrest people. We can also save money on salaries. I think we should encourage a second look at the disciplinary records of police, the ones that have the most complaints against them, because some police that were allowed to stay on under earlier standards may not be worth retaining under the standards that prevail today. And the ones with the worst records of complaints should be offered the opportunity to retire, or the city council could pass a resolution requesting a process to dismiss them, or an ordinance requiring re-examining their records and dismissing them. There can also be a way to save money by re-examining police contracts for surveillance equipment, for databases, and so on. That can also be a way to save money if an ordinance is passed for public hearings on those. That's only scratching the surface, but we can save money and help the city economy and satisfy what a lot of people are calling for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Be well and be safe. Angel Lopez. Mr. Lopez.
Hello.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. Hi, my name is Angel Lopez. I'm from the Silver Lake. Before I begin, I would like to state for the record that my biometric information is not for sale. A budget is not intended to fool others. Instead, budgets are intended to back up, support, and track an outlined plan. The well-being of a budget for a nationwide corporation depends on the well-being of every business line that comprises that enterprise. The same goes for a municipal budget. The well-being of a municipality's budget depends on the well-being of all communities within that municipality. If communities are marginalized and purposefully misunderstood in order to exclude those communities from budget conversations, it will lead directly to where we find ourselves today in Providence. A budget is made up of estimated costs, but also the expectations of executing planned actions. Another portion of the budget are residuals. These are the costs and benefits associated with past actions. These are the pension payouts, but also the results of investing in schools, youth programs, and community well-being. In Providence, the lack of adequate investment has increased healthcare costs due to environmental injustices and created a school-to-prison pipeline that negatively impacts the workforce. COVID-19 impacts should be the awakening catalyst for change that causes this committee to look after the best interest of all the communities in Providence. However, I have yet to see any significant change in spending habits or plans. The plan to increase policing is clear, while the plans to improve our schools and communities are vague and in jeopardy. For instance, the 2017 distributed antenna system was estimated to bring in $30,000 of new revenue for the city. The 20 poles have become eyesores. Yet I guarantee that the police, with or without PEMA, pay out more than 3 times that amount a year to X&S systems directly related to the distributed antenna system. What are the associated costs to fund 20 students at Webster Elementary? I bet it's a lot more than $30K a year. Yet the small wireless facilities that negatively impact the health of those students and assume the criminality of those students is considered beneficial to the city of Providence. Chairman Iglesias, I urge you to stop allowing corporations to profit unjustly at the expense of communities comprised of Black, Indigenous, and people of color, which make up the majority of Providence residents. I also urge you to completely divest from the school-to-prison pipeline. The community members have the answers, and it's time to pay attention and follow through with their solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Nick Simmons. Nick Simmons. Welcome.
Hello.
Please state your name for the record, where you
Sure.
live, and you have 2 minutes, please, and speak as loud as possible.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nick Simmons. I've been a resident of Providence for 12 years now. A resident of downtown for 6. I'll try to be brief since the time is short. I would like to speak on behalf of citizens like myself who would like to see the city's all too precious funding spent in ways that best support us. I'd like to address reasons why I and many others like me feel unable to access the police forces, even in situations where we might otherwise want to. Last year, my wallet was stolen while I was at a local bar. The thieves foolishly then used my cards to buy multiple rounds of drinks at the same bar. I went back to ask about it. The bartender and owner remembered the transaction, the men who'd made it, and were even able to find the receipt. However, I knew that while calling the police could get my wallet back, it could also mean the death of a stranger, perhaps one not even involved who just happened to match the description I gave. If the actions of the police make us wary of calling them even when appropriate, then what are they for? I am aware that calling in the police risks causing death, and I am not the only person I know who has made this calculation. I know of many situations where someone requested an EMT or a psychological intervention, and instead of a healthcare professional, the people who arrived were armed with guns and immediately made the situation less threatening and more safe. Nor, I imagine, do the police even want to respond to these calls. I'm sure their training does its best to give them the tools they would need, but they aren't medical technicians or psychologists. We wouldn't want the police to be the first people to show up to a house fire. We should have more appropriate teams respond to all kinds of emergencies. As I've said, I live downtown. I live a block away from here. I can see this hall from my window. I am nearby for almost any demonstration that happens in Providence. I have never felt unsafe because of protesters. I have never felt less safe in Providence than when the police are arrayed in force during a demonstration, be it a Black Lives Matter protest, a Pride March, or a demonstration on some other issue, because I'm acutely aware of the chance for it to escalate into violence. I suspect I have neighbors who disagree, and I am sympathetic, I really am, to their desire to feel safe. But their irrational feeling of safety on seeing an armed officer should not come at the expense of the entirely rational feeling of unsafety that our Black, brown, and indigenous citizens, residents, and visitors feel when police are involved.
Thank you. Key Ehrlich. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live.
Okay, mask on or off?
You have 2 minutes, and just speak as loud as possible.
Mask on or off?
Oh, whatever works for you.
Cool.
I think we're away.
Okay.
Good social distance there, right?
My name is Kai Ehrlich. I'm a resident of Providence, Rhode Island at 36 East Street. And I'm here because I'm embarrassed for the city, embarrassed that this meeting, last time it was held, you allowed more speaking time for people speaking racist vitriol than the people who are currently getting to speak today. On top of that, I'm embarrassed that you then called off that meeting by claiming that no one had their hands raised, when in actuality, you guys had turned off the feature that allowed people to raise their hands. So even people who had already raised their hand were not allowed to speak. You had 2 council people who then had to tell you that you need to re-hold a meeting while you quickly ended the meeting and cut everyone off. That is embarrassing for you and embarrassing for the state. You violated the rules of decorum and you should be held accountable for that. Beyond that, you have allowed the Providence Police Department's budget to balloon by 40% over the past decade, while the school's budget have failed to even grow by about 4%. If you match that to inflation, the school's budgets have sunk. They are not even matching inflation rates. Do you realize how ridiculous that is? There are 24,000 students who need assistance. Our schools are failing so bad, the state had to take them over, and yet you won't even fund them adequately. Yet you give enough money to the police departments that they are armed with military-style weapons that they do not need. The crime rates have not gone up during that time. There's no reason to continue funding them to the extent that you have. Beyond that, the Providence Police Department requires only 812 hours of training over the course of 24 weeks. Providence teachers require a graduate degree. Do you know how long it takes to get a graduate degree? Roughly 2,300 hours. That's 3 times the amount of time. Do you know what the starting salaries are? They're basically comparable. It makes no sense. Providence Police is required a basic GED, not even a college degree to do their job. And yet we still fund them at a far higher rate than we are willing to fund the educators who are leading the future of tomorrow. I'm embarrassed for the state. I'm embarrassed for you. I'm embarrassed for Speaker Mattiello, who didn't even know the history of the state, which I think speaks to the level of incompetence of the state. My time is up, I guess, but.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Chief of Staff, do you have
And I have a new list. That's the new number one.
Yep.
Okay, the new number one is on the list.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna, the new number one, I'm just gonna go this way. Thank you, I got it. Thank you. Is it Same Akia?
Yeah,
Kima.
Sammy.
Right, so, please state your name for the record, where you live, and talk as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good. And also, you have 2 minutes, and you can speak with your mask, without it. It's up to you. We have a pretty good social distance happening here. It's up to you. All right?
Okay.
You have the mic, sir.
Hey, hi, my name is Sammy. I'm Ia. I live in Ward 1. In light of the murder of George Floyd at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department, it is far beyond time for us to address the root cause of this violence inflicted on the Black community. Black Rhode Islanders and the Providence community have been waiting too damn long for actual change in their lives. That is why I'm speaking to the City Council today, demanding that you all take decisive action now. Not tomorrow, not next week, here and now. The Providence City Council must implement these 3 demands: cut police funding, return money raised by police for your campaigns, and endorse the current resolution to remove school resource officers from schools. All on a path to disband and abolish police in favor of a healthy Providence where basic human rights are met. First, police funding must be cut by the city budget now. I'm not talking pennies on the dollar. I mean, we need to radically increase funding for housing, parks, public transportation, roads, social services, and urban planning. Homelessness, mental health, instability, and poverty are hurting our people, and the solution is not cops with guns flooding neighborhoods. It's social workers, community jobs programs, housing, education, and so much more. From 2017 to 2019, the Providence police budget grew from $76.8 million to $85.6 million, a rate 14% faster than the general fund itself. In comparison, funding for housing and urban development has decreased over the same period. Has homelessness ended? Are our communities whole? No, and this is just another reason we must take our money away from a police department that participates in and continues systemic racism. And to highlight this, I cite the fiscal year 2020 budget spending per capita. Per capita in Providence, the city council wants to spend $476 per person in the city on policing. And for housing, 5 cents per person, 5 cents. This is a tragedy and cannot continue. Next, all of city councilors must immediately return all the money you've received from police and campaign contributions and pledge to not accept any more going forward. I'd like to highlight the city councilors taking more than $500 from law enforcement so that the community knows the truth. The truth is Nicholas Narducci, Michael Correa, John Igliozzi, Joanne Ryan, Sabina Matos, and David Salvatore all took more than $500, and shout out to Councilman Salvatore, who has taken over $1,500 and is a lobbyist for the State Realtor Association. How fun. Thank you to those on this body that have not taken money from law enforcement. It should be obvious that the money has no place in politics, and the death of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and so many more make it clear that you must serve us, the people, not police unions and their cronies. Lastly, every single city councilor here must endorse and immediately put to a vote the resolution by members Rachel Miller and Nerva LaFortune to remove SROs from schools. We need school counselors, not cops, so make that a reality and get rid of SROs in Providence. This should go without saying, but these 3 demands are just the first step in achieving lasting change and real peace in our communities. Ignore them at your own risk. The thousands that have been marching in the streets will remember your actions and your inaction all the way to the ballot box. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Nika Salazar, Nika. Nika? Hello, is it Nika?
Yep, Nico or Niktaha.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes. Speak as loud as you possibly can because we don't, acoustics aren't the best, okay? And you can keep your mask on or off. It's up to you. You're practicing social distancing, but it's your decision, all right? Thank you and welcome.
My name is Niktaha Salazar. I'm a resident of Providence and a public school educator in Rhode Island. I am Chicana, Indigenous, and Mestiza. 95% of my students are people of color.
Every day on my way to work, I drive past the Wyatt Detention Facility, which is also an ICE detention center. According to their mission statement, the primary mission of the Wyatt Detention Facility is to protect the public from people who pose a threat to society. However, every day as I pass this building, I think about how it is my duty to protect my students and their families from this center and an unjust policing and judicial system that may send them there. I'm here today to speak as a community advocate for defunding the Providence Police Department. Police brutality and understanding how to protect ourselves from the police has always been a part of my family history. In the late 1960s and early 70s, my father was beaten by the cops in Denver on more than one occasion. I, like many other Black and brown youth, was given the talk from an early age. If a police officer stops you, you listen, you don't resist. You say, yes, sir, no, sir. You don't give them any reason to take your life. You fear them, and even then you understand, even if you do everything right, you say, yes, sir, no, sir. You don't resist arrest. Even then, they still may take your life. In a recent conversation with my students around the death of George Floyd at the hands of a police officer, one of my students who is 8 looked at me and said, Miss, I'm confused. I don't understand. I thought police officers were supposed to protect people. Why would a police officer kill someone? Another student who is Black wrote to me that she feels like she is in a prison. She is afraid to go outside, not just because of the pandemic we are experiencing, but for the fear that her Black skin may cause her to die. She is 7. I'm sure that you are aware of the deaths of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and countless other Black Americans at the hands of respective local police, as well as the death of Ahmaud Arbery and countless others at the hands of white supremacists. Our country has a long history of the police using their social power to subjugate, torture, imprison, and murder Black and Indigenous and brown people at disproportionate rates. Some may call for reform, but I would like to remind you that Garrett Rolfe, the former officer now charged in the murder of Rayshard Brooks, received over 2,000 hours of training, including training in use of deadly force, de-escalation, and cultural awareness. No, it is not the time for reform. It is time to move towards community aid and services instead of supporting state-sanctioned violence by the police. I do not want to wait for a tragedy to happen in Providence. We do not need more police officers in Providence, and we do not need our police to be militarized. For our population size, we already have a hefty police presence. There are many cities with similar population sizes that have smaller police forces. It matters that our fiscal year 21 budget prioritizes increasing the amount of police presence in Providence. We need to change that. We need to prioritize our communities over the police. In the current fiscal year 21 budget, we are spending $88 million on the police. I believe we can cut all funds associated with red light cameras in the equestrian unit, totaling over $3.3 million. I believe we can significantly reduce the $256,000 allocated for guns and ammunition, K-9 unit supplies, and CAD lab supplies, in addition to the $297,000 allocated for auto parts. I believe we need to cut the $79.4 million associated with police salaries and benefits by at least 50% to account for the hiring and training of specialized unarmed community task forces. As I said before, we don't need more police in Providence. We need more specialized professionals who can serve their community unarmed and respond to situations that do not warrant an armed official. We need more investment in housing, education, healthcare, mental health, and social services, so the needs of our community are actually being met. In the time of COVID-19, when so many in our community are already struggling, I could not think of a more essential time to fund these services. Given that Governor Raimondo has announced that schools will be reopening in the fall, public schools will need more funds than originally allocated to purchase PPE, sneeze guards, individual student materials, materials to expand nurses' offices, and other supplies to ensure the safety of all students and staff. The school board has already put out a proposed budget that includes layoffs, furloughs, and salary freezes if the anticipated state and city aid increase does not come through. Hundreds of teachers across our city and state will lose their jobs when our schools are already failing and the CDC is recommending smaller class sizes, while the police will remain overfunded. Early childhood education in Providence Talks, an early intervention program aimed at closing the 30 million word gap, have had $425,000 cut from their budgets, while the police will remain overfunded. How can we justify spending $963,626 on uniforms for police officers when our schools are not properly funded, when our buildings are crumbling and infested with roaches, when there's only one social worker for the 1,300 students at Mount Pleasant High School? Who is more important to you? The 500 police officers in our force, or the 24,000 students in our district? About $1 billion is equivalent to the full salaries of 20 new teachers. About $1 billion is equivalent to 3,706 Chromebooks for students who wouldn't have access to distance learning otherwise. In the current proposed budget, our city spends $5,416 for each student in PPSD. Our city spends $176,000 for each sworn officer. Where are our priorities? How can we continue to say we don't have enough money for our schools when we are spending so much taxpayer money on the police?
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Olivia Jenkins.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Welcome. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live.
Hi there.
Please speak as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good. And you can speak with mask on or with off. It's your decision, okay?
Oh,
It's your
okay.
decision, okay? You have 2 minutes. You have the mic.
Thank you. My name is Olivia Jenkins. I'm here to speak on Nika's behalf because though there was no time limit given when we signed up, we knew we wouldn't have time to finish. Meanwhile, police are currently handling far too many situations that would better be served by professionals from other fields who are unarmed. So I invite you to envision what a world without police as first responders would look like, inspired by the words of Luna Stein. I ask you to imagine a world in which a person found sleeping at a bus stop is met with a trained, unarmed professional who offers to help rather than force. They find somewhere for that person to sleep for the night. They check in tomorrow and try to meet their needs that are currently unmet. I ask you to imagine a world in which a person behaving erratically is met by a trained mental health professional. With that person's consent, they get them to a safe place and make a plan for treatment. I ask you to imagine a world in which, during a rise in gun violence in a community, a trauma-informed crisis intervention task force meets with local activists to disarm and de-escalate conflicts. I ask you to imagine a world in which every school has the proper number of social workers, counselors, nurses, and social emotional staff to actually meet the needs of their students, instead of treating children like criminals. I want to live in a world where I do not have to hug a child as she cries because her father has been detained by ICE. I want to live in a world where a 7-year-old Black child does not feel afraid to step outside because of the color of her skin. I want to live in a world where my Black and brown siblings do not have fear for their lives when they're walking down the streets. Do you want to live in this world too? I believe our city can be a leader in imagining a safer and more just future by the following example of Camden, New Jersey, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. We need to defund the police and reinvest money in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Jesse Morrow. Jesse Morrow. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes to weigh in. Also, speak as loud as possible because of the acoustics, okay? You have the mic, sir.
My name is Jesse Morrow. I'm a resident of the city of Providence and an advocate for defunding and demilitarizing the Providence Police Department. Instead of increasing the PPD budget in 2021, I ask you to reallocate significant funds toward affordable housing, public education, and mental health services. In the wake of desegregation, police forces across this country have been the violent arm of the oppressor, which leverages the war on drugs and the prison industrial complex to suppress minority communities. The oppressor is wealthy, privileged, white America. Many courageous people have come before me demanding justice and effective changes in response to the racism and deep inequalities which persist in our country. And while politicians promise action and legislation is brokered to reform or retrain or re-equip the police, the body count steadily rises. Millions of dollars spent on training and body cameras have not made our communities safer. Instead of empowering the disenfranchised members of our communities with affordable housing, comprehensive health care, and expansive education, we have decided to criminalize their existence and over-police them. Instead of investing in a better future for minority communities, we have invested in militarizing our police forces, adding to their arsenal of lethal and non-lethal weapons, and providing them with riot gear when Black and brown people march in the streets to defend their very existence. This time, the reforms of the past will not be enough to meet our demands for an equitable future. I'm calling on the City Council to defund and demilitarize the police because I can no longer ignore that the presence of law enforcement is not a reassurance, but a threat to the safety of our underserved communities. Why is it that we continue to entrust police officers with the use of deadly force? Why is it that the deaths of civilians who are apprehended or merely approached by police officers are accepted as unavoidable casualties? The morality of our policing budgets and policies amount to much less than the lofty principles guaranteeing life and liberty which our nation aspires to. An increase in the PPD budget is an open acknowledgement of the threat of violence that our police force wields without demonstrable accountability. An increase in the PPD budget is to sanction the violence that will take the next life of a Black man, woman, or child. An increase in the PPD budget amounts to abdication of the City Council's responsibility to protect and better our community. Right now, we must defund the violent institutions of our government and reallocate these resources towards community building. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Claire McCon. Welcome.
Hi,
You know, please state your name for the record, where you
my name
live.
is Claire Macon, and I live in Ward 11.
And you have 2 minutes, and please speak as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good.
Okay.
You have the mic.
All right. Hi, my name is Claire Macon, and I'm a resident and community outreach worker in Providence, living and working in Ward 11. I'm speaking to you today in support of defunding the Providence Police Department budget with the goal to reallocate those funds towards quality-based, community-based social services. I am a community outreach worker working with primarily youth experiencing homelessness and HIV and hepatitis C prevention, testing, and counseling. I also co-founded the local community group Harm Reduction PVD, a Providence-based effort to make harm reduction supplies more accessible to youth and LGBTQ people. It would be difficult to list the vast amount of examples to demonstrate the detrimental effects increased policing has had on the community. I see community members experiencing homelessness, substance use disorder, and other mental health issues regularly harassed by police officers downtown and in other neighborhoods in Providence. I witnessed the impact of trauma inflicted on young people involved with the juvenile justice and criminal justice system from early ages. Policing in Providence disproportionately impacts our Black communities, which has unjustly impacted the lives of Black Rhode Islanders for generations. How can we expect Black communities to thrive when the system continues to oppress them? We as community-based outreach workers are constantly fighting for our clients to access resources. We are constantly told the same response. There are not enough resources available. There is not enough affordable housing. There is not sufficient access to mental health services that are comprehensive and trauma-informed. There are not enough resources that we as a community desperately need. In my time as a community outreach worker and in my own experience in recovery from substance use, I have become a strong believer in the practice of harm reduction. Harm reduction acknowledges the solution to risk and harm in communities not as being increased policing and carceral justice, but as being increased access to social supports, community, resources, and long-term opportunities. The tenets of harm reduction have been embedded in marginalized and disenfranchised communities of people using drugs, sex workers, queer and trans communities, and communities of color for decades. These communities have relied on each other for support and safety because policing has never helped them and historically has only worked to do the opposite. In taking care of each other, we learn what we need and what we are missing. We build futures. It is now the city's job to listen to the people as we voice what we want and what we need. This is the only way of improving quality of life for all of your residents, but most significantly, over-policed, criminalized, and disenfranchised communities. By divesting from the police and investing in community services, you are sending the message to these communities that they are not seen as disposable by the city that they live in, that they too deserve rights, access, resource, and support. Policing has never and will never be the solution to addressing communities' needs appropriately. I strongly encourage the City Council to imagine a better future for the City of Providence and all of its people, a future beyond policing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Tess H. Brown Lavoy. welcome.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes. State your name for the record, where you live. And if you want to talk with or without your mask, it's up to you.
Okay.
Also talk as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good.
Thank you.
Welcome. You have the mic.
My name is Tess Brown Lavoie, and I live on Buckland Street in Providence, Rhode Island. I also ran Sidewalk Ends Farm, a vegetable farm, for almost 10 years here. I'm also a writer and a poet, and as such want to note how Providence prides itself on its art and culture, and just note how much of this vibrancy comes out of communities of color. Yet our highly militarized, overfunded police department targets Black people and people of color and is renowned for its brutal and invasive tactics. Specific patrols and officers such as Matthew Sheridan and what is termed in my community as his Southside Terror Squad are known for repeated expressions of racist violence and their tendency toward escalation. The community has repeatedly tried to advocate for reform and oversight, and these efforts are repeatedly blocked by the police union and complicit officials. I urge you to stop ignoring the ways in which white supremacist culture undergirds policing in this city. On November 28th, 2016, I saw Charm Howie provide testimony in his own defense after he was assaulted by officers he went to police academy with. He spoke of the racist bullying he endured in training and was ultimately acquitted. This is just one example of how policing in our city is built on racist systems and targets Black people and people of color with violence in many forms. Austerity with regards to education, housing, healthcare, and other social services in a budget with ample police funding is offensive. I echo the healthcare workers, teachers, and community members who argue tonight to defund the police and fund social services that will actually help our communities. Rather than perpetuating police terror, it's your responsibility to hear our demand to defund the police and offer peaceful, equitable, uplifting solutions to our city's problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Kristen Haynes. Welcome.
Hello.
Please state your name for the record, where you live. You can speak with or without your mask. It's up to you. Speak as loud as possible. The acoustics aren't very good.
Okay, awesome.
You have
Thank
the
you.
mic.
Hello, my name is Kristen Haynes, and I live in Smith Hill, Providence, Rhode Island. And I am here to testify today in support of defunding the police and reinvesting in our communities. I work as an educator within Providence and contract with the Providence Public Schools and have seen firsthand the amount of the impacts of underfunding within our schools and communities, as well as the detrimental impact that resource officers have in our schools. Children that I've worked with, both in elementary school and high school alike, have been felt uncomfortable and unsafe within schools because of the environments that we are creating for them, while then simultaneously we are spending so much on policing these same individuals and criminalizing them at such a young age, and it needs to end. We have, for example, in the neighborhood of Smith Hill where I live, when I see the police respond to house calls on my block, they bring out 4 to 5 officers for the purpose of an individual house call and use such intimidation in showing up with force that is completely unnecessary. And it just truly shows how we have overinvested and have too many officers for the need of our city, where we do not have the services for homelessness, affordable housing, or schools. Yeah, and so I would like everyone, I'm asking the city council today to acknowledge that policing and brutality are inseparable. It goes hand in hand, and we cannot reform our way out of this time. There is no reform that is going to fix a system that's working exactly as it is designed. Please consider divesting from the police and investing in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Benjamin Cooley Hall. Welcome. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record, where you live. You can talk with or without your mask, but I ask you to talk as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good.
Okay.
You're welcome, sir. You have the mic.
My name is Benjamin Cooley Hall, and I live at 139 Peyton Street in Providence. I come today to echo this simple, clear point: defund the Providence Police Department and reallocate these resources to programs and organizations that truly support safety and prosperity for all members of our community. I'm an 18-year resident of Providence, and for the past 15 years, a resident homeowner in Ward 9, and I'm a clinical psychologist by profession. I want to highlight very briefly the historical origins of policing because of their relevance to this decision. Policing was created to maintain inequity through violence and the threat of violence, and not a random inequity that targets with precision the livelihoods, voices, bodily safety, and lives of Black people, as well as other people of color. Along with so many others, I call for defunding and not reforming, because we have learned that this system, rooted in its origins and history, cannot be reformed. The process of negotiating the former Community Safety Act illustrates this. If the Providence Police Department truly served the citizens of Providence, police union leaders and officers would have welcomed citizen input and oversight. They would have said, "We serve you, so yes, please offer us guidance and direction as to how we could do that well." The opposite message came from them, effectively amounting to, "Do not try to curtail our power. We insist on exercising judgment and force in ways that serve our prerogative to control, not serve." Even after reluctantly agreeing to the CSA, the Providence Police Department has failed to follow through on its measures, notably including continuing to maintain the gang list without adhering to the CSA's parameters, including providing notice to individuals who've been added and facilitating an appeal process. I won't speak specifically to how to reallocate some or all of the over $80 million budget of the police department, because I know many others are speaking very specifically about that. But in closing, I just want to ask you 4 things: to be wise, to be visionary, to be responsive, and to be realistic. Wise by allocating limited city resources in the most effective way to serve the community's needs. Visionary by daring to think outside the box to find true solutions to long-standing problems, unconstrained by rigid dictates of past failed entrenched systems. Responsive, time's up, responsive to the people and realistic in recognizing that reform has not worked and cannot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Be safe. Next, Nathan Levine Aspenson. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes. Speak as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good. You have the mic, sir.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Levin Aspenson. I live at 119 11th Street in Providence, Rhode Island. I come before the committee tonight to advocate for the defunding of the Providence Police Department and the reallocation of those funds towards education, school counselors, housing, and healthcare. As we go into a budget process during a time of great financial strain, our values are interrogated. And I think as someone who is considering building a life here in the city of Providence in the state of Rhode Island, I think about what my values are and what the effects of these different institutions are to the place that I live. I know for many of the people who are friends and family to me who are Black and people of color, the police are not a source of safety, but a source of terror and violence. And as we stand at the edge of this financial precipice, our values are again being interrogated. We have a chance to invest in safe housing for all, in education that values our students' well-being and safety. And we have the resources to do that. We can change the systems that currently live over us and build a community that reflects the values that we want to have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Be well and be safe. Trina Power. Welcome.
Hi.
And you can speak without the mask, that's fine. I'll just state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes. Speak as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good. You have the mic.
Hello, my name is Trina Powers and I'm a resident of Ward 11. I organize with Black and Pink Providence and am reading this testimony on behalf of one of our incarcerated members at the Rhode Island ACI. For far too long, law enforcement and opportunistic politicians have controlled the public safety narrative and tried to have the people believe that police are the only answer to preventing crime and ensuring public safety. However, the police are one part of an interlocking carceral system that has produced what we understand as mass incarceration. These carceral systems have historically targeted marginalized communities and pursued financial profit over human betterment. When reimagining the police budget, it is imperative to include the defunding of prisons, specifically the Adult Correctional Institution in Cranston, into the debate. The reality is that 40 years of tough on crime policy is not only expensive for all society, but it affects the majority poor and racialized populations and criminalizes them because of systemic disadvantages based on economic policy and race. To close deficit gaps, social services that have been proven to deter and prevent people from becoming crime involved are being defunded. Just recently, Central Falls teachers, students, and parents rallied at the State House protesting the loss of 42 teacher positions. While these services are being defunded, the yearly budget of the Rhode Island Department of Corrections, ACI, has risen by at least $76 million since 2016, with $30.4 million spent on overtime alone in 2019, all while the prison population has dropped to historic lows, according to ACI Director Faig in her April 25th Providence Journal article. It's a crime that this amount of money is being spent. It's a crime that unions fraudulently claim this money is needed in the name of public safety. Meanwhile, correctional officers create phantom posts and abuse an overtime system that's rigged for their benefit. Political leadership allows this to happen, while recommendations from Governor Raimondo's juvenile and criminal justice working groups are ignored, and legislation addressed at decreasing mass incarceration is consistently blocked by Rhode Island Speaker of the House, Mattiello. Taxpayer money deserves better return on investment. When you try to reimagine what you use police and prison funding for, remember Angela Davis's powerful words: prison does not disappear social problems, they disappear human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. You have the next one. Sorry?
Still on there. I believe.
Jason Alborme. Yeah. Jason Alborme. All right.
All right. So you can speak with or without your mask.
Okay.
I ask you to speak as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good. Also, you have 2 minutes, and please state your name for the record and where you live. And you have the mic, sir.
Appreciate you. My name is Jason Alborme. I live around Washington Park area. I did not expect to speak. I came just to support, but I waited the same amount of time as everybody else, so I might as well speak. On November 2nd, 2010, I had football practice and got picked up by my sister. Once I got home, I realized I didn't have my keys, but that happened often, so it was not a worry. I'm gonna pop through a window, call my mom when she gets out of work or something, I'll figure it out. My sister left. I ended up popping in the window, got inside, got some food. I was hanging out. 30 minutes go by, I see shadows in my windows. I peek behind the blind just to see 3 officers, guns in hand, ready for something. I don't know what, they're looking for somebody. I walked to the front of my house just to see about 6 squad cars lined up down my house, down my street. And as I gazed down, about a handful of officers, guns pointed at my windows. Pretty confused, as most would be in your house, eating and hanging out. Long story short, if it wasn't for my comprehension, if it wasn't for me being able to abide and just kind of be calm during this stressful situation, I would have been an example of all this stuff. If it wasn't for my neighbor from down the street seeing all the cop cars on my street and seeing and just seeing me on my neighbor's lawn, like cuffed up, stressed out, I was crying. I was scared. I was worried for my life. But I probably wouldn't have seen my birthday the next day. I would have been a call to my family that thought I was just home, all due to maybe a mistake that could have happened. And I'm worried. I don't want to wait for a mistake to happen. I'm worried. I'm sick of the 5 cop cars behind me when I get stopped by 1 because they're trying to talk to each other. I'm sick of, there's so much stuff, but I have so much time. So in the end, I'm tired. I'm just tired of it all, to be honest. We have to do better. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Be well and be safe. Is it Amanda Toussaint? Okay.
How are you guys doing today?
Welcome. Can you just state your name for the record, where you live, say as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good. You have 2 minutes. You have the mic.
Yeah, hello. My name is Elvin So. I live in Cranston, Rhode Island. And here we begin. So, U.S. prison systems, they make about $80 billion a year. And, well, that's $80 billion a year to hold innocent lives captive. $80 billion a year to make money off of people who have done nothing wrong. And see, the interesting thing about the prison system is how it came to be adopted was, through this very interesting loophole, from the 13th Amendment, as you guys are all aware. This interesting amendment which stated that, slavery was supposed to be abolished, but it said slavery is abolished unless someone committed a crime. So, a lot of these business interests, they took advantage of this loophole. They found that, well, United States was a country built off of, the enrichment and lucrative trade of slavery. So therefore, they can't stop such a trade. They need to keep this trade going. So what do? They instead created prison systems, that was going to harness Black lives. And it's because of this prison systems that the narrative of Black people as criminal is existence. And the media is a very interesting apparatus, to this capitalistic system, pushing a narrative, that Black people are criminals, so this whole entire, prison systems can continue to profit off of Black lives. And so the only way for us to facilitate a change is not by funding Black Lives organizations. Well, because, you guys know a lot of these are front organizations owned by, people who are not for the movement. So the only way to facilitate a change is an economic model that is an alternative institution that the U.S. can profit off of, that does not demean and that does not put Black lives in prison, that does not stop families from pursuing the right to live, the freedom of liberty, the ability to have choices. And it's until this economic institution that is not killing Black people, it is that institution that will facilitate a change. But unless that is created, unless an alternative institution is created, therefore will never be a change within the U.S. Because you see, slavery was supposed to be abolished, but because the U.S. is reliant on capitalists, it's reliant on slave labor, right? Because it's reliant on that, it found a loophole, which was mass incarceration of African Americans. And so this stereotype stuck throughout history. It's stuck throughout. And like I said, the media is an apparatus of this capitalistic system. So they're gonna keep pushing this narrative that Black people are criminals. They're gonna keep pushing it to the cops. And so therefore the cops are gonna keep putting Black people in prisons. And so the prison systems are gonna continue to be filled with Black lives, and the businesses that profit off of the prison systems are gonna continue to make money off of Black lives. So until there's an alternative institution that profits in a way that does not demean Black lives, there will never be a way that Black people will live freely within this country. And that is all. So I'd like to usher you guys to take the time, hopefully to think through a method of which we can create an economic model that, is very prosperous, but, for not just white Americans or, people who happen to, fit within the right skin color, but a economic model of which everyone can live freely. And until this alternative institution is created, that thus change will come. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Next up is it. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. Where do you live? You have 2 minutes. Speak as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't very good, okay? And you have the mic.
My name is Amanda Toussaint. I also go by Brooklyn Toussaint. I am the founder of Prov X, Progressive Reform Overrides Violence X. Crime has went down by the crime rate in Rhode Island has been the lowest in 20 years. However, there has been a 9% increase in the police budget in only 1 year, and that is from the FBI Uniform Crime Reporting data. The Providence Police Department outsources too many of their contracts, and we should take a deeper look into these contracts and substitute them for local businesses instead. Stephen M. Pare, the Commissioner of Public Safety, has failed to name a fire chief in 4 years, and his budget has also increased from $900,000 to $1.7 million. City Council sent a demand letter to the Alorza administration requesting that Pare and the 8 other directors be submitted to council for approval, and the Alorza administration did not submit their names for confirmation. Defunding the police means more than just taking funds from the police and giving them back to the community. To me, defunding the police means abolishing the police because they do us more harm than they do us good anyway. The governor recommended that the General Assembly put aside SRO funding for mental health funding in 2021. Why not just make a fund for mental health assistance on its own? It shouldn't be lumped in with other funds when you've got $88 million proposed for 2021 police budget. Angelica Infante Green, the education commissioner, stated that the city schools are so dysfunctional she won't send her own 2 kids there. In 2018, General Assembly set aside $2 million to hire new SROs. In 2018 and 2019, 4 school districts received $200,000 in reimbursement, and there were only 4 school districts that hired 1 SRO each. So that means about $50,000 is going to funding SROs in our public schools. John Hopkins' report last spring was the reason for the state takeover. Everyone from the school district to the teachers union to the State Department of Education is failing the city students. We have all of this money going into the police, but we do not have it coming into our community, which should be our first and our priority all the time, not just when Black Lives Matter is trending. Sex work also needs to go back to when the legal loophole allowed for indoor prostitution to take place. It was outlawed again in November 3rd, 2009. We need to make sure that we are giving everyone a proper opportunity to earn their living in the United States, but mainly in Providence. Police defunding is necessary and it must happen because Black lives, what? Stop playing with us.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Julian is next to me. Julian. Michael Rodriguez. Okay. Michael. Okay. Julian. Okay. Then, what's his name? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, isn't it?
That's the girl from the
Oh,
brother.
that was that.
Yeah.
Oh. So I'm okay. So I jumped to
Julian.
Oh, okay. 7, right?
Mhm.
Oh, hold on. Oh, let me see. That's 5. Hang on. Yes, that's a Julian Drix. Okay. Have Julian Drix. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. Where do you live? You have 2 minutes. Speak as loud as possible because the acoustics are not very good.
Okay. Thank you. So my name is Julian Drix. I'm a resident of 93 Callis Street in Providence, Rhode Island, and wanted to disclose that I serve the city of Providence as the vice chair of the Environmental Sustainability Task Force and on the Harbor Management Commission. I thank the council for being confirmed to that position through this finance committee. 2 minutes to go. I'm speaking to you tonight as a Providence resident and a public health expert. I have a master's in public health from Johns Hopkins and serve on the governing council or board for the American Public Health Association, APHA. As we live through an ongoing public health emergency with COVID-19, I want to emphasize that racism and police violence are also ongoing public health emergencies. This is not personal opinion or dramatic metaphor. It's official policy position of APHA and backed up by a large body of research. In 2018, after a rigorous peer review and public hearing process, APHA adopted a policy statement declaring law enforcement violence a public health issue and laying out clear action steps for all levels of government. Defunding police and redirecting those funds to community well-being is a peer-reviewed public health recommendation. Please visit endingpoliceviolence.com to read the policy, and I'll summarize a few main points here. Policing is a threat to public health because it results in high rates of death and injury, both physical and psychological, particularly among Black people and other marginalized populations. Public health statistics help define the scope of the problem. It's not just about police brutality. Stops by police, witnessing police violence, and living in a heavily policed community all harm health. Policing also upholds racist and classist practices and policies which compound existing health inequities. There are limits to accountability because of police union contracts and legal doctrines protecting police officers. Public health approaches problems with evidence to look at what are the effective solutions to address them. Most of the proposed reforms lack evidence and actually increase police power and waste resources. Things such as community policing, training and implicit bias, and body cameras have little to no evidence of effectiveness in reducing police violence and take resources away from other things that actually would work. An effective public health approach requires a primary prevention strategy, such as decriminalizing all activities that shape the experience of marginalization, legislation that criminalizes homelessness, drug use, sex work, etc. Demilitarize law enforcement agencies. And finally, and the issue before this board, is divest from law enforcement in order to invest in social determinants of health.
Because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the federal government's inability and unwillingness to provide necessary supports for families, we are now facing massive budget shortfalls. Budgets are moral documents, and in a time of widening inequities and ongoing pandemics, it is immoral to cut back on anything that supports basic needs and community well-being. On the other hand, we know that policing pulls away resources that would otherwise be available to support community well-being. Now, more than ever, is the time to defund the police in order to fill any other budget gaps the city is facing and to redirect those resources to address the root causes of the health inequities that have plagued our communities for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Is it Elaine Shen? Elaine Shen? Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes, and please speak as loud as possible.
Okay.
You have the mic.
Hi, my name is Elaine Shen, and I live on 68 Dexter Street in Providence, Rhode Island. I'm here in unwavering support of the youth-led organizations and community activists' calls to defund the police. As a PhD student at the University of Rhode Island, not only do I conduct scientific research, I also teach students in my role as a teaching assistant. As I do my part in making sure that students have access to a high-quality education this fall, I ask that you do the same in making sure that their lives, both inside and outside the classroom, are safe and supported. For example, many of my students and colleagues have to face the legacy of Providence's discriminatory past. It was not long ago that Providence's government and banks redlined communities of color. Even the construction of I-95 served to marginalize and isolate communities of color away from affluent white neighborhoods. This, on top of Providence's dominant role in the transatlantic slave trade, still leave marks on our community today. At present, Providence has the 5th largest income inequality gap among all US cities, and that wealth gap has racial dimensions. Further exacerbating that gap is our current pandemic, with Providence's unemployment rate climbing over 19%. It should come as no surprise that the $88 million budgeted towards the Providence Police Department is absolutely reprehensible. Spending almost $500 per capita on the police is an absolute misuse of taxpayer dollars, especially when other urgent social services like affordable housing, education, and access to healthcare desperately need funding. It truly makes no sense to me and is honestly offensive as an underpaid grad student that in this current economic and health crisis, the Providence Police is requesting a salary and benefits increase as well as additional funding to fund a new police school and body camera supplies for 2021. Let me be clear, I am against any continued funding of city-sponsored violence. If those that represent the police are so happy with their record of restraint and using firearms, then they should be in full support of demilitarizing the police. Just think about how all of that money used towards gun and ammunition can be moved towards community needs that organizations like DARE, PRISM, Black and Pink, Amore, and the Providence Student Union, just to name a few, have been advocating for years, not just in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Is it Kai Selim? Welcome.
Hi.
Just state your name for the record, where you live.
My name is Kai.
And speak as loud as possible. Okay?
All right.
Thank you. Have the
Thank you,
mic.
Chair. Thanks to the council for a welcoming comment today. My name is Kai Salem. I am a resident of 68 Dexter Street. I have lived in Providence for 6 years and most recently for 2 years at 68 Dexter. I am deeply involved in local policy and politics through my work as the VP of Policy for the Environment Council of Rhode Island, and I am invested in the Providence community in a number of ways, among others as a board member of the West Broadway Neighborhood Association. Despite these affiliations, I am here today as a voter and as a community member. I urge you today to disarm and defund the Providence Police Department and instead invest in community care and reparations. The 2021 budget should have a substantial decrease in police funding, and I entreat the council to work in this and future years towards complete dismantling of the Providence police system. As a white resident, the police do not make me feel safe. Instead, they make me fear for my friends and neighbors, especially my Black and brown friends and neighbors, who have and will experience harm at their hands. Further, as a white person who grew up in very safe suburbs where police were not a fear, I know that accountability and community safety don't come from violence, but rather from investing in community education, jobs, and social programs. I am not an expert in public safety, but I am an environmental expert. And in my climate field, we have a concept called path dependency. That means that we, as policymakers, tend to depend on certain pathways just because that's the way it's always been done. In climate policy, that means that we keep expanding out our fossil fuel energy systems, even though we know that they are killing us and our planet. Similarly, we continue to invest in policing, even though we know that policing is killing our communities. The only way to get away from path dependency is by stepping off the path, and here we have an opportunity to do that. Why are we listening to the police department when we consider these budgets? That's like inviting fossil fuel executives to the budget table. You should be listening to us, the residents, whom ostensibly the police serve and who ostensibly you all serve. It is time for Providence to move past policing, and for that reason, I urge you to begin the defunding process in the 2021 budget and to move towards complete abolition in future years as we invest in community safety in accordance to what Black and Brown community members are calling for. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Is it Nicholas Page? Welcome. Just please state your name.
Nicholas Page.
Name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes. Please speak as loud as possible because the acoustics are not very good. You have the mic.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good evening, members of the City Council, the public, and most of all, fellow organizers. My name is Nico Page. I live at 99 Sheldon Street, and I go to Brown University. I'm a trans femme Chilean American, and in the last 4 years, I've come to love Providence. But I've also seen and experienced the ways in which the overfunded police department detracts from the safety of our communities. I know that as a city and a state, we can do better. I strongly support defunding and disarming the Providence Police Department and replacing the police system with community investment, care, reparations, and accountability. A year ago, I was walking downtown with a friend. Eddy Street was empty, save for us and an idling cop car. As we passed the lounging officers, one made a suggestive comment, and I froze up, not sure what to do. Those men were in a position of power over my friend and me. For them to abuse that power by flirting with us only begins to speak to the deeper problems of policing. We were able to stay quiet and keep walking. The situation could have been far worse for someone darker skinned or lower income or less educated than me. For anyone more vulnerable, the police are more dangerous. Isn't that deeply hypocritical? Abolition is a challenge, a politic, and a practice that requires us to think about harm and accountability in exciting new ways. Do we really still think that locking someone up teaches people to be better? No, that is a lack of imagination and empathy. The prison industrial complex is a system designed to oppress Black, brown, indigenous, and queer people in order to break them, rob them of their dreams, and destroy their opportunities. We need creative, alternative forms of real accountability that collectively address and interrupt cycles of violence and harm. We need communal healing for victims that is not punitive, because who does that really help? Only the prison industrial complex, as it profits off looting people's lives. Get cops out of schools, off of Brown's campus, and out of our communities. I say defund the police because anything that gives them more money will only give them more power. I demand the council work towards abolition and truly investing in our city and people. Gracias, y que se quemen todos los pagos culiados. Chúpame la nariz, Dios.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Thank you. Be safe and be well.
Thank you.
Next, Mindy Stock. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, where you live for the record. Also, please speak as loud as possible. The acoustics are not very good. And you can speak with or without your mask. It's up to you. You have 2 minutes. You have the mic.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Mindy Stock. I'm a wellness worker living in District 9 on the south side of Providence. In my 30 years of living in Rhode Island, I cannot think of a single time when police presence made me feel safer, but I can recall many instances in which the Providence police have endangered the well-being of our city's community. For instance, a few nights ago, I watched 2 cop cars roll up on my young POC neighbors as they sat hanging out in their parked car outside of their family home. 2 white officers proceeded to harass these youths through their car's open windows, neither of them wearing a mask. The officers, once aware that a white woman was watching them, they left the kids alone and drove away, waving at me. We don't need racist police, we need peace in our streets. By allocating $88 million to the Providence Police Department, you are sanctioning and funding the harassment of our Black and brown neighbors. Some years ago, a close friend of mine was drugged and raped at a party. The next day, she went to the public safety complex to report her assault. She was met with a rape joke poster on the office wall and an incredulous response from the officer. She was told that a rape allegation could ruin someone's life. And would she really want to do that to the poor kid? Many survivors of sexual assault do not report their experiences, for not only is it often a futile effort, but further harm can be done in the process. We don't need misogynistic police. We need crisis and trauma counselors. In the past 4 years, there have been more than 230 student arrests made at Providence schools. Having gone to a Providence high school with a POC majority, neither I nor my classmates were ever made safer by police presence. Our teachers, however, ensured not only that my BIPOC peers were safe, but that they were seen as students, not potential criminals. Now, close to 500 teachers are currently facing layoffs statewide. Why does our current budget value policing over education? We don't need police in our schools. We need funding for teachers, counselors, books, and building maintenance. We are called the creative capital. I challenge you all to exercise your imagination and be creative. Use your positions to create a city that can be safer for all of us. Black Lives Matter, defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe.
You too.
Is it Dean Sadowski? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live. You can speak with or without your mask. Speak as loud as possible. And you have 2 minutes. You have the mic.
Hello, my name is Dean Sidarsky. I live in District 9. I'm an educator. I've had the privilege of volunteering at New Urban Arts to help the high school students of Providence with schoolwork. NUA gives our city's youth the access to studio arts and adult mentorship that they cannot get in their schools. I often think about how far some of those students travel to reach NUA after a full day of classes, and about how many more students do not have the time, energy, or resources to make it even greater distances, though they have the same need. I think about how wonderful it would be if they could have access to these vital tools closer to home, if they existed at every high school in every neighborhood. This is not a pipe dream. It's entirely possible, and we can start by altering the budget to defund the police department. I know that many others are making this case, so I'd like to turn to Police Union President Mike Amandi's response to defunding in June 10th's Finance Committee meeting. Officer Amandi claimed that reallocating funds away from the police department will impact their work with inner city youth programming, as well as with Crossroads and Providence Mental Health. I take this as a good snapshot of the Providence Police Department's priorities in what would get cut first. At the unprecedented protest at the State House a few weeks ago, I saw hundreds of officers decked out in full riot gear and weaponry that no civilian offense warrants the use of. I know what that equipment costs, and I know that it costs more to maintain and to replace it. So when Officer Amandi says reallocating funding from the police department means that residents will see decreased emergency response times, and that as a result, businesses will go elsewhere and property values will drop, I hear a threat. To me, that sounds like protection money, gang activity. He claims defunding will see higher crime rates. It's worth noting that during a recent strike by the NYPD, crime in New York City went down. Officer Amandi complains that they have let go of 70 officers in the last 12 years. According to the Boston Globe, 500 teachers in Rhode Island are facing layoffs because of the pandemic. The most generous interpretation of these comments betray that the police department has never known austerity. Maybe our teachers, when they are done spending their own money on supplies for their students, can take a moment to explain it to them. Maybe it's their turn to try it, rather than our Black and brown communities to endure it decade after decade, century after century. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Thank you. Sol Tobin,
Yes.
you have the mic. Please state your name for the record, where you live. The mic is the computer.
Sol Taubin,
No,
35.
the mic is in the computer.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. No,
Sol Taubin, 35 Westmore, Providence.
you have 2 minutes. Speak loud, and you have the mic.
Thank you, counselors. My name is Sol Taubin. I'm a resident of Providence and former director of the Providence Human Relations Commission, testifying against proposed investments in PPD. Policing is ineffective at keeping communities safe, criminalizes residents who are people of color, low income, disabled, and queer, and disproportionately exposes Black people to lethal violence. Last week, I heard the commissioner and the chief talk about investments in body cameras, training, and diversifying PPD. How no real bullets have been shot in years, outside of the 2017 killing of Joseph Santos, where 40 rounds were fired at a man on I-95. PPD just reached a $72,000 settlement in the case of Joshua Robinson, where 8 patrolmen brutally beat a Black man during a traffic stop. And on June 2nd, left a bystander in critical condition requiring facial reconstructive surgery after a shooting with a rubber bullet. From the constant videos at Kennedy Plaza and our schools, you should know that shooting deaths are not the only forms of violence our communities experience at the hands of police. I've worked with the commissioner and the chief in my role, and I know they're championing best practices and reforms. And that is the problem. In the best case scenario, we still have a man killed by 40 rounds, children of color hurt and jailed by SROs, folks experiencing homelessness, criminalized and assaulted, and rubber bullets putting people in the hospital. Reforms do not stop this violence because it is inherent to policing. It does not matter if an officer is a woman, a person of color, or from the community. Structurally, police are oriented towards our communities in ways that do harm. You've asked advocates where to make cuts and what to do with funds. PPD has 120 officers eligible for retirement. Don't replace them. $1.5 million is slated for new recruits and $1.2 million for uniforms and guns. Don't fund increased militarization or increases to the force. Listen to DARE, fund the Housing Trust, support Project Renew and PRISM and the Institute for Nonviolence, who have already created harm reduction and nonviolent response teams. Address community need by providing supports. Our city has offered countless solutions to replace violent infrastructure that robs our community of lives and livelihoods with life-affirming systems. Use your power today to take steps towards that vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Is it Cassandra Summer Maku? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes. Speak as loud as possible because the acoustics are not very good. You have the mic.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Marco. I live on Angel Street on the east side of Providence. I'm a Providence native, and I've moved back here after about 15 years, where I was getting my PhD at UCLA in sociocultural anthropology. I want to share with you a few observations that I have had as an anthropologist coming back to my hometown and moving back here. But first I want to start with a joke. It's a joke that Ronald Reagan used to tell about the Soviet Union. And he said, a man is walking along the street at night in Moscow. A Soviet soldier called to him to halt. He started to run. The soldier shot him. Another man said, why did you do that? Well, he said, curfew. The man said, it isn't curfew yet. The soldier said, well, he's a friend of mine. I know where he lives, and he couldn't have made it in time. This is what it's like to be occupied. I have lived in Nigeria. I have traveled to Cote d'Ivoire during the Civil War. I have been to Indian occupied Kashmir. And what it feels like to live under occupation is to see police dressed as soldiers with soldiers' equipment on every block. And I see them going by my house every day, 20, 30 times a day, in an area that has virtually no crime. And the effect that that has on the local population is terrifying. You wonder why anxiety, depression are up in our society. Part of it is feeling as though we're occupied. And it is unacceptable that we occupy ourselves. It's one thing to have a foreign army come. It's another thing to create your own army and have it police the population who are terrified of you. And I would ask you to please defund the police, disarm the police. Why do the police need guns to answer domestic abuse? Why do they need guns to help homeless people? They do not need these. And if they can call for backup with people that have guns, that's one thing. But the police are taught to escalate situations, and they should receive the same training nurses have, teachers of autistic children have, to de-escalate a situation without using violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Ryan McCarthy. Welcome. You'll have 2 minutes. State your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes to speak. Speak as loud as possible, and you have the mic, sir.
Thank you. My name is Ryan McCarthy. I'm a resident of Ward 13. I'm also a homeowner, and I pay property taxes to the city of Providence. Like many, I am dismayed to think that any of my tax dollars are being put towards an increased budget for the Providence Police Department. Black and brown community members are policed more heavily, are more actively arrested and incarcerated, and are more likely to be brutalized or killed in custody. This is something that we all know, and it occurs here in Providence just as it does across the country. The Providence PD budget is routinely increased year after year, while many other city budgets are cut. This is money that could be put towards resident services such as schools, community programs, and affordable housing. These are things that local organizers such as the Direct Action for Rights and Equality, DARE, and the Providence Youth Student Movement, PRISM, are also advocating for. As a white resident of Providence, it is my responsibility to listen to these organizations, and I insist that city leadership do so as well. Again, the object here is to reimagine what public safety looks like, to create an atmosphere where all citizens may actually thrive, to create neighborhoods where reasons to call law enforcement are significantly minimized, and where non-violent offenses are prevented before they occur instead of being punished after the fact. As you know, the proposed budget for the police department is $88 million. It is projected to increase at a rate of 3%, or $2.36 million from 2020. For some context, the proposed budget for the entire Human Services Department for the same year is only $3.46 million and includes all of the following: arts, culture, and tourism with a proposed decrease, Human Relations Commission with a proposed decrease, Department of Human Services, Housing Authority, the League of Cities and Towns, which is our city's representation in our state legislature, as you know, and the PERA, or the Providence External Review Authority, which is a civilian oversight board, for those that don't know, that is given the authority to investigate and conduct hearings concerning allegations of misconduct on the part of police officers. In summary, the entire human services budget is only slightly higher than the increase to the budget of the police. This information is alarming to say the least, and is a direct example of the budgetary inequities that need to be remedied within our city. I'd like to give a few first steps that are tangible that you can accomplish. Continue the pursuit of the abolition of the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. Declare a permanent moratorium on the department budget escalations and hiring, as well as spending on body cameras, which we know are often conveniently forgotten during many interactions with the police. Oppose any reforms that direct more resources towards policing that include expanded training, incident reporting programs, and any conception of community policing. Require officers, not the city, to be liable for the misconduct settlements end overtime accrual, which is budgeted at $1.7 million for next year, and abolish the equestrian unit or mounted officers that spend over $100,000 a year on professional care and food for horses and alone. That money could be better spent almost anywhere. In closing, I would just like to thank the members of the City Council and the Mayor, and we urge you to please do your best to defund the Providence PD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Philip Trevette. Welcome. You can speak with or without a mask, sir. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name for the record, where you live, and speak as loud as possible.
You say speak without the mask? Or?
You can speak with or without your mask.
Okay, I'll leave it on.
Okay?
I'll leave it on.
And you have 2 minutes, and state your name for the record, and you have the mic, sir.
My name is Philip Trevette. I live at 166 Congress Avenue in Elmwood, Providence. That's 02907. I'm a homeowner and have lived in Providence for nearly 20 years. I am here today as a constituent and resident of Providence to ask that the City Council take action to defund the Providence Police with the end goal of disbanding the Providence Police Department and reimagining what public safety looks like in our city. I'm here because the police do not make me feel safer, and I'm concerned for the safety and well-being of my Black and brown neighbors. In my experience, it's all too common to see 3 and even 4 police cars show up for incidents as simple as a traffic stop. I've watched these incidents occur multiple times where significant police presence increases tension around a minor violation or alleged violation. This is unnecessary and is an example of why we should easily be able to afford and need to reduce police salaries budget. I've also witnessed disputes and altercations near my home where I have not called police out of concern for those involved. I do not have confidence that the police will handle such incidents without putting lives at risk. I believe we need to divert funds from the police budget to invest directly in communities. I'm calling today to demand action to defund the Providence Police. We cannot say Black Lives Matter while cutting social services and funding the police. I support a permanent moratorium on the Providence Police Department budget increases, police hiring, and spending for new police equipment. We must remove all SROs from public schools, and our end goal must be disbanding the PPD. I'm calling for a community-driven process for reallocating police funding to meet community needs. It includes education support, community health care, and housing. The only way for the city to stand in solidarity with Black community members is to create a process where directly impacted folks are involved in every aspect of the reallocation process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Be well and be safe. Joan Wayand. Welcome. You have 2 minutes to state your name for the record, where you live, and speak as loud as possible because the acoustics aren't really good. You have the mic.
Okay. Hello, my name is Joan Wyand, and I live in Ward 13 on the West End. And I was running a small business, a family home childcare, up until COVID started, and I have decided to close that business because of the expense. COVID is still killing a higher rate of Black and brown people. And that is also why we're here today, to say you absolutely need to defund the police. The police in the United States was formed in 1835 to 1860. That is 3 years before emancipation happened. So literally the system we are using right now was made before we white people, colonizers, myself included, recognize Black, brown, and indigenous people as people. So I'm really confused why we're still using this system after more than 500 years. And so really, so the preschool teacher part of that is that I literally teach kids how to solve conflicts, and they are able to do it. Thank you. They are able to do it, and we can do it too as adults, and we absolutely need to be learning how to resolve conflict without guns and without violence and without intimidation. And that is how the police force is structured, because it was made at a time when we considered Black and Indigenous lives property, and it was our job to protect property, which that was people's lives when the system was founded. And so I just, the budget is insane. It's like $88 million. We absolutely need to give putting money into the community to make an impact on the economic injustice that causes people to be stressed and become violent. We absolutely need to use that money to put into the community and give that a chance. And we need to give that a chance for over 500 years, like we've given colonism and we've given the police system over 400 years chance to solve this conflict, and it's still unresolved as we're seeing today. And nationally, this needs to happen too. I know you said my time is up, but I have one more thing to say, that Igloos, you silenced my right to speak when you closed down the Zoom call that was being hate bombed. And today, I feel like you also, whether intentional or not, you silenced my right to speak and other people's right by having us come in during a pandemic to speak in person. I heard from my city council representative that you could have actually just put people through a Zoom sign-in that would have prevented this. And this is extremely ableist to force people to come in person during a pandemic to speak about defunding the police. Whether this was intentional or not, when you make it difficult for people to speak to you in a public hearing, that benefits the police receiving the budget. And that's unacceptable. So I am gonna be I'm gonna find out who I need to write to, and I'm gonna write a complaint about that. So I don't know, if you're not competent to lead in technology in this moment, you need to resign and let people who know what's going on in regards to what's going on with the police system and defunding it right now be in charge, and also people that fucking know how to use technology, excuse me. Thank you.
Be well and be safe.
I'm trying to be safe, but it's hard to be safe when we're reopening in COVID while people are dying, and while you're forcing us to come talk here while people are dying and getting sick from COVID. I will try to do that. I hope that your decisions will help us be safe. Defund the police.
Rebecca Jubel.
Is it okay if I take off my mask?
Welcome. You can speak with or without a mask. It's up to you.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes. Please state your name for the record, where you live. You have the mic. And speak as loud as possible.
Okay, great. I'm going to use my aid. Cool. Hi, my name is Rebecca Gibble, and I am a resident of Providence's Ward 3. Thank you so much for your time. We have an opportunity to rethink safety in our community in a way that protects our Black and brown brothers and sisters and addresses underlying community needs. The great news is that there is already a successful roadmap for this. Other cities have successfully been transforming the responses to emergencies within their neighborhoods. They are adding funding and infrastructure that are designed to aid and remedy the underlying causes of the disturbance. Today, I call upon the City of Providence to allocate funds to set up crisis response teams similar to those employed in cities such as Eugene, Oregon, Denver, Colorado, Austin, Texas, and Los Angeles, California. Right now, police are called upon to respond to many calls they are simply not trained to address. For example, homelessness, domestic abuse, mental health issues. We are setting our officers up to fail. We are hurting our citizens because of it. This is oversimplistic, but you wouldn't call a car mechanic to help with a plumbing problem. We shouldn't be sending police into situations they are not trained to handle. Black Lives Matter co-founder Alicia Garza told NBC News Meet the Press, "What we're saying is invest in the resources that our communities need. What we need is increased funding for housing. We need increased funding for education. We need increased funding for quality of life of communities who are over-policed and over-surveilled. In the cities I mentioned above, crisis response programs resulted in a drop in arrests and massive budget savings. In Eugene, Oregon in 2018, the crisis response program responded to 20% of police calls and cost $800,000 annually. This is in contrast to the police budget in Eugene of $58 million annually. Such programs take police out of the equation when someone is going through a mental health crisis, struggling with substance abuse, or experiencing homelessness." I'm going to keep, oh, come on, girl. In 2016, a study estimated that 20% to 50% of fatal encounters with law enforcement involved someone with a mental illness. Advocates say that the CAHOOTS model in Eugene shows those encounters are not inevitable. Less than 1% of the calls that CAHOOTS responds to need police assistance. The CAHOOTS system relies on trauma-informed de-escalation and harm reduction, which reduces calls to police, averts harmful arrest, release, repeat cycles, and prevents violent police encounters. We have failed our Black and brown brothers and sisters in this country over and over again. We must change the system so that it protects everyone. I'm calling upon the Providence City Council to investigate, fund, and enact a program like Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets in Eugene, Oregon, the Denver Alliance for Street Health Response, Mobile Assistance Community Responders of Oakland, or Portland Street Response in Oregon. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, by the way. Be well and be safe.
Be well.
Is it Michelle the Cruz? No, I'm sorry. Taylor Oberge. Welcome. Just please state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes and speak as loud as possible. You have the.
Hi, my name is Taylor Roberge. I live on Lockwood Street in Providence. I've been a resident of Providence since 2014. I'm an artist and sound engineer who has worked directly with a lot of artists in Rhode Island. I want to speak to my experience moving to Providence and finding community here, my experience as a long-term commuting pedestrian, environmental activist, and working in public schools and gardens. I truly believe that reallocating funds from the proposed police budget to other more important projects would help quell the amount of disparity I often see around the city of Providence. I believe that all cities would benefit from this point of view. Investing in anti-racist work, which involves helping raise the voices of oppressed communities, reallocating funds to schools, housing, counselors, community projects, indigenous groups, and helping the homeless would also ultimately be an environmentally sound endeavor. When there's less disparity, people are housed, fed well in schools, have access to actually affordable housing, clean water, and there's less policing or police intimidation happening. Ultimately, communities can flourish, there's less crime, and then people have the energy and resources to engage in their communities. Important investments in Providence would include investments in environmental acts like recycling programs in our schools and town, support to food programs like Farm Fresh or Tooth and Nail, more affordable housing, better outreach programs for social welfare, more counselors in public schools who are also multilingual, better food and funding for schools and public transportation. I also think we need to reconsider the school's curriculum to include a more accurate and up-to-date history about Black history, Indigenous history, and people of color. Speaking directly to my experience with law enforcement, I don't have that much because I tend to rely on my community. But I did once find a young girl drunk and passed out, left from a party at a club on the street, and my phone was dead. There was a young officer nearby who I asked to help call an ambulance since my phone was dead. He proceeded to brush me off and told me to leave and that he had the situation handled. It appeared that he may have taken photos of the girl on his cell phone while I was there, and when I asked him about it, he put his phone away and told me to leave as he called an ambulance without letting me figure out who her friends were at the club nearby. It's instances like this that are why I would call a friend before I call an officer for help. It's also another reason why we need more investment in our communities and community services with better ethics in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Next up, is it Michael DeCruz? You have the mic. You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record, where you live, and speak as loud as possible. It's up to you if you want to have the cover on or not. You decide, okay? You have the mic.
I'm Michael DeCruz. I live on the south side of Providence. I've lived here for the better part of a decade. I'm not sure if anyone mentioned this earlier. We couldn't hear what was going on outside waiting to speak, but I think the fact that there's a 6'2" white officer with a gun and handcuffs looming over the sign-in table, probably about a foot from where you stand to sign in, is pretty indicative of how tone deaf some of the way government in general thinks about police compared to how people on the street actually encounter dealing with the police. I think that's a serious problem. I've spent dozens and dozens of hours deposing Providence police officers in civil suits over the last 10 years. They look at you with dazed confusion when you ask them about First and Fourth Amendment rights and generally fall back on, oh, I think we talked about that in the academy at some point. And then 10 minutes later, talk for half an hour about 3 or 4 different ways to hit someone with an asp, that's a baton, or how to deploy a taser, that's how you electrocute someone who, if they're not in perfect cardiovascular health, often die. These are not features, these are bugs. It's not bugs, these are features. This is how the system is supposed to work. I think it's maybe hard for people on this council to understand that for most people in Providence, the way we experience police is just the high school bully who can kill you and nothing will ever happen to them. And the only way to deal with this is to dismantle the system and drastically re-envision the way we think about how we keep our communities and each other safe, and realize that homicidal sociopaths with guns has nothing to do with keeping anybody safe. It's just a way to repress people and to pile up bodies. Thank you. I yield my time. Abolish the police.
Thank you, sir. Be well and be safe. Is it Christina Midano? Welcome. You can speak with or without your mask if you want to. It's your decision. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and where you live on the record, and please speak as loud as possible. Thank you. You have the mic.
My name is Christina Lodato, and I live at 125 Julian Street in Providence. Firstly, I want to thank the council for rescheduling this meeting and hearing the actual members of the Providence community and not racist trolls. We have heard from so many community members urging this council to rethink our city's budget. They have given statistics and facts that we should all find shocking and egregious. I did not come today with facts or statistics, but rather stories. I have lived in Providence on and off again for 10 years now, and in that time I've worked as an educator and youth facilitator, and have seen over and over again the divestment the city has made in our public school system and our youth programs. My friends who have worked at Del Sesto Middle School have told me countless stories of young people at Del Sesto being taken off school property or being threatened with police action when they quote unquote misbehaved. But the truth is they weren't misbehaving. The administration just had no idea what to do with them. We need to reinvest in our schools so that our schools can make sure that we have counselors and educators who are teaching de-escalation, restorative practices, and nonviolent communication. This is what our schools need. This is what our community needs. Our youth have been doing a phenomenal job of protesting and going out into the streets, and we need to show them the support. We need to make sure they have safe spaces so that they can engage and create and question and discuss outside of school and become better citizens. But our youth aren't the only ones who are in need. Our city has countless adults who are home insecure and in need of mental health services, and we pass them constantly downtown and on the streets. We ignore them because it's convenient for us. And when we can't ignore them, we call the police to deal with them. And the police are not equipped. They are not mental health counselors. They cannot give them any of the support that they need. We need to invest and reinvest in community. Giving the police department more money and more power will not solve our problems. I'm calling on this community and committee to defund the police and allocate that funding to our school programs, our public housing, and our communities that desperately need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Next. Come on forward. Just please state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes and speak as loud as possible. The acoustics aren't the best.
Oh.
You have the mic.
Hello, I'm Jordan Weinberg. I live in Ward 15. I want to thank everyone who has already spoken and has looked at the budget and seen better ways to allocate. I, like everyone else, also would like a full defunding of the police and a reallocating. I come here working in the mental health field. I have seen some of the harm for clients and patients that I work with, particularly the power imbalance in schools, and I would like all the resource officers out. They have, removed children from the home, and it's not a good situation. I would like to see just a full defunding. I think it's just a really dangerous. Most of my clients are highly against it, and also I feel like I have heard, as some of the teachers have said, that they would like a full defunding as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Welcome. Just please state your name for the record, where you live. You have 2 minutes to speak. You can speak with or without your mask. It's your decision. Speak as loud as possible. You have the mic.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Lily Gordon. I'm a resident of Ward 1 under Councilman Gonsalves. I'm also a member of Against Racism in Medicine at the Warren Alpert School of Medicine here in Providence. I'm here today to stand in full support of community members calling to defund the Providence Police Department. I would like to use my time today to share some data from our organization's report on police violence in Rhode Island. The racial profile of police violence and killings here in Rhode Island clearly demonstrates racial inequality. Between 2013 and 2019, Rhode Island had the second largest national disparity in race-based killing, as Black people were killed nearly 9 times more frequently than the general population by police. Furthermore, 67% of the victims of fatal police violence were minorities in Rhode Island, the third highest rate in the nation. The scope of police violence is not limited to adults. It has even affected Black youth in our Providence schools and Rhode Island schools more generally. In a highly publicized event in 2015, a school resource officer body slammed 2 youths in Pawtucket. The officer was cleared of any misconduct despite there being video footage. In 2019, a 13-year-old honors student in Pawtucket was unlawfully arrested by a school resource officer after a minor altercation with a peer and walked through the school with handcuffs in order to make an example of her. This type of treatment is unacceptable towards adults and is even less acceptable towards children. This clearly demonstrates that significant and harmful disparities are present in nearly every aspect of Rhode Island's police department and policing system. Yet despite this, the unaccountability of police departments has long been an issue and continues to be. Defunding the police and diverting resources towards the community are the only solutions. It is unreasonable that nearly 1/5 of Providence's proposed budget for the fiscal year 2021 is allocated towards funding police. The proposed $88 million for the police budget is 48 times the funding for economic opportunity, 24 times the funding for planning and urban development, and 25 times the funding for human services. Furthermore, the proposed budget involves $154,450 in guns and ammunition spending alone, up 18% from the previous fiscal year. How can we possibly call ourselves a city where Black Lives Matter when we continue to fund the weapons which are being used to kill innocent Black citizens across the country? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Next. Aliano, Ciara. Welcome. You can speak with or without your mask. It's your decision. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name for the record, where you live, and speak as loud as possible. You have the mic.
Thank you. My name is Kiara Ariano. I live at 171 Williams Street here in Providence. I'm here to express my strong support for defunding the police. I would like to speak personally to the fact that I have never felt safe in the presence of police officers, especially as a woman. I think that it is really important to understand the intertwined systems of both racial oppression, but also patriarchy that are very present in policing in our country. Despite being a light-skinned, white-passing person, I identify as Chicana, but being a white-passing person, I am the demographic that is most likely to be deemed the one to be protected by the police, and yet I myself don't even feel safe in their presence. Furthermore, I feel that my safety is contingent upon the safety of my Black and brown neighbors, friends, and partner. My partner is Black, and therefore my safety and well-being is intimately connected to his, and I fear for his life on the streets of our city. So I would like to lastly connect this all to the fact that Black and brown trans people are the most vulnerable to police violence, and we need to consider the fact that they also need to be protected, and thus defunding the police and investing more resources to support those individuals in our community are very important for the well-being of Providence. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. It is Isaiah Tobias Lee. Okay. Welcome. You can speak with or without a mask. It's up to you. Please state your name for the record. You can speak with or without a mask. It's your decision.
Isaiah Tobias Lee.
And state where you live, and then you have 2 minutes to speak. Speak as loud as possible, too.
Like
You
exact
have the mic.
address or neighborhood?
I'm sorry?
5 Lois Avenue, Providence, Rhode Island.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so my phone died, so I don't have my speech on me, and you guys will have to deal with a little bit of ums and uhs. But I am here to persuade you to support defunding the police. I would not be here with this shade of skin if it were not for the fact that I am trans, the fact that I am poor, and the fact that I have had a police hold a gun to me twice in my life. And a lot of people interpret that to be a statement that white people experience this too. And if that convinces you, then I will take that as a win. But make no mistake, this is an issue that specifically affects Black people. And it was that for me, in the case that for anonymity's sake, I will not be specific, but I was at a protest for Black rights, and I was at the second time I was defending Black and Indigenous people who had been attacked specifically for crimes that they did not commit. And I think that it's important to mention that in the early 1800s, the United States, slave owners and politicians both became very anxious about the Haitian Revolution and about how it could transfer over to the United States. And so they started putting in certain measures to prevent that. We became more obsessed with maintaining slavery than making it as efficient as possible. For example, Paul Cuffey, someone who is from Rhode Island, a Black and Indigenous man, a Wampanoag, and a Sierra Leonean man, was sent to the nation that is now known as Liberia, but was once known as Sierra Leone, to colonize the area for the purposes of putting ex-slaves and mixed Black people into an area that was contained enough for U.S. white supremacists to not feel threatened by them and threatened by the presence of free abolitionists in the United States. Another example is how the police were created in the same range of time, the early 1800s, and they were created specifically to prevent and quash slave revolts and rebellions, and to capture slaves who had run away and either send them back to the plantation they came from, or resell them, or kill them. And then in 1865, we declared that slavery was legal unless, okay. Should I just cut it off there?
Thank you.
We declared slavery illegal unless under the cases of prison slavery. And we, as a nation, began to think that slavery was over. But as we can see nowadays, it is not. And I think back to the times that I was held at gunpoint, and I think that it was very similar to the reasons that the police were created in the first place. Last thing I'd want to point out is that I think that we're all against slavery, but Joanne Ryan, you took $1,000 in police money for your campaign donation. And I think that maybe you might be against what I'm saying right now, but your opponent would not be, because he didn't take any money from police. And I think everybody else should know that. I'm having a panic attack now because I know that there are cops in this room. So I'm going to leave.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Sergeant? Welcome, sir. You can wear your mask or not. It's up to you.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record, where you live for the record, and please speak as loud as possible. You have 2 minutes. You have the mic, sir.
Okay, my name is David Chavez. I'm from Ward 11. I just came here to speak about how, to a degree, you could take, defund the police in a way, because when I was growing up, I had troubles at home, and I would have to go live on the street, and the police would pick me up. I was 8 or 9, and they would bring me to the police station, and not asking why was I on the street when I was so young. Just, where did you live at? Go get my people to come pick me up and bring me back to a home that was basically kicking me out. So I'm really asking if they could refund some of that money into the community to look into more of why certain kids are out there late at night instead of just picking them up and putting them away. Because I'm one of them that I couldn't go home. The streets were safer than my house was at times. And there was no one really to help me. The few people that was helping me, they wasn't acknowledged as community leaders. They were just neighbors who would reach out, take me in, feed me, put clothes on my back. But if they wasn't notified about what was going on, the police would just hold me, have the people that was basically abusing me come pick me up to take me back home. So it really was there was no, why is this happening? Why is there an 8 or 9-year-old kid on the streets 2, 3 in the morning? There wasn't no questions. It was just, oh, you're a troublemaker. Get in the car, bring it on town. Where you live at? Where's your people at? Have them come get us. So that's all I'm really just speaking about. If there's a way to refund some of that money into more community, leaders or people who are actually helping kids in the community. That's basically what I'm here to speak about.
Thank you, sir. Be well and be safe.
That is all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Who's next? Welcome. Please, you can speak with or without your mask. It's up to you.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record, where you live for the record. Also speak as loud as possible. You
Okay.
have the mic. You have 2 minutes.
Alrighty. Hi, my name is Victoria Madio. I live in Ward 13. I'm delivering this testimony in support of the community's demands for defunding the Providence Police Department. It is too often we hear of shortcomings in the city government regarding communities these figures have been elected to serve. The failures are evident within the inflated police budget and the paralleled accounts of those who have been brutalized by this city's force. Currently, the Providence Police Department has allocated $871,187 for uniforms and apparel, including laundry services. To supply equestrian care, the budget has allocated $131,125 for 4 horses. The purpose of the equestrian unit is to promote community engagement. However, the only time these horses are visible are during protests or parades. According to Mayor Alorza, quote, "This is an opportunity from a really young age for us to build a relationship between our police and our youngest folks in the community. The impact of these horses go far beyond what we know and what will be establishing relationships that are going to nurture and develop over years," end quote. However, I would argue with Mayor Alorza that the Police Department of Providence has already failed the youth. Community policing has created the false idea that police can solve structural issues through building partnerships, but policing has only made these issues worse. If we want to build community, we should be focused on our public schools and affordable housing initiatives. When you compare the budgets of the police and public schools, there is an imbalance in the justification of funding. According to an independent financial analysis conducted by US World News, Providence Public Schools must reallocate city funding to better serve its students. When you Google Providence, Rhode Island Public Schools, one of the first pages that comes up is a link to the now infamous Washington Post article titled, "These are the details of the mess in Providence, Rhode Island. Public schools are sickening. Read them anyway." According to this report, the public schools varied in the conditions of the facilities, with lead in the drinking water and lead-contaminated paint falling from the ceiling onto students and faculty. Teachers do not have the ability to implement students' individualized learning plans, otherwise known as IEPs, due to the lack of support, staffing, and preparation. In April, during the midst of a global pandemic, the Providence public school system cut student lunch pickup to 2 days per week. These are brief examples of the ways the city has failed its public school students while simultaneously and consistently allowing for more funding to the police force. I work alongside individuals who experience chronic housing insecurity and homelessness. There are folks who have been on the housing wait list for the past decade. There are folks who have been left vulnerable during this pandemic due to being without affordable homes or comprehensive affirming shelter. How is a person supposed to follow the stay-at-home order with no affordable home of their own? How is a person supposed to stay safe during the midst of a global crisis while surviving on the street? Providence currently has a 4% vacancy rate and an average of 3 to 8 years worth of wait time for individuals and families seeking affordable housing. During the last city council meeting, Police Commissioner Stephen Paré stated that he was on the board of the biggest shelter in the state, and the Providence Police Department donates to this organization. However, if we were to abolish the excessive police budget, we could reallocate those funds to affordable housing initiatives and then really support our community members struggling with housing insecurity and chronic homelessness caused by the rising cost of living in our city. As the Finance Committee, I ask you, how are we going to do better for our community? To quote the activist Charlotte Abbasi, how are you going to fund our futures? We must defund the police state. We must abolish the carceral state within our city in order to ensure a future that is safe and inclusive for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Next up, Mr. Sergeant. Welcome. You can speak with or without your mask. It's up to you. State your name for the record, where you live. Speak as loud as possible because the acoustics are not very good. You have 2 minutes. You have the mic.
I'm Pam Berkeley, and I live in Ward 13. It is not only minority communities that are disproportionately affected by our current policing practices in an adverse fashion. Women are severely underrepresented in the police force, with fewer than a fifth of all officers being women, despite women being half of the population. This leads to police departments systematically neglecting to address the crimes that affect women the most. Sexual assaults, harassment and stalking, and non-automobile transportation safety problems are all neglected by the police. Women see an increased risk of retaliatory violence after calling the police in a domestic violence case, perhaps because the police bring with them a posture and atmosphere of warfare, not peace. And many encounters that women have with the police involve behaviors that range from insufficiently compassionate to openly disrespectful, controlling, and abusive. You will notice that a significant portion of the people speaking up to defund the police department are women. If the police are menacing to minority communities and don't make women or children feel safer, one has to wonder who the police are there to serve. Many people implicitly fear living in a city without a police force, but most of the roles that we assume the police would do for us, they are not doing. The police are not making our streets safer because they're texting while driving. The police are not solving property crimes. You file a police report and nobody follows up. They are not preventing sexual assaults. They are not responding to harassment and stalking. They don't even seem to know this is a crime. They are not preventing domestic violence. They show up in force to intimidate, bully, and abuse. They didn't do anything in a timely fashion to stop fireworks, noise, and risks. It seems that the only thing the police like doing are the ones that involve violence or extracting money from the community. And as many of the PPD have already repeatedly said, the use of violence is always ugly. Why would we want to spend so much money on such a bad deal for citizens? When your primary professional tool is a gun, everything looks like a target. But most public safety issues require a coordinated, sustained, systemic solution, which cannot be fixed with weapons or individual officers. As others have mentioned in their public testimony, I am reluctant to call the police because I have learned their presence does not make me or other people feel safer. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing significant changes being made to the police budget so citizens have a public safety force that actually increases the perceived and effective safety of the public.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Sergeant, the next person. Welcome.
Hi, good evening.
Please state your name for the record, where you live. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, but also speak as loud as possible. Okay. You have the mic.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kira Leander. I live at 145 4th Street in Providence, Rhode Island. And I am a teacher in Providence Public Schools. Tonight, I want to say that if you believe that Black Lives Matter, and if you believe that the students of Providence Public School District, a district that is 90% students of color, are deserving and worthy, then investing in an equitable education system designed by student voice is imperative and urgent. Our schools are asked to play many roles in serving students. We are asked to educate our young people in a way that prepares them to lead and solve our country's most pressing problems, but we must also ensure that they are fed, safe, healthy, and cared for holistically. If we are going to ask our schools to operate as centers of community and well-being for our young people, then we must resource them as such. Evolutions High School, serving 89% students of color, which has recently been set to close next school year, is one example of how investment in the wrong supports both neglect and harm our students. This year, our entire administration was removed from the school in October and were never replaced with a full-time principal. Our single guidance counselor was tasked with many administrative duties, making it incredibly challenging for our students to meet with her about their social emotional needs or even college and career planning. Everyone employed at the school was essentially filling multiple roles within our educational community. This, of course, was unsustainable, and the consequences of this have been severe. This year, I had to continue teaching while fights were occurring right outside my classroom, and I have stepped in and broken up multiple altercations between students. As teachers, we should not be caught between ensuring either safety or a quality education for our students. However, at Evolutions, we were not lacking a stronger police presence. We were lacking mental health counselors and social workers to help our students navigate through past and present trauma and the stressors of our ever-changing world. We were lacking a full-time administration dedicated to the well-being of our school community, and we were in need of leadership at higher levels that would listen carefully to student and teacher voice and take thoughtful, informed action and align our budget with these priorities. I ask you tonight, I urge you to put our money where our future is and show that Providence students are in fact a priority, that they are deserving of feeling safe and worthy of a high quality education by reallocating funds away from Providence Police Department and toward providing mental health and guidance counselors, social workers, and nurses into every Providence public school. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. All right, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Solicitor, are you online, sir? City Solicitor, are you online, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk and Mr. Solicitor, I leave it up to you two to discuss the next request. Mr. Solicitor, advise per the law.
Yes, it would be consistent with the governor's executive order regarding the Open Meetings Act to permit folks unable to attend this physical meeting to utilize the adequate alternative means of public access we've provided to provide testimony.
Mr. Solicitor, so then next, nope. So let's start, clerk, begin the process for the first person, have them identify themselves, state the name for the record, where they live, and give them the 2 minutes. I don't know, you have the
Ms. Hello, Miss Vivian Liu. Are you there and able to speak at this moment?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. So I have 2 minutes to speak, right?
Yes, please.
If you could please just state your name and address.
Right. I'm Vivian Liu. I am a recent graduate from Brown University. I currently live, I'm actually moving to Berkeley, but I used to live in Providence for schooling. I am in full support of defunding the police. There have been multiple really good points and actionable and things to do to reduce the military and also to protect brown and black students, as well as the community at large. There's been a lot of tension between legislators as well as the community, because a lot of the times it seems that our voices are either unheard or disregarded. So I really ask that you take the time to invest in the community itself rather than in police officers that have never made me feel safe, have never are not qualified or able to protect the people that they're supposed to. If you have seen the requirements to be a police officer, especially in other places, other states, including Rhode Island, you'll see that they don't really have the qualifications that we should entrust them with a gun, essentially. There's so many other careers that have better de-escalation tactics than police officers seem to have. I personally have just never felt safe around police officers. Every time I pass by them, I am an Asian American. Every time I pass by them, I worry for my friends. I worry as a woman that if I ever come in contact with them, I just could never feel safe. And the concern I feel, like the mental stress of these times and the concern I feel for my friends is unbearable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, next, please.
Mr. George Evans Marley, are you there and ready to speak?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Please proceed. Please state your
Excellent.
name and address, please.
Great. Before I start a testimony, I need to be able to provide commentary on the systemic racism that I've seen as one of your constituents since we, as a community, have begun to come together to start this conversation. I'd be remiss to start my testimony without mentioning the racist and misogynistic behavior of Councilman John Igliozzi in silencing the councilwoman of Nerva Fortuna, who once again was doing nothing but the job of her constituents to represent them. And Councilman Igliozzi, you silenced a woman, a person of color in our community, and she deserves an apology. I will pause for that apology before I continue. Hearing no apology, I accept that Councilman Igliozzi does not take any responsibility for his actions. Good evening, and thank you for having me speak before this group of decision makers here in Rhode Island. I'm a Providence resident and an advocate for defunding and dismantling the Providence Police Department and reinvesting in the community organizations working to end homelessness, hunger, healthcare insecurities, and education. I live on the corner of Cranston and Dexter at 330 Cranston Street in Ward 11. It's the same intersection that is notoriously used in the community by police officers to wait and bait residents of our community to pull them over and harass them. Tonight, I will be using the data I've collected over the past week to ensure we remove the police and their funding. Since June 14th, 2020, Sunday evening at 6:15, I started tracking the number of sirens I've heard both directly next to my house and in the near distance. I've recorded them in 1 to 3 second increments, 3 to 9 second increments, and over 10-second increments, which on average, anywhere between 20 and 30 seconds. If you're coughing, I invite you to mute yourself. In 1 second intervals, there was 10 sirens that were close to the house. There were 3 in the distance. Close by in 3 to 9 second intervals, there were 19. In the distance, there were 4. In close distance to the house in proximity, between over 10 seconds, mostly in the duration of 20 to 30 seconds, there were 26 incidents where excessive use of sirens were used at the house, and in distance, 23 uses of excessive sirens. Granted, we are all home right now due to COVID-19, and the constant whines of the sirens eventually drown out, and we missed a few. A-weighted decibels, or dBA, are often used when describing sound level recommendations for healthy listening. OSHA allows 8 hours of exposure to 90 dPA, but only 2 hours of exposure to dPA sound levels that are over 100 dPA. The National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health would recommend limiting the 8-hour exposure to less than 85 dPA. At 100 dPA, they recommend less than 15 minutes per day of exposure. According to a footnote in the 2005 U.S. Interrogation Program Memo, the CIA keeps detention conditions at every one of its detention facilities where detainees are subject to white noise or loud sounds, and they are required to not exceed 79 decibels. During portion of interrogation, the 2005 memo also notes that Occupational Safety Health Administration, OSHA, figures no risk of permanent hearing loss from continuous 24-hour-a-day exposure to noises up to 82 decibels, but they should not exceed 79 decibels. What was interesting in my research to find out was that most emergency vehicles create a 110 to a 100 dPA of sound decibel when turned on. Police sirens are louder than ambulances and fire trucks because cops' cars usually have their sirens mounted on the low front bumper. We are, as a community, have been put under torture, sound torture, excessive sound torture. This is just another reason why the police and the Providence Police Department are funding and continuing this systemic racism. Our communities are under attack, and it is your responsibility as the committee to decrease the funding, stop allowing our communities to be under attack, and to take responsibility for your actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next person.
Miss Allison Trull, are you available and interested in speaking?
Yes, I am interested in speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Allison Trull. I live on Wood Street in Providence, Rhode Island. And I apologize. I was not aware of the 2-minute limit, so I'm going to try and keep my testimony really brief. But I am speaking today because I have severe concerns about the use of excessive force by Providence police specifically. The first time I became aware of this problem was through a friend of mine named Joshua Robinson. Some of you may remember his name, some of you may not, but he was a young man who was stopped for a traffic violation in Providence, Rhode Island, for rolling through a stop sign. And he was brutally assaulted by 6 police officers right here in Providence. And I believe he was 22, 23, maybe when the incident happened. He was a young man. And there was no reason for the violence that was put against him. The photos after the incident and after he was detained show him with black eyes, swollen face. The camera footage showed police officers pinning him to the ground for no reason. He should not even have been out of his car. This incident, some of you might remember because it was in the news. There were protests in our city. And eventually, so Joshua Robinson was charged with assaulting the police officers as a cover-up for having been assaulted by these police officers. He was thankfully acquitted of these charges, which should never have been pressed against him to begin with. But he never got justice for what happened to him. So he's just one example. He is a Black man, and he did not deserve what came to him. And I know his story is one of many, and many that I do not even know, of police using excessive force and not being held accountable for their actions. I have also witnessed and documented with video a police officer using excessive force against a high school student on Westminster Street, right outside of the Providence School Department building. I pulled over. I'm a mental health counselor, as a matter of fact, and I work with teenagers. I saw an incident unfolding between 2 teenage girls, a fight, and I was pulling over my car to get out and try to help de-escalate the situation. It was after school. There were lots of students around. I watched a police officer come over and grab this teenage girl around her waist and wrestle her to the ground. And I never want to see a teenage girl handled that way. That is inappropriate. That is excessive. Where are the de-escalation techniques? Where are the counselors after school to help teenagers navigate conflicts and navigate interpersonal difficulties? Why are we relying on police officers to do this work? This is inappropriate. They are not trained for this, and they're causing harm to our kids, our youth, our young people. And I don't want any of our young people having to grow up in this town fearful of what's going to happen to them because our police are out of control and cannot be reined in. I appreciate that Providence is leading a number of cities in having passed the Community Safety Act, which added a lot of great protections for citizens in knowing what their rights are. when they're being stopped by police and helping them get those rights and needs met. I do not think it's enough. I think there's more and more we can do, and we can start doing that by cutting the police budget and redirecting those funds where they are most needed. And that includes funding for counselors in schools, not cops. There should never be cops in schools. That's not their job. That's not what they're trained for. We need more counselors in schools to support emotional and social development in our kids. We need to fund housing in our city. We need more resources for folks who are living on the streets without housing. We need more programs for bringing community together. We need more funding for our nonprofits that are doing work on the ground, like Amore, Rhode Island, and like PRISM and DARE. These organizations need funding, and these are the ways that we're going to actually keep our communities safe, not by funding police. I'm going to wrap up there for now. I could say way more, but I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next, please.
We have an Isabel Chen. Are you present and interested in speaking?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you please state your name and where you live? And you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Isabel Chin. I'm a resident of Providence, Ward 1. I'm a medical student. I'm also a member of Against Racism in Medicine, so I wanted to take a second to uplift the earlier comments that were made by Aloha, Megna, Sophie, and Lily, and encourage you to read the full report that was emailed to you all, Police Violence as a Public Health Crisis, supporting calls to defund the Rhode Island Police. I also wanted to speak today as a representative from Rhode Island Medical Navigator Partnership, sometimes called RIMNIP. RIMNIP is a medical student-run organization partnered with House of Hope that works in teams to provide longitudinal medical and social service support to people experiencing homelessness in Rhode Island. Through my experience and my relationship with people in the homeless community, it's clear that policing disproportionately impacts and harms people who are experiencing homelessness in Rhode Island. I've worked with, and I also should mention that our police and our city criminalizes poverty. I've worked specifically with people in Providence who have been crippled by legal fees and fines for crimes like driving with an expired license when they didn't have enough money to pay for a license renewal. Our city criminalizes poverty and then traps people in a vicious cycle of more fines and fees. I spent months working with one individual, taking them to court dates so they could work out a payment system on past fees, again, with money they didn't have because they're homeless. We spent so much energy trying to avoid more court fees and fines, energy that should have been 100% focused on finding housing. Policies and policing that criminalizes poverty is unacceptable. I also, of course, have to mention that we know that policing disproportionately harms Black and Brown community members, and that Black and Brown people who are experiencing homelessness are even more exposed to police harassment and violence. The increased police harassment and brutality that Black and Brown people experiencing homelessness are subject to is unacceptable. These are some of the many reasons why I support defunding the Providence Police. I also demand that the full council and Mayor Elorza do everything in their power to adopt a budget that redirects all funds from the police department and towards community well-being, housing, healthcare, including mental health care, and meeting the needs of its residents. It's clear that the police force are ineffective at keeping local communities safe, and they perpetuate oppression of residents who are people of color, undocumented, mentally ill, disabled, LGBTQ, and unhoused. Shifting money away from the police and towards housing is of critical importance to me and the folks who I work with who are experiencing homelessness. We want our tax dollars to go to our community's well-being and healthy housing, not cops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next.
We have someone named Alex. Would you please state your full name and where you live if you're interested in speaking?
Yes, I am interested in speaking. My name is Alex. I'm from Ward 1. And so I stand with defunding the police. Their budget is excessively high, and that would be better utilized in numerous ways. In my time, I'm going to focus on schools and education. When I first moved to Providence, About 5 years ago, I was told by multiple people that if I planned on staying in Providence permanently, I should either plan to send my future children to private school or move to another town for their public schools. This is an unfortunate and common discussion between those wealthy enough to have it. This is in itself is a whole topic of discussion. However, tonight I'll focus on my time with my personal experience within Providence schools. Our public schools are struggling and something needs to be done about that. Over the past few years, I started subbing and witnessing things firsthand. I've been to elementary, middle, and high schools within Providence, and all could benefit from more attention and funding. The buildings themselves often have leaks and other structural problems, while teachers and students lack enough resources. During my interactions with teachers, many seem overwhelmed, while others seem to have lost their passion for teaching and possibly even their students. I've had teachers tell me how they're just counting down the days until retirement, or that they're too tired to come in the next day. Overall, teachers are exhausted and without enough support and resources. We need to help Providence teachers so they can in turn help our students. Students are suffering the most. In elementary schools, I've seen classrooms being split where they don't have enough substitutes, and that creates more chaos. Students in all grades are yearning for more individual attention and time and more alternative methods of learning. Students seem defeated when doing work. They often tell me they don't see a point since they're not going to college. This year, I had a high school student discuss the Johns Hopkins report from last year, feeling that there was no point in trying in a system with many flaws. ESL students need additional support, and there needs to be more multilingual teachers and staff. More money could begin to alleviate these problems. All students deserve a high quality education despite their family's financial background. COVID-19 now presents new problems to tackle when schools reopen. Schools that were broken before the pandemic, that weren't given enough resources before to counteract years of a failing system, need something more now. While some progress has been taken, we need greater steps to giving our students a quality education. Only by investing in our community can we hope to achieve our goals. Spending our money on police will not help our kids advance, both in their education and our society. Instead of paying to place police in our schools, let's fix our schools. Instead of criminalizing the children of Providence, let's invest in them. That's why we need to defund the police and invest in the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next. Is that it, Mr. Clerk?
I do not see anyone expressing interest with their hand raised.
Mr. Solicitor? Mr. Solicitor, are you online?
We have one person who has raised their hand now.
Okay, all right. Mr. Clerk, next person, please.
Hello, Williams, last name Williams. I don't want to mispronounce your name. Would you like to state your name and where you live and speak for 2 minutes?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Mae Williams. I live in Federal Hill in Providence. I am an elementary school teacher in Providence as well. And prior to moving to Providence to teach, I did research as a Fulbright scholar on different forms of policing, particularly policing women's bodies, and worked as a teacher in 3 different LA County prisons, and also served as a director of education for a nonprofit in South Central Los Angeles. In my nonprofit work there, we focused on creating and implementing nonviolence programming and policies. I helped to lead numerous police reform policy initiatives that I was sure every time would work. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on anti-bias training for police, community-led community policing, increased use of body cameras, etc. I worked closely with the police on this implementation, and none of those initiatives ever worked. Community members did not feel safer, and crime did not decrease. We've been trying to reform the police for now well over 50 years, and it has not worked. We cannot reform an institution that was designed to only
I'm sorry, Ms. Williams. I think you somehow you got temporarily muted. Could you unmute yourself?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Did you hear everything I said before or no?
Yes, until the last 10 seconds.
Okay. The time for reform is over. The only way we can start to heal our community is to finally start serving Black people in the way in which they deserve, and that's to defund the police. The institution at its roots is flawed, and we have seen time and time again that reforming has never helped. I understand that defunding the police sounds really drastic and impossible. However, Providence has a great deal of experience with defunding. The current reorganization of Providence schools has us defunding education in our city, which is frankly shameful after the commitment Providence made to its school system and its students, particularly its Black and Brown students, following the release of the Johns Hopkins report 1 year ago. I demand that we, 1, get all police out of all Providence schools, 2, start defunding efforts of the police, and 3, get money into classrooms and services. Because at this point, the optics are not good, and it make it seem as though that you care about police equipment more than Black and Brown students in our schools. I do not feel protected by our country's police system, and neither do most of my students, friends, and loved ones. Growing up as a white woman, the police came with a feeling of safety for me often. That completely disappeared though when I had to report a violent crime to them, and they did nothing to protect me or others, and chose to not investigate the perpetrator, as he was a longtime friend of the police department. Regardless, this false sense of security and safety I once felt, and so many other white people have felt, is not worth the continued violence Black people face at the hands of the police. Both currently and historically, police forces have been ineffective at keeping local communities safe and perpetuating the oppression of people of color, undocumented people, mentally ill, disabled, sexual assault survivors, and LGBTQ people. There is $90 million proposed for the police in 2021 in Providence. Imagine how much those dollars could accomplish if we use them to fund low-income housing, mental health in our schools. That would benefit all Providence residents. Los Angeles and other cities have started to reckon with the ineffective history of police reform and have started their police defunding processes. If Providence wants to claim that they are progressive and not an oppressive city, then it is time we lead and start defunding efforts as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have someone here with a hand raised, a phone number ending in 789. Could you please state your name if you're interested in speaking?
Grant Elgarian, Ward 3.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the committee members and all the members of the City Council. You have a lot of work to do. You go through dozens and dozens of pages of dollars and cents because you have a tough budget to work on. And I commend you for that effort, and I thank you for that effort. All I see is the display ad in the quarter page of the Providence Journal, and that has shrunk down the information into a little too little. I would suggest that in the future, the display ad maybe be twice as long, and you can break down some of these combinations of departments. For instance, you have public safety, which obviously includes police and fire. Now we have a sense of it's about 50-50 between the two, but that should have been broken down. We have inspection standards in combined. We have public property and purchasing combined. Parks, should have been broken down between Rodriguez Park and the others. A little more detail would have been very helpful. In terms of revenues, we lump all the departmental revenues in one line item, and we could have used the column that's called the capital expenditure column, which only has one thing from Public Works. We could have put that in parentheses on the Public Works, and then had that whole column. We could have broken down the revenues from each department, so that would have been a little more informative. Now, some suggestions as to what to look for in terms of opportunities. because we don't want to. We obviously all recognize that we have to reduce the size of the budget, but we don't want to do it willy-nilly. We need to do it as surgically as possible. One is that, excuse me, when we're talking about the school department, I was surprised when the state came out with their recommendations that every school department needs to come up with 3 scenarios, all in, half and half, and all remote. I seem to recall way back when, it didn't occur for me personally, because I grew up in the Providence school system, but I remember when a lot of families moved to the suburbs, raised their kids, and the schools in the suburbs didn't have enough capacity, and so they went on what you might call a split session or a double session, I don't know how you want to phrase it, where half the school population came in the morning, I guess around 7:30 or so, and then left around the beginning of lunch, and then the other half came at the latter part of lunch, and then went into the afternoon. And it would seem that we have the same issue as we speak. It's a capacity issue. In this instance, everyone needs to be socially distant. So we need to cut classroom sizes in half. And so it would seem that this might be an alternative to be looked at, and would also help alleviate the transportation problem, because we need to keep social distance on the school buses, and so we don't have twice as many school buses out there. But if we split it up, then the same school buses could be used morning back and forth, and then afternoon back and forth. Excuse me. One of the other thoughts that folks are talking about is how to be more equitable in our property tax assessment. And I would suggest that when it comes to the homestead exemption or the I forgot another name that you guys call it, that the way it should be structured is that everyone should get the same dollar discount. Right now we do it, everyone gets the same percentage discount. And I would suggest that that's inequitable and probably discriminatory. So I would respectfully request that the financial gurus look at what if you want to be revenue neutral, what the number would be if everyone got the same dollar discount, because I think that might be helpful in terms of in trying to address affordability of housing. And in that category of housing affordability, the Providence Water Supply Board is not listed in the budget and in the ad in the paper, probably because they generate revenues and it covers their expenses. However, when the Providence Water Supply Board decided to go from quarterly billing to monthly billing, it obviously tripled their expenses for sending out the bills and tripled everybody's time, effort, and energy to pay the bills. It isn't as if the Providence Water Supply Board gets any more revenue at the end of the year by billing monthly than by billing quarterly. It just costs everybody time and costs the Providence Water Supply Board money, but they don't care because it's not their money. My suggestion would be to tell Providence Water Supply Board to go back to quarterly billing. And when it comes to Narragansett Bay Commission, our sewer authority, which is not here because we don't fund them, they're even worse. They went from quarterly billing to monthly billing a couple of years before Providence Water Supply Board did, and Providence Water Supply Board said, oh, what a great idea, so they followed suit. But Narragansett Bay Commission's rate structure is very discriminatory. If you're in a one-family house, you pay a connection fee because you're connected to the sewer system, and then the rest is based on consumption. If you're a two-family house, you pay 2 connection fees, and then the rest is based on consumption. If you're in a three-family house, you pay 3 connection fees, and then the rest is based on consumption. It isn't as if two-family houses and three-family houses have 2 sewer lines or 3 sewer lines. No, it's just that the Narragansett Bay Commission decided that that's how they wanted to structure their rate structure. This is totally unacceptable and contributes to a lack of affordability. Most low and moderate income folks live in 2- and 3-decker homes, and they're getting charged through rent the extra connection fee, which is very excessive. And so I would urge the council to take a look at that. I have a number of other recommendations, but I only have 2 minutes, and so I don't want to abuse that. But it would be nice during your meetings on specific parts of the budget to allow the public to weigh in at the end of those meetings so that we can be more specific during the course of your deliberations towards not only through the end of this month, but going into next month. I thank you very much for your time. And as I say, Chairman, you say be well, be safe. I say healthy and stay vertical. Take care.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have a Tal Frieden. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Tal Frieden, and I live at 106 Governor Street in Ward 1 in Providence, and I've lived there for 5 years. And I wanted to reiterate the support that so many others have already stated for defunding the police. And I want to make it clear that when we say defunding the police, we mean defunding the police with the goal of abolishing the police. Vanessa Flores Maldonado of PRISM said this very clearly before, and I'll say it again. We need to be working to absolutely abolish the police, and we need to reimagine what it means to be safe in our community. And I know that this may sound like a radical, scary idea, and I see Councilman Jim Taylor laughing, but I want to be clear also that this is an entirely possible and entirely effective plan for combating racism, inequality, and actually making our communities much safer as a whole. Other places have done this before. We can look at Newark. The Newark Community Street Team is a violence intervention and violence reduction strategy that uses a trauma-informed approach to address community violence before it happens. The Bay Area Transformative Justice Collective uses transformative justice to address instances of interpersonal harm between people who have experienced violence and harm. Collective Action for Safe Spaces uses community-based solutions to build public spaces with safety in Washington, D.C. These are community solutions that exist elsewhere and that the city of Providence can invest in order to create safety here. Our current budget of $90 million could fund so much safe public housing, community intervention teams. There are so many endless options. And I just want to also reiterate something that Kimberly DeCoop said once, that abolition, the framework of abolition, actually allows us to use the greatest capacity that we as human beings are endowed with, which is our imagination. And we can collectively imagine a safer community where instead of armed police that enact racist violence on our community, we can imagine community outreach teams helping folks who are experiencing mental health issues. We can imagine community outreach teams that provide people experiencing housing insecurity with access to safe housing. We can imagine community intervention teams that allow folks experiencing interpersonal harm to address the conflict without involving the police who are armed to the teeth with guns. We have the solutions within our community. The people who have been experiencing the brunt of this harm have the solutions in the community. We just need to invest in them. As Charlotte Abatzi said, again, we need to fund our futures instead of pouring endless resources into a system that we know doesn't work. So I just want to close by reiterating that abolishing and defunding the police is actually the only effective and pragmatic solution to police violence and police brutality within our communities. We've seen it just weeks ago. The police shot a Providence resident in the eye while he was driving in his car, permanently blinding him in one eye. We know that the problem is here in Providence, and we need to defund and disband the Providence police. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
We have a Madeline Chen. Are you there?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
we can, please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Madeline Chin, and I live at 176 Broadway in Ward 13. I'm a member of Black and Pink Providence, which is a Rhode Island-based volunteer-run chapter of the National LGBTQ Prison Abolition and Prisoner Advocacy Organization. And I'm also a Brown medical student and a member of Against Racism in Medicine, a coalition of medical students that advocates for anti-racist practices in medicine and medical education. I want to echo I really want to echo every single speaker before me that for over 3 hours now, every single speaker has called for defunding the police. So I sincerely hope that every single city council member will take the message that the community has shared today and take bold action in reimagining what public safety looks like in Providence. I volunteer as a patient navigator at the Transitions Clinic, which serves as a primary care medical home for members of our community who have experienced incarceration. And in my work with formerly incarcerated community members in Providence, I've seen directly how the over-policing of Black and Brown communities, the criminalization of poverty, homelessness, and substance use, as well as the system of mass incarceration and pervasive community supervision through probation and parole in Rhode Island, have negatively impacted the physical, mental, and social health of Providence community members. So again, in addition to echoing every single call tonight to defund the police, I urge the City Council to invest in health services, social services, and education for our community members. And one place where that starts is with decriminalizing substance use and investing in more harm reduction community strategies and robust, affordable substance use treatment programs. Substance use is a huge driver of petty crime and police presence in poor neighborhoods here. And with this being a public health issue, it requires a public health solution. So thank you very much for your time today. And I hope that the City Council will make drastic change in defunding, in the policing of this community and defunding the police and investing in community resources. Thank you.
Thank you, and be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
Kate Shapiro.
Hi, thank you, council members and Mr. Clerk. My name is Kate Shapiro. I live at 4 Brighton Street in Providence. That's Ward 13. I am extremely proud of my city tonight, as I've been hearing everybody speak to you. And I would like to be proud of my city government as well. I would like to see my city government make the best choice for their constituents, the residents of this city, by defunding the Providence Police Department. Everyone has spoken very powerfully and eloquently about what we could do with that money. The fact that we could fund our struggling schools and support our struggling students. The fact that we could provide housing for people, safe housing that would eliminate the need for theft. It would eliminate the desire for substance abuse. It would make so much of a difference to people in this city if some of them just had a safe place to live. That shouldn't be hard to understand, and it shouldn't be hard to fund. And the fact that so much of our budget is tied up into a job that police either don't do well or shouldn't do at all is creating unnecessary tragedy and harm within our city. There are things that the police do that mental health counselors could do better, that good teachers could do better, that people with anti-racist and de-escalation training could do better. There are things that the police do that no one should do. That should be no one's job, no one's responsibility. No one should be paid to harass people, assault them, and in some cases kill them. That shouldn't be a job that people get paid for. But Providence members of the Providence Police Department are hired knowing that those things may well be part of their job. I don't want my city taxes, my state taxes paying for people to do that. I want my city and state taxes to be paying for people to treat people's physical and mental health, to educate students, to improve the built condition of our city and the green space and the climate resilience of our city. Those are the things that I want to be doing with my money. If I could do them all with my own hands, I would. But since I don't have that many hands, I'm relying on the city and I'm relying on you. And I'm relying on the people of my city who I respect and honor for speaking up tonight. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have a Jane Argodale.
Yes, speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jane Argodale. I go by they, them pronouns. I've been a resident of Providence for 6 years and currently have been living in Elmwood on Congress Avenue for the last 1.5 years. So I've been very fortunate to not firsthand experience violence from police officers or racial profiling as a white person. However, I have still had and witnessed negative interactions with the police, particularly when friends and neighbors were experiencing mental health crises and were met with armed officers who treated them like violent criminals rather than community mental health workers who could actually do something to help these people in crisis. So a couple years ago, I actually had to calm down a Providence police officer who started to become verbally aggressive towards a homeless and mentally ill friend of mine who I was already in the middle of assisting. The officer's behavior only provoked and made my friend behave more erratically. So I want to ask, why did I have to do the work of calming down an armed agent of the state for free when he was getting paid for his time by our government? More recently, while living in Elmwood, my neighbor was having a mental health crisis, and I was startled by several patrol cars worth of police loudly banging on the doors of our building and yelling in the stairwell at 11 p.m. in order to hospitalize her. How is such an approach supposed to do anything but further traumatize people in difficult situations? I ask that the Finance Committee defund the PPD and fund affordable and accessible mental health care in Providence, housing, as well as public transportation, so that people need not rely on expensive and environmentally unsustainable car transportation to access employment and medical appointments. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all the people who spoke before me, and I hope you seriously consider your constituents' pleas to defund the PPD and work towards abolishing the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have a Nora. Could you please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Nora Lawrence. I am a resident of Ward 13, and I'm just calling to voice my opposition to the $88 million allocated to the Providence Police in the proposed 2021 budget. And I fully support everyone who's been calling tonight for the defunding of the PPD with the eventual goal of disbanding and abolishing the police entirely. I do not, nor have I ever felt protected nor served by the Providence Police. The Providence Police has historically and contemporarily functioned more as a source of terror than as a source of safety and well-being for Providence residents. And I value the safety and well-being of my Black and brown neighbors and friends over whatever false comfort or sense of safety the PPD provides for its wealthy white residents. From the inception of the PPD in response to quote-unquote race riots that were provoked by white supremacist violence, as I recently learned from local activist and educator Mark McWilliams, it has served as a force that subjugates, criminalizes, and perpetuates violence and harm towards Black and brown Providence residents, especially queer and trans Black and brown residents. And this remains the contemporary reality of the PPD. And it would benefit all Providence residents to defund the PPD. There's a need for, as so many people have attested to tonight, the immense funds, the disproportionate funds that currently go towards the Providence Police to be redirected towards under-resourced and underfunded areas such as affordable housing, healthcare, and education. There's a housing crisis in Providence at an unacceptable scale. People need affordable, stable housing now without strings attached, especially in the time of COVID-19 when people experiencing homelessness are fundamentally not able to socially distance and follow guidelines to keep themselves and their loved ones safe and provided for. Young people, especially Black and brown youth attending Providence public schools, are faced with crumbling infrastructure, toxic water and environmental conditions, staff layoffs, and relentless racist criminalization from SROs that contribute to the notorious school to prison pipeline. And many Providence residents, disproportionately Black and brown residents, still lack health insurance or are underinsured, facing instability and crisis on a daily basis and trying to meet their health needs. Defunding the Providence Police must be linked to redistribution of funds, which, as so many have mentioned tonight, must be directed at every step of the way by community input and priorities from organizations that are already doing the work to meet people's needs, such as AMOR, PRISM, and DARE, just to name a few. And these funds must be redistributed from the Providence Police into these and other serially underfunded places. We must defund the Providence Police. This doesn't just mean shifting around titles and jurisdictions so that, technically less money is going towards them. This means literally fewer officers on the streets. This means removing all SROs from Providence schools. This means getting rid of mounted and K-9 units. This means cutting funds for the hyper-militarized riot equipment that we have recently seen PBD employ to threaten, intimidate, and use violence against Providence's own peacefully protesting residents. And this means reducing and eventually eliminating entirely contact between the PPD and the Providence community, because that is the only way to reduce and eliminate police violence and to allow for community-driven organizations and initiatives that are already demonstrating alternative paths towards community safety to thrive. The community has spoken tonight and has been speaking loudly, clearly, and repeatedly. We do not need more policing. We do not need more police sensitivity training or community policing measures or anything that would continue to channel sorely needed funds into this institution that is at its core inherently racist and violent. This is not a matter of bad and good apples. This is a matter of cutting back and eventually uprooting the whole rotten tree of policing so that other new healthy growth may flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have an Emily Kinshi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Great. My name is Emily Kinshi. I live in Ward 1. Thank you, council members, for this time. And I'd like to first express deep gratitude for our city tonight, for taking their time to share their experiences so that no person on this council can leave this conversation having any doubts about the level of suffering and trauma they would be inflicting on our community by supporting the current police budget. My name is Emily Kinchi. I'm a licensed clinical social worker that provides trauma-informed, social justice-informed therapy in Providence. I've spent my career as a social worker serving at agencies supporting victims of trauma, including a rape crisis center serving survivors of the exact crimes that are often used as strawman arguments against defunding the police. I'm also a Providence resident in Ward 1. I stand in solidarity with calls to defund in pursuit of abolishing the Providence Police Department. I am a survivor of sexual harassment at the hands of a teacher when I was 15, where my school did not protect me, nor did the school resource officer, school social worker, or any person in power. I'm also a specialist in the field of trauma treatment, particularly in understanding how the brain and nervous system are impacted by adverse experiences. What I've learned in my personal experience in navigating my own trauma and eventually supporting others in that same journey is that we cannot heal through a system that was created to throw our experiences under the rug. I'm a white woman and I don't feel our systems have protected me, and I'm afforded quite a lot of privilege because of my whiteness. In 1998, a landmark study was done that determined the impact of ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, and the impact they have on the development of children and predictors for health outcomes in the future. The outcomes were grim and continue to inform how trauma therapists understand clients' physical health and mental health. According to the CDC, up to 1.9 million cases of heart disease and 21 million cases of depression could have been potentially avoided by preventing ACEs. ACEs notably include things like experiencing physical abuse, sexual abuse, or neglect, as well as experiencing a sudden death of another. But ACEs also include experiencing the incarceration of a parent, experiencing discrimination like racism, sexism, homophobia, ableism, transphobia, fat phobia. When we allow police to remain in our communities, we're saying that we're okay with using our tax dollars to increase the amount of people in our community that will likely go on to develop preventable chronic health conditions or mental health conditions such as depression, PTSD, or suicidality. These experiences lead to toxic stress in the body that impact our brain development. This can go on to impact things like attention, decision-making, learning, and emotion regulation. When we experience a state of chronic stress, like in communities that are heavily policed, our brain and nervous system have to create an internal condition that preps us for fight, flight, or flee. This changes our physiology, which leads to, for example, having our muscles tense up, increased heart rate, difficulty taking a deep breath. When we have to sit in that nervous system state for too long, it can lead to the preventable health conditions I mentioned above. By investing in policing, we're actively increasing the amount of ACEs that our community members experience, which then increases their risk of an early death. Non-white folks and women are at greater risk for having experienced 4 or more types of ACEs. Research shows that an ACE score of 6 or above can shorten a person's lifespan by up to 20 years. We can prevent our community members from having to experience the pain of chronic disease or the stigma of mental illness by chipping away at the institutions that claim to treat the outcome of ACEs, but actually serve to keep them embedded in our society. These institutions, including the police, correctional facilities, and many more, are enacting psychological warfare every day on people in our communities with grave outcomes. We must sit with this fact and commit to doing better. If this is the only thing that will convince you, the CDC also states that the economic and social cost to families, communities, and society as a whole in treating the outcome of high ACEs totals hundreds of billions of dollars each year. Defund the police so that we can finally get rid of one of the biggest perpetrators of ACE scores in our community and to avoid the millions of dollars a year Rhode Island likely pays to deal with the aftermath of all of those experiences. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have someone with a username. I'm not sure what their real name is. Mug40.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and where you live? And you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Muggs Fogarty. I live in Ward 1. I am a white non-binary artist born in Providence, and I'm an artist resident at AS 220 downtown, where I've lived since 2017. I love Providence, and I support the call to defund, then abolish our police department, and to reinvest in housing, education, and resources that help strengthen communities and render their policing obsolete. But in the meantime, City Council, do your part in repealing the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. Thank you for your work already, Councilwoman Nerva LaFortune. Rhode Island, along with much of the nation, hopes for a world without police, their violence, their motive to protect private property over human life time after time. I want a safer world for my Black and brown neighbors. We have seen time and time again that reform does little to mitigate the day-to-day racialized, classist, sexist violence of the police state. If cops are disarmed, they beat and they choke. If given body cameras, they turn them off, they drop them. All the de-escalation trainings and expanded budgets can't help the innate abuses of power that police officers bring into communities. Community members wrote the Community Safety Act to push for police reform here in Rhode Island, but found their efforts gutted and largely ignored and unimplemented. Take police officers out of schools, where rather than preventing violence, they enact it daily, criminalizing and arresting Black and brown youth within their learning environments. I can attest, even with my own privileges, that my interactions with police have been at best unhelpful and at worst intimidating, aggressive, and in no way providing safety to myself or others involved. My most recent interaction ended with an officer telling me not to take this as a sign of weakness. This being him not arresting me or my friends for painting on a piece of plywood outside after mocking us when we told him we were artists with permission to paint. But I did see it as a weakness. He would intimidate, escalate, insult us, and then ask for credit for not overpowering us when there was no reason to, other than his own ego and power tripping. This means that during the COVID-19 pandemic, a maskless officer threatened to jail 5 people painting in order to protect a piece of wood. I'm sure many of you probably saw the beautiful murals that were painted downtown after the looting when so many businesses boarded up their windows. That's what we were doing. These officers aren't providing safety or protection for human beings. Defund and abolish the police, reinvest in the community now.
Thank you very much. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next person. And then I would say that at 9 o'clock, we're going to take a brief recess, and we'll be back in 5 minutes from that point. So we'll take one more person, take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back to the public hearing.
We have an Alexandra. Will you please state your name and where you live? And you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. My name is Alexandra, and I'm a resident of Providence. I live here, I pay taxes here, and attend school at Rhode Island College. I live in Ward 13. And
Sorry, Alexandra, there's a problem with your mute. Could you please unmute yourself again?
can you hear it?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, should I start over?
We heard your name and where you live. So yeah, I guess you could start over.
I live in Ward 13, and my council member is Rachel Miller. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have the mic, ma'am.
Okay. I am writing in today as a white resident of this city to confirm that I no longer accept that any of my tax money be put towards funding a service that harasses, disenfranchises, and actively destroys the lives of Black and Brown community members. The city of Providence must defund its police department. For decades in this country, police officers have been praised as the pinnacle of public safety, when in reality they protect private property much more graciously than they do human lives. White neighborhoods and individuals are, and historically have been, allowed a hollow sense of comfort by the police. It is time for white people to open ourselves up to the imaginative process of eliminating the need for a police presence in this country. With the guidance of local organizations such as Direct Action for Rights and Equality, DARE, Providence Youth Student Movement, PRISM, Alliance to Mobilize Our Resistance, AMORE, Providence Student Union, PSU, and Black and Pink Providence, I reject that 17% of our total city budget, $88 million, would be directed towards the police department. I implore the City Council and Mayor Elorza to cut the budget by, at the very least, suspending the use of paid administrative leave for cops under investigation of excessive force, withholding pensions, a $31 million line item for cops involved with excessive force, requiring cops, not the city, to be liable for misconduct settlements, removing all school resource officers from Providence Public Schools, and, as quickly as possible, reducing police force size. This is all with the end goal of disbanding the Providence Police Department and investing in community health, education, and affordable housing. I join the chorus of voices who demand that $0 be spent on police reform. This includes a rejection of increased money for training, new police hires, and/or technology, and this includes body cameras. I suggest that Providence leadership ask itself 2 simple questions queried by scholar and career prison abolitionist Ruth Wilson Gilmore. What are the conditions under which it is more likely that people will resort to using violence and harm to solve problems? And what can we do about it? so that there is less harm. With these thoughts in mind, it is obvious that economic injustice and inequality, lack of suitable schooling, medical care, and mental health assistance, lack of access to public housing, and living under constant threat of city and state surveillance are conditions that might lead someone to resort to violence and harm. What can we do about it? We can fund organizations and programs that combat these inequalities, and we can rid ourselves of institutions that uphold them. This is a very short statement that is part of a much longer, indeed constant conversation that our city, our country, and our communities must have. Thank you for listening today, and thank you to the organizers on the ground in Providence who have worked to bring the public's attention, mine included, to this problem. With a particular thank you to the Black and Brown women and femmes who lead this charge and whose guidance is invaluable. We must defund and ultimately abolish the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. We're going to stand quick at ease for about 5-10 minutes. We've been going, the public hearing started about at 5 o'clock. We'll take a quick 5-10 minute break, and then we'll be right back online. Everybody stay online, please. Have a chance to speak. All right? So hang on, please. We're going to stand at ease for about 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the Providence City Council Finance Committee public hearing, June 22nd, 2020, on the proposed budget. We're back live. Mr. Clerk, can you have the next person give their public statement concerning the budget? Mr. Clerk.
I have an Abdullah Shihipar.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
So my name is Abdullah Shihipar, and I lived in Wayland Square in Ward 1. I'm just here I'm an abolitionist, and I graduated from the Brown School of Public Health, where I studied harm reduction and overdose prevention. So it's easy to think that during the COVID-19 pandemic to forget that we have been in the midst of another pandemic, which is the opioid crisis, the overdose crisis. Rhode Island lost 308 people last year to overdose. A lot of those deaths occurred in Providence. And that same year, the Providence police was running a sting operation where they would approach people in Kennedy Plaza, faking withdrawal symptoms and asking them if they would be willing to lend them or sell them some Suboxone. Suboxone is a drug that is often used to treat withdrawal symptoms for people who are in recovery. Providence police ended up arresting a bunch of those people, and it was celebrated by the city with a big press release that said, we're taking action on drugs and we're taking drugs off the street, as if this is tackling the overdose crisis. But in reality, what it does is it makes people afraid to call for help when people overdose. And as a result, when people overdose, few people feel like they can call 911 because the police will show up and the police will charge them. We have a Good Samaritan Act in Rhode Island, but there are lots of ways to subvert legal protections, and just people feel afraid of the police. I'm here to call for the funding of the police and ask that we redistribute those funds into harm reduction services, into education, into healthcare, into so many different services that support the livelihoods of people. And this is literally a life and death issue. People have been dying on the streets of overdose, and Providence police have not done anything to help it.
I changed your name.
I'd just like also to say thank you to the Black and Brown youth who have been leading this fight, both on the streets and off the streets of Providence. Y'all inspire me so much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
Yes, we have a Jason. If you could please state your name and your place of residency, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jason Rodriguez, and I live off of Broad Street near Roger Williams Park. And I'm a rising senior at the Met High School and the leadership team director at the Providence Student Union. I also wanted to quickly address that we need to make these hearings more accessible to our young people, because I even personally had trouble finding out how I could participate and have my voice heard. I want to reiterate some points that I feel as though are extremely important if the City Council genuinely is committed to having conversations and ending anti-racist systems and anti-Black systems that support police violence and the prison industrial complex. Moving forward and taking actions from the deaths of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Tony McDade, we need to get the station SROs out of our schools and implement more funding and time towards physical and mental health for our students. As a Black student who has experience and is constantly working with other students with SROs in our schools, I know how damaging and ineffective this contract is, not only for our Black and Brown students, but for students overall. I went to Gilbert Stewart Middle School, where I saw many of the undocumented police attacks and assaults of students, from students being tackled with aggressive force and pinned down put to the ground by their necks, to aggressively grabbing students and pushing them out of the way during crowded hall situations. I watched as white teachers threatened with the statement, "Do I have to call the SRO on you?" and even called them in instances where students were just talking, or literally, "I promise you," doing nothing. These scenarios replay in my mind as I watch the video of Christian Cooper, a Black man in Central Park, bird watching, and a white lady calls the police on him. Since 2016, there have been 230 student arrests in Providence schools, and 90% of those student arrests are non-Black Hispanic students, who make up 8% of the Providence public school system, and the arrest rate would be much higher if we included Afro-Latinx students. Defunding and abolition of the police is not a radical idea. Minneapolis, Portland have both already taken measures to invest in community safety and even get police out of schools. I have been invested in this work since I was a 6th grader, with no one to teach me about police abolition. I just knew and felt that people deserve to be talked with, listened to, and worked with to solve issues over arresting and death. I have built some of my strongest relationships with teachers and mentors from various community organizations, such as the Providence Student Union, Arise, Prism, Urban Arts, Breakthrough Providence, and more. These people have taught me what safety and understanding in the community looks like, and I'll be eternally grateful for everything they have provided me through them, and I'm always wishing that they had more money. Stop investing in retributive justice, the justice system police run under, which supports the school to prison pipeline and the prison industrial complex, and invest in transformative justice and rehabilitation of historically marginalized and underserved communities. I've seen these systems work and will always stand for the community over cops. I go to a police-free school. Repeal the Rhode Island Police Bill of Rights to stop defending police misconduct. And now is your time to decide what side of history you're going to be on. Are you with the police or are you with the community? Defund the police, fund the community, and Black Lives Matter. Thank you. I repeal.
Thank you. Be well and be safe, Mr. Clerk. Next person.
I have Amina Asayesh Brown.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Mina Asayesh Brown. I actually no longer live in Providence. I live in Southern Massachusetts, but I still work in Providence and Warwick, both for Thunder Mist Health Center and for the Brown Albert Medical School. All of my friends are in Providence. I lived in Providence in Ward 1 for 4 years, and any time I go out to eat, anytime I do anything, especially pre-pandemic, it happens in Providence, and I care a lot about the city and about the people who live there. I want to just say that I, as pretty much everyone has said, agree with all of these calls to defund the police, and I think that you've heard from a lot of people who have put up an astounding amount of data and research just in the 2 minutes that each person has been allotted. So I'm sure that if people were to look into it more, you would find so much more that supports why defunding police and investing in schools and housing and everything else is so much better for communities. A few weeks ago, after the hearing that was hate bombed, there was also the next day a meeting with talking about defunding police with city councilors and also with the president of the Fraternal Order of Police in Providence and the chief commissioner. And I just want to highlight something that the president of the Fraternal Order of Police said that I think speaks to why it is so important for you all to listen to community members and not just the police, and not to just go along with how things have always been, because that's what we're used to. He was asked about the murder of George Floyd and the situation, because that was not with a gun, that was with the person's knee on his neck. And he said that sometimes when you're arresting someone, parents can attest to this. It's like a 2-year-old that doesn't want to get dressed, and you're trying to get a 2-year-old dressed, and that's what it's like to arrest someone, because you have to wrestle with them because they don't want to be arrested. And I think that statement speaks volumes to how completely out of touch, how callous, how just, I was speechless hearing it. I think that basically my point is, I think that speaks to the attitude that our police have when faced with these calls for, stopping all of this violence, when they see how people have been criticizing all of this stuff that has been happening all around the country, that they view people who they are arresting as 2-year-olds who need to be wrestled with to get dressed. And I think that and also beyond that, there was so little, oh God, I'm out of time, but there was so little self-reflection that it was very disturbing on the part of the police. And for that reason, I really implore you to listen to community members and people who live in these communities, particularly with Black and Brown youth, because those are the ones who you should be listening to, not people whose self-interests are clearly outweighing what is really best for the community. Thank you.
I have a Rebecca Nita Stubb.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Could you please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Nadostub. I live in Ward 1 on Union Street downtown. And I'm an educator, and I wanted to, I fully support the movement for defunding. And I wanted to take
I'm sorry, Rebecca, there's a problem with your
Okay.
audio. Can you please, yes,
Can you
go
hear-
ahead. Sorry. Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Should I start over or is it? Okay.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I noticed two things listening tonight. One is both a sort of outpouring of pain from people in their sort of encounters from Providence constituents and their encounters with the police, characterized a lot of testimony. And the other one was from people who have been doing the work of supporting those people. People in education, in health services, in mental health services, counseling, community work. And those people are doing multiple jobs at once. They're not just doing that support, they're finding the money. Some of the money is coming from the public, but some of it they have to do the hustle to find it themselves. And so who knows how much more they could achieve with even a little bit more. But make no mistake, we're asking for a lot more for them. We're asking for a lot more redirection. But I was very, very moved by hearing educators talking about their inability to do their work. And in this moment, in discussions we've been having in the city about the crisis in education, I think this is something we really need to pay attention to. Because, and I'll try to broadly speak the language of the committee members now, this is not good fiscal sense. We know there's enormous amounts of research now that shows that not investing in education, healthcare, and housing, those disinvestments pay off down the line in the kind of problems that we're trying to address now through policing measures. And so it actually makes better fiscal sense to redirect that money so that these problems don't develop. So I would urge the committee to take this crisis moment and not address it in a reactive way, but to really take the help that people are offering you. You got an enormous amount of help. All these people want to help think more broadly and more creatively. So really embrace this moment as a potentially reformative one, and one where we can do some true rethinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have a Kay Rilo.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Could you state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes?
Hi, my name is Kay Rilo. I'm on Bowen Street in Ward 1. I just wanted to start by saying thank you to everyone speaking up and calling to defund the police, and thank you to all the groups led by these fearless youth and marginalized community members who have always been vocal in change and caring. And I, of course, join them in this demand to defund and abolish the police. I haven't been a Providence resident for too long, just 2 years, but I love it dearly. There's a real sense of creativity and community that exists and thrives and cares for each other that is completely and wholly independent of the police. As far as myself as a Providence resident, I work in marketing data, and no one in any industry, no matter their status, should be comfortable with the fact that our Black and Brown community members are being brutalized and discriminated against. Well, the police is looking to receive $88 million, and so many marginalized groups don't even have their basic needs being met. There is so much data that's been called upon tonight to support the effectiveness of harm reduction and de-escalation strategies and addressing systemic trauma placed on marginalized communities. So many residents have spoken to their real experiences. Our message as a community is incredibly and painfully clear. Defund and abolish the police immediately, save our community from this vicious cycle, and care for our most vulnerable citizens. We need our community's help to keep all of the Providence residents fed, housed, and cared for medically. We do not need money going to the police. I feel unsafe as a resident because of the police. The Providence police is hurting an already very, very hurt community. We're not in anything together until we all feel safe and have access to essentials, and defunding the police is just the start. Please be a part of healing our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
Cassie Theringer.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks. My name is Cassie Theringer. I live at 166 Congress Ave in Providence in Ward 9. And I echo the calls of everyone so far this evening in calling for Providence City Council to defund the police with the end goal of disbanding it, and to really begin the difficult but exciting and creative process of reimagining what true public safety looks like in our city. And I think that to do this, we, as many others have said, must invest in existing and in new services and systems that truly support the security and well-being of our communities, rather than a police and a carceral system that has always, as historians tell us, been premised on the oppression of Black, brown, and poor people and those who are already most marginalized. And I think like right now, our city, our state, our nation are facing multiple interrelated crises: housing, education, healthcare, economic, climate crises. All of these things threaten the safety of our communities. And the chronic disinvestment and structural racism that are baked into all of these areas are only been exacerbated recently by COVID-19. And so I feel in this moment, not only do our systems of policing not address or solve any of these critical crises, but they add additional harm and burden to those who are already most vulnerable and most impacted by these crises. And your fellow city councilor, Councilwoman Miller, reminded us recently that a budget is a moral document. And I think it's really the right time for us to, as a city and as a community, reflect on what it is that our budget says about our morals and our values as a city. And I would like to see funding redirected to education, particularly resources for ELL learners, for culturally relevant social emotional support, climate crises, green infrastructure. There are so many areas that we need funds. So I'd encourage you to join your communities in that process of moving that defunding of the police along. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have a Pradeep Kahal.
Hello.
Hello. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Thanks. City Council, I thank you for your time. My name is Pradeep. I'm a resident on Governor Street in Ward 1. I thank you for your time, and unfortunately, the work we've done so far is not remotely enough. I thought I would read your budget document as a statement of your potential beliefs. You may believe that our community, which is rising to the challenge of safeguarding our people's freedom from paternalistic surveillance, needs a police department with a 3% budget increase next year. In fact, all of public safety is observing an increase in their budget from 173 million to 179 million, with the police getting an extra 2.3 million of that increase, upping them to $88 million. Curiously, public safety's communication budgeting went down. Is there something you are projecting to not communicate with the public next year, City Council? Especially considering your 13% increase in emergency management and 9% increase for the commissioner. We've seen what happens when mayors and city officials invest in emergency management rather than in people in Michigan, specifically Detroit. Is this what you are setting us up for, City Council? Because we saw your emergency management a few weeks ago. It was simply to allow a curfew and then call in the guns, turning humans into targets. Does that take $85,000 more to do? Is that the type of public safety you hope to expand with the new $6.1 million you wish to allocate to public safety? We only hope that the 1.5 million increase that the mayor announced on April 28th to fund the training of 50 new police officers is not part of these increases still. But how about we turn all of those increases into zeros instead, especially beginning by ending the 1.7 million in projected in police overtime pay for next year. We don't want their time. We definitely don't want their overtime. Meanwhile, appropriations to schools have gone up a beautiful 0% from 130 million to 130 million. Now, I don't trust teachers not to be cops themselves, but I'd much rather work with teachers and schools to build education with guns rather than with guns and horses to create human targets. Police don't belong there. But if the city needs money, it will go to bat for average citizens. charging up 8% for fees with $533,000 for fees and $245,000 through red light camera fees. I hope that the city council will balance the budget not on our backs and lean forward into abolition. We want a different world and not stale policing reform. Good day.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next person.
I have a Kay Zap.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name and where you live? And you have 2 minutes.
Sure. My name is Kevin Chepieski. I live on Wisdom Avenue in Mount Pleasant. I'll be brief. I need to add my voice to urge the council to reallocate money from the police force to social and community services. I am calling to defund the police department, a step on the road to abolishing them. When you put so much more of our money into the police instead of investing in community, schooling, healthcare, and housing for all, to name a few, we only enforce a continued lack of safety. There is another way, and it is in supporting people directly by investing in the resources that we actually need. All I've ever witnessed from the Providence police is a bully mentality, to put it mildly. My hope is that after listening to your constituents tonight, this powerful and inspiring community, that you will show us that you take us seriously, that you work for us, not bullies in blue and those who protect them. Thank you. I fully expect you all to be on board with defunding the police.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
Have a Heather McPherson.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
could you please state your name and where you live? And you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Heather McPherson. I live on Chapin Ave in Ward 11. I've lived here for 14 years. I'm an associate professor and department chair of art and art history at Providence College. I'm also a recovering addict who has always been treated as a person with a sickness in need of empathy, support, and healthcare, and specifically not criminalized. This is only and exactly because I'm a white person. Many of my Black and brown loved ones in recovery have experienced repeated police violence, harassment, imprisonment, and institutionalization where I received care. Even so, in every encounter I've had with the police, I've never felt safe, whether on my own behalf or on the behalf of my Black and brown neighbors and friends. I fully support the call to defund the police and move towards abolition. As previous speakers have said, I'm extremely proud of my community tonight. We have heard person after person offer brilliant, passionate testimony, outlining countless heartbreaking and inhumane manifestations of over-policing. And we've heard compelling solutions to this problem. I don't have new information to add, but I want you to know that there are countless others standing behind those you have seen and heard from tonight. I hope you'll read every email you've received and take to heart each and every word you've heard tonight and over the past month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
Have a James Mark.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is James Mark. I live on Rosedale Street in Ward 13. I also own 2 restaurants in downtown Providence and in the Federal Hill neighborhoods. I think there's been an outpouring of beautiful and smart people calling in tonight who are much smarter than I am and have been putting forth policy that you all should really be listening to. I just wanted to put my voice in and say that, you know, I was downtown on the nights of the so-called looting in front of my restaurant, and I watched police officers from our city and from cities across our state come in, and I specifically watched one police officer tackle a Black youth, maybe 16 years old, drag his face across the pavement. And when I went up to record it, because I was standing from my restaurant, a set of other officers from East Providence came up to me, shoved me back, and said, get the F back, get the F back, get the F back, over and over again. And, you know, my windows weren't broken that night because I, as a restaurant owner, you know, embrace that community, embrace the community that I live in. And, you know, for all the property damage that happened that evening, all I can say is that, like, I would have rather seen my own windows get broken and my own restaurant get looted than see any of the violence afflicted upon the young people of our city that was happening by police from all of our state and from our city. It was absolutely abhorrent to watch. And, you know, there are 1,000 other examples of that have happened. There has not been a single time that I've been helped by the police in this city in the 17 years that I've lived here. And multiple times I felt that they've either actively hurted or at best been ambivalent to me. I support all defunding and abolition of the police force in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe, Mr. Clerk. Next person.
I have Eliza Birkin.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Please say your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Liza Birkin, and I live on Chapin Ave in Ward 13. I'm a transportation advocate and urban planner, and I'd like to talk about another aspect of defunding the police as it relates to traffic enforcement. Para just released some data at their meeting the other night. They did a study based on about 10,000 traffic stops conducted by the Providence Police in 2016. And some of their findings included that Black drivers in Providence were stopped in a greater proportion to the localized residential population of Black residents within every single one of the city's 9 police patrol districts. And 52% of all the equipment or inspection-related traffic stops took place in the 3 patrol districts with the highest concentration of people of color, while white residents were more likely to be stopped for an actual reason, like hazardous driving. So there's a big conversation about this going on nationally. And any effort to eliminate racism in American policing has to figure out what to do about traffic enforcement, which is the #1 cause of interactions between police and the public. By law, it's almost entirely up to the officer whether to let a person go with a warning, give them a ticket, ask them to search their vehicle, or escalate the situation even further. It's an interaction intentionally designed to let the officer do whatever he or she wants, reflecting the inherent biases of the system. So while I know they're unpopular, we do have speed cameras, which aren't perfect, but also aren't racist and don't carry a gun. White people like me can't use their privilege to argue their way out of a ticket with a smile, while Black and brown neighbors get searched and threatened. And there are ways of making them more equitable, like using the tickets based on income and not a flat fee. People often complain that the speed cameras are clustered in Black and brown neighborhoods, which is because the highest speed roads with the most traffic fatalities and the least amount of investment exist in those same neighborhoods. The funds we could save from traffic enforcement could actually go towards reconstructing streets, sidewalks, and public transportation systems throughout the city, which would reduce the need for intervention. So these aren't perfect solutions, and they require deep thinking about the trade-offs. But this is a time of change and transformation, and we're relying on you to think hard and listen to what our Black and brown neighbors have been shouting for generations, and I hope you will. Thanks.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have a Charlotte Senders.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please say your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Charlotte Senders. I live at 70 Hope Street in Fox Point, Ward 1. I am testifying today to echo the demands of the many organizers in Providence who have spoken already, that action must be taken to defund the PPD and to reallocate police funding in a community-driven process to programming that specifically supports safety, well-being, health, and joy in Providence communities of color. I work with youth who are currently or have historically been involved in the juvenile justice system. We do what we can to support these teens as they navigate the transitions of an adolescence disrupted by the inherently unjust, quote unquote, justice system. The well-being of these teens has never been supported or protected by the law enforcement officers who have for some reason been given the opportunity to be a part of these childhoods and adolescences. Rather, it is the very presence of police in schools that begins the lifelong carceral cycles experienced disproportionately by Black and brown communities. And it is the officers on the street who continue it in their unbalanced targeting of Black and brown juveniles. as of 2013, Black youth were more than 4 times as likely to be committed as white youth. Instead, when we look for those who truly serve and protect youth of color in Providence, it is teachers, educators, artists, mentors, activists, and our neighbors, many of whom who are on this call tonight. These folks need our city funds. The funds allocated to the PPD have failed to protect and serve Providence youth and citizens of all ages of color. The need to protect and support Providence youth of color alone should be entirely enough reason to defund the Providence Police, but the impact of the reallocation of funds from the hopefully soon-to-be former PPD will benefit all Providence residents, youth and senior citizens alike, those who live in houses and those who are experiencing homelessness, white residents and Black residents, permanent residents, and students. I am a white resident of Ward 1. The presence of police in my neighborhood does not protect or serve me. How can we be comfortable with police in our neighborhood if we know that calling on their quote unquote services puts the safety, well-being, and lives of our Black and brown neighbors at risk? I urge the Providence City Council to do the right thing. Defund, reallocate, abolish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe, Mr. Clerk.
I have a Tom Roberge.
Yes, I'm here.
Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Tom Roberge. I live on the West End. I also own a business down in Olneyville. And I'm here to address this committee specifically to point out that we are now in hour 5 of testimony that overwhelmingly supports funding the police department. I've been watching online this whole time, and frankly, a lot of you who have been often on the call, which is really sort of disrespectful, you look bored and disinterested at the idea of listening to your own constituents. Let us not forget that you serve the people of Providence, that you serve at their will, that we elected you. I am uncomfortable with this notion that it is you who knows best, that you who will listen to us, but end up making the final decisions behind closed doors, that you sort of stand between us and the change that we want. Because that is not how democracy is meant to work. You, in the simplest terms, work for the people. I am not so naive to believe that most or any of you truly got into politics to serve the public good. I own a small business here, and believe me, I have seen the bloated, self-serving bureaucracy in action far too often. But at this moment, right now, it represents a rare opportunity to actually pave the way for real and meaningful change. To be more blunt, it is your duty to listen to the people who have been speaking now for almost 5 hours, and you need to do what they are demanding of you. To do anything else is to be gravely delinquent in your duties. To do anything less would be craven and cowardly act of preserving the status quo, despite overwhelming evidence that it needs to go and that it is the will of the people. If you really, truly want to serve the people of Providence, listen to them and act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. You will be safe, Mr. Clerk. Next person, please.
I have a Joey DeFrancesco. Joey DeFrancesco. Are you there?
Needed me. Yes, Joey DeFrancesco. You got me?
Yep. Please say your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Joey DeFrancesco. Lived in Providence for most of my life. Currently in a period where I'm living in Warren. I've been involved in these fights around the police in different phases for a very long time, and I'm again echoing everyone else, urging you all to defund and on the way to abolishing the police. Every time throughout the years the community brings up these issues, it's a fight with the city government. We get little to no serious leadership, and we have to spend months and years fighting for these incremental changes. It's time for these real changes to happen now. And I always have to keep asking, why do we have to organize and fight this hard over and over and over again? Council people Matos and Castillo, I worked for hours knocking doors on your first election campaigns along with other hotel workers to elect you to stand up for working people. I also worked in campaigns with Councilperson Miller, and I'm very happy to see you standing up to clearly want to defund the police. I support and echo all the incredible moving testimonies we've heard so far and won't repeat those points. One area of expertise I do have is that I've worked as a historian at various museums in Rhode Island, including Slater Mill and John Brown House for years. And so I've seen this history, these primary documents showing that policing this state was developed to first enforce enslavement, and then after emancipation in Rhode Island, which didn't happen that long ago, right? This didn't happen fully till the 1840s. Police acted to circumscribe and remove the freedom of formerly enslaved people and their descendants by kicking them out of communities, by imprisoning them, barring them from employment, and more. At the same time, policing emergence during workers' strikes, beginning in the 1820s, going back to the first factory strike in American history in Pawtucket, 1824. Since then, the police have continued to develop, to gain funding, and to continuously become more powerful to keep down organized labor, and in particular to keep down Black and brown communities. You have to think to yourselves, which side of this long, difficult history do you want to be on now? So right now, we've got a point where we have the political backing and energy to break this cycle, to break this history, to stop giving more and more funding to this institution that was built to oppress the people you're elected to represent. So, thanks you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person, please.
We have a Kendall.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, could you please state your name and where you live? And you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kendall Rivera Lane, and I live in Olneyville in Ward 15. I work at a local public hospital, teach an after-school program at a public middle school, and am a domestic violence and sexual assault advocate through a local organization. I'm aware that the council is planning on spending $88 million on the police. However, as a Providence, Rhode Island resident, it is my understanding that I and my fellow residents do not feel protected or well served by the Providence Police Department. It is my understanding that the Providence Police Department, to kind of feed off of what the last speaker was saying, was started around 150 years ago as also a result of the hard scrabble in Snowtown, quote, race riots, in which working class whites destroyed multiple Black homes in 1824 and 1831 respectively, and written opinion approved of suppressing rioters to maintain order in Providence. White only voters approved a charter for a city government containing strong police powers. And so we're funded literally as a means of oppression of the Black community in the state of Rhode Island, and broadly were formed as an extension of slave catchers nationwide and continue to function as such today. I am concerned for and value the lives of my Black and brown family and neighbors who are in extreme peril and danger from the police. I value their lives over any false feeling of security that my white family and neighbors feel from police surveillance. There are 135 law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty in 2019, 50% of those deaths resulting from car accidents, while the police killed 1,098 civilians. Of those killed, Black people made up 24%, despite being only 13% of the population, and have around a 7% police homicide rate compared to the 2.5% rate of white Americans. I know I'm out of time. I go over a lot more stuff in my email. It was very long. I hope you read it. But anyways, our end goal is not increase civil unrest or violence. Our goal is to end both the horrific murders committed by the police annually and the daily fear by POC live in with as they exist in a carceral state that functions as the extension of slavery in America. Our goal is to increase public measures that provide quality health and mental health care, education, and safe housing to our neighbors, especially those who have been continually disenfranchised at the hand of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
Hell yeah.
How about Laura Kenny?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Laura Kenny, and I previously lived in Providence for about 4 years as a student in both wards 1 and 2, and I now am an employee in Providence as well. As a taxpayer whose income is helping pay for your government, as well as a frequent contributor to the local economy, I care deeply about where my money will be allocated, and I'm speaking today to advocate for defunding the police. Defunding the police has been met with much confusion and alarmist response, especially by this council, all of which could be alleviated by doing one's own research and simply listening to the call of your constituents, countless of whom have been rallying in parks and sites throughout our great city over these last weeks, and speaking with your offices directly on virtual council meetings, as well as speaking today for, at this point, 5 hours. Defunding the police means reallocating funding that would otherwise go towards maintaining a police state, which criminalizes poverty, non-whiteness, and marginalized identity, into community programs both led and supported by your neighbors, the very people you have the honor to represent. Providence has a bevy of remarkable activists and grassroots groups which understand deeply the injustices perpetuated under policing and who have organized to imagine better futures for themselves, for others, and for our community at large. I urge you, listen to them. Trust their authority over their own lived experience and the community organization work that they have been working on so hard for years and years and years. When they speak of the police making them feel more unsafe instead of safer, listen, embrace the discomfort, and recognize that the only way to implement positive change is to reconsider whether adding armed persons with a monopoly on violence will actually make your city less dangerous. Hint, it will not. Maybe we feel as Northeasterners that we are better or less racist or somehow more progressive than any other American city, or that because our Providence officers don't have a long history of discharging their firearms as claimed at a previous meeting, that means they could not enact any other forms of harm. If we truly are better, less racist, more progressive, we will heed the mass calls to defund police and invest further in education, community care, public housing, all of which serve our community and eliminate the cycle of crime. You are so militant on policing. I recognize that a lot of time is expired. I will just finish by saying, for context, I am a white woman with a college education from one of the top institutions of the country. I had the privilege to go to Brown, but this should not make my voice any more important than those of my Black and Brown peers, all of whom have been doing remarkable work. But I worry that their words are going unlistened to or being dismissed. They are not voiceless, and I am not here to be their voice. I am here to insist that you listen to them. Listen and learn from this. I did not realize it could be so controversial that we ask for resources to be pooled towards organizations which help our community rather than punish it. To reiterate, I am insisting that we siphon funding from the police and put it towards our community. Thank you for your time and consideration, which I trust will be open and thorough.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person, please.
I have an Ashley Speckman. Ashley Speckman, I'm trying to unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please state your name and where you live? And you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Ashley Speckman. I live on Admiral Street in Providence, Rhode Island. So I'm just going to start by saying the city should not be investing almost $90 million to a department that has not earned the trust and respect of the community it serves. At the Defund the PPD Zoom meeting, we saw the PPD union president being blatantly disrespectful by laughing, smirking, and looking away while community members were speaking. Members representing the PPD as a whole that night were dismissive, evasive, and highly defensive, further demonstrating their lack of empathy, concern, and understanding for the community's needs and wants. Defunding the PPD could allow for additional monies to be used to ensure the safety of Providence residents in what are perhaps less traditional ways. While I would not pretend to be an expert in any of these areas, I would like to suggest the following topics be considered for investing further with the use of PPD funds. However, in the end, the funds should be used in ways that best meet the needs of Black, Brown, Indigenous, LGBTQ, and other marginalized Providence residents. Adding further resources to the opioid crisis that is tearing through our community, creating support systems and hiring more professionals trained to assist those dealing with addiction and remaining sober afterwards within the community can promote further public health within Providence. Addressing the lead that is in much of the city's water. This has been a known problem for decades. I'm sure I do not need to speak to the immeasurable health and safety issues that this presents for much of the city's residents. It is the least the city could do to provide its residents with safe, potable drinking water. Creating decent, safe, affordable, and stable priced housing in Providence. And while we are still spending more time at home due to COVID and may have to shelter in place again in the future due to a second wave, the rates of domestic abuse are going up. Money from the PPD could be used to reinvest in resources and programs that help those experiencing and recovering from domestic abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person.
I have a Darcy Denigan.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Darcy Denigan. I live at 11 Slater Avenue in Ward 2. Helen Anthony is my council person. First, I wanted to say how proud I was of my fellow community members for their testimonies tonight, especially the youth calling in. I was putting my kids to bed earlier and logged back on, and it's so galvanizing to see that people are still calling in. I wholeheartedly agree with everyone's demands for the council to defund the police. Second, I wanted to say that I understand you're not reading the written testimonies submitted to Clerk Selleck. I urge you to reconsider this. This is a pandemic, So many more people would have been at the meeting if they could have felt safe doing so. And many of us did not realize that you would let people call in like this. Each person who has written a testimonial deserves to have it read aloud to the committee. This budget is a matter of life and death. Please give each person who took the time to write a testimonial the gesture of respect by reading it aloud tonight, every single word. I'd also like to say that Providence is a small enough place that I think we could lead the way in this country and make real and significant changes here to the way that community safety works. As a middle-class person on the East Side, I look forward to putting my time and my money into the campaigns of those city council people across Providence who actively work to defund the police. And I will get my white friends, neighbors, and family members to do the same. We're all watching this meeting and this budget right now. But I specifically want to speak here to my white neighbors and to my councilwoman, Helen Anthony. People who perhaps haven't had negative run-ins with the police themselves and don't feel a connection to the fear and the violence that so many people have attested to tonight. I'm asking that we rethink the way this city operates. If our Black and brown neighbors aren't safe and don't feel safe in Providence, then there's a major ill in the roots of our safety system. We can only be as healthy as the most vulnerable people among us. The insecurity and the fear that our Black and POC neighbors feel infects us, and it harms us too in a different way, whether or not we want to acknowledge it. I'd also like to say to all members of the council that you don't need to have all the answers right now. You have to make sure that this is a wide and inclusive conversation without the ends already dictated. This budget is a small start. Please start by defunding the police in this budget. If you do that, then I think Providence will have laid the groundwork for a real conversation to begin and a real and equitable and safe community to be built. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, next person, please.
I have a Jillian Winters.
Yep, can you hear me?
I sure can. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Jillian Winters. I'm a resident of Ward 3 in Providence. And as a Providence resident for almost a decade, I'm just here to voice my unequivocal support for my fellow Providence residents' demands to defund and ultimately abolish the Providence Police Department. There really is not much I can say more effectively and more well-researched than the many other voices here tonight. Members of your community, council, students, healthcare workers, activists, business owners, and so many more. They've waited here to make their demands known, to urge you to understand that the people you serve fear for their lives and fear for their safety at the hands of the police in this city. To make it clear that we will not stand for leadership that does not represent our community's desires and needs for funding affordable housing and healthcare, funding Providence schools and students, funding mental health workers, community organizers. You've sat here for 5 hours, just like we members of the community have sat here, listening to demand after demand to defund and abolish the department and reallocate their $88 million in funding. This is the job you signed up for when elected, to represent our concerns and work to improve our neighborhoods based on those concerns. You signed up to listen to us, and we're not going to shut up and we're not going to go away. And surprise, the sooner you actually listen and act on our demands, the sooner you get to go home. So if you're bored and you don't want to listen, then we'll vote you home and out of this office for good. Defund and abolish the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person, please.
I have someone that only has an S as an initial. Please. Hello?
Yes, this is Sylvester, and I'm a resident of everywhere that tenants are exploited by landlords who are protected by the police and who are kept from the resources that they need. So as a resident of this city, I call for the defunding of police and the ultimate abolition so that the city can better focus on developing a community-based infrastructure for safety and the well-being of everybody who lives here. A point, you might not be, after defunding the police, you might actually not have enough funds to fund everything that people need. Schools take a lot of money. Hospitals take a lot of money. New shelters take a lot of money. This is why you also need to start considering taxing corporations that right now are being given tax breaks, which places a disproportionate burden on poor people throughout the city, poor and working class people. So start fighting the corporations and stop fighting the people's demands, and also stop giving into police bullying, because if y'all vote to continue funding the police, just be honest with yourselves and say that you're too scared of the police to actually push back against them.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, next person, please.
I have a Nicholas Bertles.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, first of all, I'd like to formally welcome every council member back that keeps dropping in and out of the call, and remind everyone that as the community is speaking our grievances and concerns, we are also looking to you as leaders and can see how you're reacting to the trauma and shared experiences of members of this community you're supposed to serve. And seeing reflections in your glasses to see anything but the Zoom call is blatantly disrespectful, looking at you, Councilwoman Anthony. Defunding the police department is an attainable reality you are all choosing to deny and not taking action right now. The state has no problem defunding public school programs such as sports, music, and extracurricular activities, which give the youth of Providence opportunities to grow, only to inevitably enter a world where they're overly surveilled and policed and not protected or served. There are children that are refused lunch if they owe money, yet the Providence police budget could feed every child in the Providence public school system for an entire year at $10 a day. If you care at all about the future of the residents of our city, you will begin to defund the police immediately. I demand you to stop smugly pretending to hear the voices of the Providence community and start showing us that you are listening right now. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person, please.
I have a Sylvia Sherman.
Hello, my name is Sylviane Sherman. I'm a resident of Ward 11 and a medical student at Brown University. Can you hear me? I'm calling, like so many others, to amplify the Rhode Island community in calls to defund the police, involve the leadership of directly impacted community members, and work towards abolition of the police and the carceral system. I want to address the fact that all week, organizers and advocates have called the City Council's office multiple times to ask about call-in or Zoom-in options for this public hearing, and were told that it would not be allowed. They were told only in-person testimony would be possible, or just sending in an email, which we knew likely wouldn't be read. First of all, in the middle of a public health pandemic, it is completely outrageous that a call-in option wasn't offered to people earlier. It is extremely ableist. Black and brown folks and allies have been flooding the street protest because there's no other choice to protect the lives in our communities, but any time outside risks our lives. City Council should not be adding barriers to folks being able to make their voices heard. It is yet another instance of oppression against marginalized communities. That this Zoom-in option was only added this evening so everyone calling in now is scrambling to make their voices heard is truly unacceptable. As a fundamental public health issue, police violence must be met with a public health response that focuses on prevention and targets root causes. There is significant evidence, like many have stated tonight, showing that many of the reforms discussed at the last City Council hearing, such as the use of body cams, community policing, diversifying the police force, and implicit bias trainings, do not have any significant or lasting impacts on decreasing police violence. It's crazy that in Rhode Island, our police force is 9 times more likely to murder Black individuals than the rest of the general population, which is the second highest racial disparity in police killings in the nation. Furthermore, Black individuals in our state are more likely to be arrested for non-violent crimes and marijuana possession. In schools, the presence of school resource officers has led to multiple instances of excessive force used against Black youth. Why are Rhode Island youth more exposed to policing than mental health counseling? I just want to strongly urge the council that time be taken to fully hear the concerns of directly impacted community members and ask that all actions taken by the Providence City Council not only involve, but be truly led by directly impacted individuals and organizations representing them. Thank you so much. I cede my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, next person, please.
I have a Danielle Denver.
Hi, thank you very much. I'll be brief. My name is Daniel Denver. I live on Forest Street in Mount Hope, Ward 3. I am also the co-chair of Reclaim RI, a new organization that's fighting for people's budgets, both in the city of Providence and also statewide in Rhode Island. A very small proportion of policing time is dealing with anything categorized as violent crime. Yet our city, like so many other cities, spends so much money on policing. It's our society and our city's default way to attempt to deal with every problem that you can think of. But we need to address health problems with universal health care, education inequities with well-funded education, economic problems, poverty with economic power. But we invest so little in critical things like education and healthcare that working class and poor people in the city, particularly poor people of color, need. Our society and government tries to deal with symptoms of problems rather than the root problems. And using policing to try to solve our problems just makes those problems worse, because policing is all about violence and coercion and domination. We don't have to send people with guns to deal with everything. The call to defund police is a just demand. It's a call to invest in people rather than surveilling people, arresting people, incarcerating people. I encourage Providence City Council to lead by example and build a different and better sort of city that puts people first. That starts with divesting from policing and investing in our communities. This isn't about reforming police practices. It's about getting at the core issue of the size and scope of policing in our city. Please defund from police, fund the city. Thank you very much. I cede my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Click, next person, please.
Dennis Hogan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
All right, my name is Dennis Hogan. I live on Lloyd Avenue in Ward 2, so that's Councilwoman Anthony's ward. I'm calling to add my voice to the many folks who are calling to ask the council to defund the Providence Police. I think that the evidence is overwhelming that this is something that the community supports. It's the many, many hours of testimony that you heard today show. I want to ask the council to not only divest from policing by cutting, slashing dramatically the Providence Police budget and moving us towards ultimately abolishing the Providence Police. I also want to echo the calls for a process for redistributing that money that invests in folks and is led by directly affected people, especially Black people here in Providence. And I want to address my last comment finally to Councilwoman Anthony. As somebody who lives in your ward and who voted for you, I'm watching very attentively to what you do on this, because we live in the wealthiest ward in Providence. The police often are deployed to do violence against their neighbors from other wards in order to supposedly protect the safety and property of people in your ward, our ward. I think it's really important to see you lead on this, and I hope that you do. Finally, I urge the council not only to defund the police, but also to resist any measure that would add resources to the police budget in the name of reform, like implicit bias training, body cameras, or other measures that, as many other folks have said, don't work at reducing police violence. Thank you so much for hearing me. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next person, please.
Kim Almeida. Kim Almeida, you need to use your unmute button.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Sure. Kim Almeida, Ward 13. I'm here to echo all the voices ahead of me to defund and abolish the police and divest and invest in the areas of our community that are desperately in need of funding, all of which you've already heard: education, social services and mental health, general health care, housing and food access. My 3 main concerns are as follows. 1, practices by Providence Police are not consistent with proven practices of community policing and restorative and transformative justice. As a Providence resident, and to add to personal anecdote to amplify Liz Birkin's paradata shared earlier in the hearing, I have personally experienced Providence Police requesting licenses from all Black and brown passengers during any routine traffic stop I've been a part of. and on most occasions, a passenger was requested to step out of the vehicle. Not so much as a ticket was ever issued. I've only had this experience when in the car with black and brown friends. This has never once happened to me as a driver or passenger in a car full of white passengers, all within the same locations. So clearly there's bias, either conscious or unconscious, not being addressed wholly during training, or perhaps seemingly encouraged. I've personally listened to a conversation outside of my home where two officers referred to men in my neighborhood as the two Guats when relaying an earlier interaction with two Guatemalan men that they jovially recalled to a few other officers. I've also personally seen officers use excessive force on community members of color who are in no way resisting. Who do we call to make sure those members of the community are protected and served? In the recent budget hearing, neither Public Safety Commissioner Stephen Parr nor Police Chief Clements was able to adequately define racism when prompted to question during the finance meeting, but rather fumbled with their best response. In order to serve our community better, this, due to the historic racist nature by which policing began, should be at the forefront of all policy, training, and values. I think divesting funds is the best answer, since the Providence Police Department is only committed to their written values by statement. The students in Providence Public Schools do not need school resource officers. These positions should be immediately defunded, removed from schools, and replaced with counselors. 11,000 people showed up at the State House, and this is what we heard the youth organizers demand, especially Gen Z. We want to live, Providence Student Union, and ProbX, who maturely and professionally led various protests. They do not feel safe in these positions in their school system. We're not listening to the students, the children who are telling us they do not feel safe with SROs in their school for various reasons. This funding needs to be used for other resources in our public schools. Our officers have unlimited resources and are requesting an increase for ammunition and target training, while our public school teachers are bringing in basic supplies for our students who don't even have access to academic and mental health resources that are proven to help in their education. And my third point is a few bad apples is not an excuse. This analogy, which I originally opposed, keeps recurring. I now think it's a great example, however, because the Providence Police Department is hand-picking their apples. And frankly, it seems like they suck at apple picking. I'm not saying that the Providence Police Department is racist. I'm saying that racists believe you are racist. Clearly, there is something undoubtedly enticing to these bad apples that keeps them invested in the system, its policies, and its practices. I refuse to pay for these bad apples to decide who and who is not deserving of basic human rights, compassion, and empathy, and access to other resources. Funding needs to be moved elsewhere. So for these reasons and so many others, I urge you today to not pass the FY21 budget, to defund the department, abolish the police, repeal the Police Bill of Rights, and invest in the community. Black Lives Matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe, Mr. Clerk. The next person, please.
I have a Jaslyn Lubin. Jaslyn Lubin, can you please unmute yourself? Jaslyn Lubin, if you don't speak up, we will need to move on.
Clerk, is there anybody else left on to be
There's
called?
not. There's nobody else waiting with their hands raised.
That said, Mr. Solicitor, are you online, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Solicitor, what is your ruling at this time? You have one more person. Oh,
Well, you may complete the meeting if there are no more speakers.
nope, someone just popped up. All right, hang on, Mr. Clerk, please call the next
We have
person.
no, they put their name, they put their hand down. There was a Molly, but I have
Hi.
a Molly.
Hello. Yes. Hi.
Goldblum. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Molly Goldblum. I'm a resident of Ward 13, and I just wanted to voice my support for defunding the police. and working towards abolition in Providence. As we've heard from so many people tonight, the police are not making this city any safer for any of the residents. I work with youth in the community library system, and by funding the police over education, over other community programs, it's a clear prioritization of continued incarceration over alternative futures, which give options to all youth, particularly Black youth in Providence. So I just want to put my voice in here, along with so many people who have really brilliantly and beautifully expressed their expertise and their experiences. And I would like to fully support defunding the police and working towards abolishing the police and incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next person, please.
I have an A. Rayner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes?
My name is Alfie Rayner. I'm a resident of Ward 13, and I'm so proud to be here tonight alongside members of our community voicing demands to defund the police with goals of eventually demolishing the police. I don't know what budget item has gotten similar attention in recent years, and I'm excited for you to take the only logical step in taking your constituents' voices into consideration and taking the first step in defunding the police and reinvesting into our community. I hope you can acknowledge how astonishing it is that we've had to call upon instances of murder across the country as testimony to why the police should not be in our community, as if it is when it gets to murder that this becomes a problem. Let us sit with the fact that we are talking about an organization that was developed to enforce slavery and continues to murder Black people in broad daylight with no repercussions. The police enact violence on a daily basis, and it is horrifying that we continue to fund such an organization when so many community initiatives struggle to make their budget every year. How dare we as a community continue to direct public funds towards an organization that not only literally murders Black people and gets away with it, but also harasses youth, enforces eviction, and criminalizes people for being different? I am a white lifetime resident of Providence, and the police do not make me feel safe and do not have a place in my community. How can we possibly justify to continue to not only fund, but expand the budget of the police department when countless community organizations and initiatives that have been mentioned throughout tonight struggle to make ends meet? I think it should be clear from the power of the incredible Black and brown youth organizing this movement that our community is full of talented and passionate people working together who are ready to work together to design a future without the police. If we believe in the resilience and creativity of our community, then we must redirect our spending to create opportunities for alternatives to develop and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe, Mr. Clerk. The next person, please.
Addie Schutz.
Was I stuttering? I felt like I was stuttering. I stuttered a little bit.
Hi.
Hello?
Can you please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes?
Yes, my name is Addie Schutz. I live on John Street in Ward 1. I'm calling in support of the defunding of the police, like so many people before me, with the full goal of the full abolishment of the police. I'm speaking as a youth worker and educator who works with primarily low-income Black and brown Providence public school youth. I want to say a lot more things, but I wrote this very quickly. Like several other recent testimonies, I am calling for a truly democratic process to direct the redistribution of funds. It's one thing to call for the defunding of police, but how we do it is so critical and important. We need that process to be led by our most directly impacted community members and by the organizations who have already been leading this fight for a long time. This includes the voices of Providence's young people of color who have been consistently expressing their needs for years.
Students, such as those with Providence Student Union, have been explicitly campaigning for the removal of SROs from their schools for more than 2 years. I have heard very recently from students of mine who have felt utterly shut down when they have talked to Providence committee members, council members, politicians, representatives. They have not been listened to, and they need to. These are young people. These are the people whose lives are being targeted, threatened, dehumanized, and murdered by the police and by the carceral state. Again, I am a white person, a white community member, and I do not feel safe or supported in any way by the police. Quite the opposite. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next person, please.
With Jackie Goldman.
Hi, my name is Jackie Goldman, and I live on Barton Street, which is Ward 13, Rachel Miller's district. And I'm just calling to amplify and echo all of the voices who've said that we should defund the police. Not only am I a concerned citizen, but I'm a public health researcher who works with overdose prevention. And I can say that every single day, I see people who are so impacted by the police and that the police do not work to make us safer, but are actually instruments in the war on drugs, which has led to increased escalation of the overdose crisis and primarily targets Black and Brown individuals. I, like others, do not feel safer by the police and would urge that the council vote to defund and use that money toward really all of the social determinants of health that would actually make our people safer. And I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Marina Davenport.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Marina Davenport. I live on 4th Street in Ward 3 in Providence. And I'm just calling in to, again, echo the calls before me and the calls that will come after me about defunding the police and ultimately leading to the abolishment of the police. Defunding the Providence Police Department is both logical and possible. We've seen the state defund countless music and art programs in schools, youth programs. Kids are, again, echoed from a prior speaker, refused lunch money. The schools don't have proper heating, their lack of resources. But the Providence Police Department is receiving an $88 million budget, with which neither they protect and serve the community nor make us feel safer. By choosing to reallocate police funding to community programs, small businesses, alternate de-escalation services for nonviolent crimes, social work outreach for all drug, mental health, and homeless reports, etc., you'd be proving to the Providence and the rest of the state that you genuinely care for the people who live, work, and spend their time here. Many of us love our city, do not feel safer with the police presence. Just 2 nights ago, there was a gentleman who there was a gentleman who was walking in his neighborhood, had the police call on him, and the Providence Police Department felt the appropriate response was to send 4 police cars with 7 officers for a report of a gentleman walking in his neighborhood. Many people feel it is necessary to observe and monitor police interaction with others for fear of escalation, wrongful arrest, and unwarranted violence and murder. I value the safety and peace of my Black and Brown neighbors more than any false present of security that the police provides to some white people. It's for these reasons and many more that I hope you will reconsider the budget for the Providence Police Department and find more beneficial and safe ways to distribute that throughout our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have Mimi Trezanow.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Mimi Shanuski. I live in Ward 11. Firstly, I want to say that I'm truly heartened by the testimonies that the countless people of Providence have been giving for over 5 hours that have unanimously been calling for the defunding of the police and instead investing in community resources. I stand with them in advocating for defunding and the abolition of the police department. It's totally possible. You've heard it for 5 hours. If you still aren't convinced that your constituents are overwhelmingly demanding for defunding the police, you truly, truly are not listening. In fact, if the police budget passes, it will be clear that you have completely ignored your city. Over the 9 years I've lived here, I've taught visual arts classes after school at New Urban Arts, City Arts, the YMCA, community public libraries, etc. And I've seen firsthand the brilliance and resilience of the youth of Providence, despite the complete lack of financial support that the city gives its public schools. Can you imagine the ways our community would flourish by siphoning the grotesquely inflated police budget and adequately funding public schools, free of SROs, affordable housing, and harm reduction resources, among literally anything else that would actually support the community? The police have proven since their inception that they are a threat to public safety. Please defund and eventually abolish the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Ariel Taveras.
Hi, can you hear me right now?
Yes,
Yes,
we can.
please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Ariel Tavares, and I live in Whitmarsh in Providence, Rhode Island. I have been living in I'm a Black queer woman. I've been living in the same greenhouse on the South Side since my mom has immigrated here from Cape Verde over 30 years ago. I want to first commend the number of voices who have spoken out bravely. Over 600 minutes have surpassed this call, and over 250 testimonials have been pleading for the exact same thing. I've gone to the public schools just walking distance from me, and even the college in our state. Classical High School is apparently the best high school in the state. We were desensitized to leaky ceilings, contaminated water fountains, and moldy bathrooms. While the ceilings are falling apart and our kids are trying to learn, millions and millions of dollars are being allocated to a system that does not protect the youth. If you've seen the protests, they have made it a point to emphasize that this is not just a moment or a movement, it is a lifestyle. Police brutality is just the most obvious way that Black bodies are being brutalized, but it does not account for the numerous ways within the system that reinforces this negligence of Black lifestyles. And defunding the police is just one way of doing that and allocating it to different services that end up bringing up the people of Providence, the people of Rhode Island, in a way bringing up the whole entire state. I heard that budgets are moral documents, and from the looks of it, where the state is allocating its money, it shows that it's not with the people, but against the people. The budget should not be a policing budget, but people's budget. Thank you so much for listening, and I commend the rest of the people who have taken the time to speak. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Lizzie Arajo Holler.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Tobias Haller. I apologize for my wife's name appearing. I live in Ward 13 on the West End, and I support defunding the police and reallocating funds to services that will better work to keep a majority of the citizens of our city safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Felicia Denaud.
Hi, good evening. My name is Felicia Deneau. I'm a resident of Ward 3. And I want to amplify what all these residents of Providence have said, abolition now, but I want to tell a story to emphasize why this is necessary. We moved here, my family moved here from Boston about 4 years ago, and there's a particular terror that Black families live in this city. My husband was hit by a car on his bike. From behind, a woman accelerated through a stop sign, and the police on the scene arrived and went up to the car and said, "Is the car okay?" And said that we could be liable for the damage to the car. So this really putting property over people is why abolition now is very important. And we've been wanting to share this story. It's fallen on deaf ears. And so I hope this story just amplifies why all the wonderful analyses that the youth organizers and workers of the city have been putting forward is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Catherine Elizabeth Murphy.
The city's doing like a why
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Catherine Murphy. I live in Ward 11. I use they, them pronouns, and I am a white individual. So for me, I think I'm just a little bit concerned, and I want to highlight really that we call ourselves the creative capital. However, we're not investing in the programs that for our children in our educational systems. So it's really kind of conflicting because we have this idea that we're making money on the backs of these artists that are creating beautiful work in spite of the lack of resources that we have. And so it feels like this very disconnected, gentrified support of affluent artistic guests. So we have these beautiful institutions that will come in, will advertise ourselves on the backs of artists. However, we don't actually give them the support in their youth. And then we also don't give them the support in their adult applications as well. So I know many educators that are using artistic projects to fund their classrooms rather than supporting themselves as artistic individuals. So I guess my concern is, where is the genuine celebration of our creativity in our capital? Or is it just a monetary ploy to utilize these, Black, Indigenous, people of color to say, oh, look at how great we are, come travel, come eat at our restaurants, but we actually don't care about them in the process. And that's really concerning, because if we're going to be the artistic capital, if we want to see this community growth of affluence and creativity and innovation, it stems from supporting the arts from every step, from the grassroots to their adulthood. So I really just implore you to be really sincere and consistent with your pride in the artistic community, but not your pride in the artists that make you such. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next speaker, please.
I have a Katie Joy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
I'm Katie Joy. I live in Ward 5. Hi, Councilwoman Ryan. I watched last Wednesday as Mr. Amondi disrespected community members who were speaking in favor of defending the police. And I thought something that he said was pretty telling. I'm assuming he didn't intend to come so close to advocating for defending the police, considering he was so careful to say that he was absolutely opposed to it. But he stated that police officers in Providence are expected to respond to calls for which they are neither trained nor appropriate, such as health crises and child behavioral issues. Indeed, the police are not the appropriate people to call when we're worried about a child's behavior, a friend's drug use, or noisy neighbors. And yet the police department is the institution that we have, the one our city has invested so much in for so long. This in spite of its fundamental unsuitability to serve the community, the safety needs of our communities. I hope that you will look at the example of cities like Minneapolis, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. Philadelphia is my hometown. It just took $33 million out of the police budget and is reallocating that to refunding the arts and focusing on addressing structural inequalities in the city, including housing and healthcare. Anyway, thank you. Please defund the police.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have an Adelaide Ivy.
Hi, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Sure can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Awesome, thanks. Hi, I'm Ari. I live in Ward 13. I'm calling to demand the defunding of the Providence Police Department. A 2017 study funded by Brown University found that 14% of sex worker respondents who have encountered the Providence Police Department were further assaulted by these officers, either physically or sexually. Shame on y'all for not defending these pigs, for not defunding these pigs sooner and defending them. As a former sex worker in Providence, I can attest to the fact that Providence police do not make me feel safe. While I was working to get by, I had to rely on the mutual aid and care of those around me because I knew if I experienced any abuse or violence during this work, I could not call the Providence Police Department because they would arrest me. And furthermore, I could possibly be assaulted like my fellow colleagues. Also, during the time of COVID-19, I am currently seeing Black and Brown youth, particularly Black trans sex workers, losing housing and other necessary resources needed for the survival due to their inability to continue working, and the police do not protect these people. If anything, they harass and they harm and they inflict immeasurable violence against these communities made vulnerable made vulnerable by complacent government and active disenfranchisement by white supremacist, transphobic, and classist policy. In order for our communities to thrive, we must defund the police to prevent them from continuing to inflict the daily violence they perpetrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have an Aaron Riley.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Erin Riley. I'm a resident of Cranston, Rhode Island, but frequently visit and enjoy all that Providence has to offer. I identify as a woman of color. I'm a graduate student in the mental health counseling program at Rhode Island College, and I'm a volunteer for Day One RI's domestic violence hotline. As a future clinician, I worry for the marginalized communities who are directly affected by violent, racist bias and brutal policing tactics. I've never felt safe for my community members, my clients, and myself in the presence of police. In order to provide a safe space for our minds, we must fund the resources that serve us best. I want to be able to perform my job and create a space for mental wellness and healing. Unfortunately, I cannot do that with traumatic and systemically oppressive systems such as the police. I urge the council to hear the voices of my community members and defund the police. Black lives matter, trans lives matter, our lives matter. Please do more than hear us. Take action, defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Lily N. Can you unmute yourself, Lily?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Lily Ngonwaradat. I am a resident of Providence, Rhode Island, and I live on Regent Avenue in Ward 6. I am a product of Providence Public Schools. I attended classical. I do agree with what Ariel Tavares said. I've also attended CCRI. I'm a current student at RIC, and by the end of next year, I will be an educator with hopes of teaching at Providence Public Schools. I'm also Laotian and identify as a woman of color. I say all these things, proud to be a Providence resident and also proud to support the defunding of police. As those who have stated before me and those that will state after me, Black and Brown communities do not benefit from the police. I highly suggest the budget be rewritten with a focus on community resources. If the students and the youth are our future, reallocate the city's money where it needs to be. Reallocate the funds into housing, substance abuse counseling, mental health counseling, public transportation, student counselors. Students cannot succeed if their schools are in communities that do not support them and respect their needs outside and inside of these buildings. I would like to give a big thank you to the organizers, a big shout out to Charlotte Abbazzi and countless others for doing the work that always needs to be done. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time to the board.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a William Farrell.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Can you please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes?
Hi, my name is William Farrell. I live in Ward 11. Pronouns he, him. I'd just like to echo the sentiments of a lot of your other constituents and say that I support defunding the police. Seems as though this money could be reallocated to better support the community. I've heard from a lot of people with lots of specific different perspectives, but I'm going to leave it at that, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Jamie Rhodes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jamie Rode. I live on South Water Street in Ward 1. I'm echoing the calls of the community to defund with the eventual goal of abolishing the Providence Police Department. There have been countless examples of how police departments cause grave harm to our Black, Brown, and Indigenous neighbors locally and nationally. Police tactics, range at best to being demeaning and at worst deadly. They create an environment, especially with the overfunding and overarming of them, they create an environment of fear and intimidation that makes it, it's unsustainable for, day-to-day life. This is an opportunity for you, our finance committee, to make a real change in our community. it's clear that, there's a desperate need for an investment in our schools, in our youth, in our infrastructure that have been talked about here tonight and elsewhere. On the June 10th Finance Committee call, there was a lot of rhetoric about pride in Providence and how the police department interacts with the community. I think this is a great opportunity for you to really give us something to be proud of by setting an example for the rest of the country in defunding our police department and, creating a model for investment in our local communities and resources for them. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Tom Wyman.
Hello, can you hear me?
And please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hey, this is Tom Wayman. I'm the manager of the Columbus Theater in Providence, and I live in Ward 5. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself and the Columbus in supporting of defunding the police and reallocating those resources to supporting the people of Providence. I want to thank Charlotte and Muggs and countless others who spoke much better than I can on this topic, but I'm just here to voice my support and yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Kimberly DeCoop.
Hello?
Kimberly?
Yes, so my name is Kimberly, and I'm also calling on behalf of defunding the Providence Police. I'm not a resident of Providence. I do live in Pawtucket, but I'm very concerned about what's happening in Providence because it's a very important city within the state. And we've seen the calls all across the country for the police to be defunded. They do not need as much money as they have. There is no reason for the police to be driving expensive, technology, cars with technology, and for schools not to have the type of resources that they need. But I must say that this group of people, you don't impress me. Many of you on here have taken cop money. Joanne Ryan. Do what you want, but elections are coming up for all of you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Vivian Blush.
Hello, I'm Vivian Blush, and I'm a trans woman who lives in Ward 13. I'm calling for y'all to defund the police. I've had innumerable times where I've faced the horrors of the police locally. I am a labor union organizer within the food and retail industry, and I have seen the police consistently harass union pickets. And I've also seen the police in Providence actually, break people's legs who are just engaged in, peaceful labor organizing and marches. That was probably about a decade ago now. I've had the police, this is at the state level, but the state police have monitored our social media accounts and read my Facebook messages, which is a total breach of our privacy when we're just having conversations about, regular union business. On that note, I know that the Providence Police has also used social media monitoring software to spy on our citizens, like Geophedia and others, over the years. So they have a real abuse of power, and I think they should be defunded, and resources should be used, for housing folks. There's so many people that are going to be evicted soon by these police, and we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that's tragic. And all I'll just say on the end of that is that, we can replace them with, peace and justice committees that can rely on restorative justice.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have an Ima Ross.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, could you please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes?
Hi, my name is Emma Rolfe. I live in Ward 1, 196 Power Street in Fox Point. And I'm calling in because I live in Providence, I work in Pawtucket. I moved here about a year ago, and I love this city desperately. It's become a second home for me, but there's one thing I can't stand about it, and that's the law enforcement. There's nothing I can say that really goes beyond what the incredible people who testified today have put forward about their experiences with the police. Apart from a show of real solidarity, understanding, and anger from myself, I feel like I represent a lot of people here as a white constituent of Ward 1 who is desperately concerned about my Black neighbors and my neighbors of color and my disabled neighbors and my LGBTQ neighbors. And I want this council to do everything they can to defund the police with the view of dismantling and eventually abolishing it. I want good faith action put forward to make sure that everyone else that I live with feels safe and that we have proper alternatives for community safety that actually work in the interests of every person in Providence, not just the elites, not just those with property, like everyone. I don't want the violence experienced by so many others to continue in the city that I love. A budget is a moral document, and I encourage everyone in attendance today to help design a budget with real community needs in mind to bring about a transformative and equitable public safety system. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
I have a Vusi Lay.
Hello, can you hear me?
I sure can. Can you please state your name, where you live? You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Vuti Lay. I live on the corner of Cranston Street and Bellevue Avenue. I come from Ward 8, and I've lived here my entire life. And I'd like to speak specifically to James Taylor in that as a child of Cambodian refugees who's been here my entire life, witnessing the violence and the disarray that the police has caused in my community, James Taylor, you do not represent my people and my interests in this community. And I've never seen you, aside from any time I've gone to Kilmartin Plaza, where it feels like that's the only time I've seen you, when you're asking for my vote. I've never seen you in these streets. And the fervent concern with protecting the Columbus statue, this genocidal monument that I still can't believe exists on that corner, just proves how disconnected you are from the actual needs of this community. I'd like to also call out Mary Ellen Goodwin, Senate Majority Ryan, that, as people have mentioned before, you are the perfect example of how interconnected these systems are. You've taken $10,275 from police and prison guard unions. That's from a recent article from Uprise, Rhode Island. And I can't even begin to elaborate on how frustrated I am, but I'd like to also echo and support all of the voices from the amazing community members I've heard tonight and call for you to defund and disband, disarm, and abolish the police and to restart reinvesting in our communities. As a person just growing up here, we all know how complicit this system is and how people identify different regions of the city. It's not hard to see the disparities within our school system from even a few blocks away.
Our school systems, the policing us is enough. We're tired and sick of you guys policing our schools, having kids in our schools being policed by white men who don't think like us, who don't experience our lives. You come into our fucking town, you come into our cities and attack us every fucking day, and we're sick of it. And it's inconceivable that you guys have that fucking statue that you're still paying cops. You're still paying cops. My name is Martin Cephas. I live on Waterman Street. I've been in this country for 15 years and I come from Liberia. And this shit is sickening that you guys can have that statue and protect that statue with everything you got. But you don't want to listen to the youth voices. You don't want to listen to nobody because you think you're above everybody. You can't do that. Absolutely not.
I want to let you know that my entire house has been watching this for 5 hours. Because this is our revolution. And my name is Alexandra Camila Garay. And I grew up off Broad Street. And now I live on Cranston Street. And now you're hearing my voice. And James Taylor, when I called you 2 weeks ago and you laughed at me about defunding the police, and you told me that you were going to see me at the council meeting, this is who I am. And I wish you could see my face.
We showed up. Like you never showed up.
And
you
you know
never
what?
showed up to the community. We've been showing up.
And to the chairman who keeps telling every single person for the past 5 hours, be well.
Be safe.
Be well, be safe.
I'm paying you.
Listen.
You be safe.
You want to know why we don't hear you right now? Because you're so scared that you have nothing to say but listen. You're that scared right now. And that's what we have not heard you. But to everybody listening right now, today's the first day of the revolution. And let me tell you that everybody has had a chance to talk. And we won't be, and you want to know when we're going to shut up? You want to know when this meeting's going to be over? It's never going to be over. Because what we're not doing is nothing was normal before. Nothing was normal. Everybody knows this. So we're never going to stop this. We could be on this call for the rest of our lives because that wouldn't bring us peace because you're so corrupt.
So corrupt.
The other day I stayed up listening to all the sirens on Cranston Street and I told myself I had had enough. I don't want to listen to the sirens on Cranston Street or on Broad Street, which they're not as much on Broad Street anymore because it's gentrified. It's gotten to that point that it's not as bad as when I grew up there. So people think it's okay to go there. But now I live on Cranston Street and I realized that I've had enough. I've had enough. Stop giving us a 2-minute time limit on how much we can say. We have had enough. I'm here with my friend Ming and my friend Becca, and they've been with us this whole time because we can't do anything else but pay attention. Because if we might stop paying attention, we might lose another life. But every time we lose another life, our fight gets stronger, and we have lost enough people. We are not losing another person for your.
We yield our time.
I think, Mr. Clerk, to go to the next person at this time.
Olivia Stone.
Thank you. Next person, Mr. Clerk.
Hi, my name's Olivia and I live in Ward 1 in Providence. I'm a medical student at Brown and I'd just like to add my voice to the call to defund the Providence police system and reallocate these funds to systems that better support the health and well-being of all members of the Providence community. There are innumerable reasons to consider this call, as you've all been hearing for the past several hours, but just to keep it brief, equitable access to education, primary care, mental health care, transportation, housing, healthy food. I could go on, but I think that all of these things might be just better places to consider putting our dollars if we're hoping to live in a Providence that is healthy and accessible to all. So thanks very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual.
Another Olivia.
Hi there, my name is Olivia Dolphin. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Olivia Dolphin again, and I live in Ward 3. I want to, first of all, acknowledge and say thank you to all of the previous speakers tonight. I have been moved at your stories. You've been very brave, and thank you for sharing. I'm calling in today to echo and uplift these demands that many of my Providence peers this evening have said. It is clear that our city feels strongly about these demands to defund the police and invest in the actual needs of our community. There have been an incredible amount of business owners, organizers, and community members of this city that have spoken clearly about these demands. I have seen for myself, as a white person in Providence, the racial profiling that happens every day to my Black and brown neighbors. I have seen the police protect white supremacy under the shadow of our own state house and under the guise of free speech. Where was that respect for free speech in the last few weeks as our Black and brown youths peacefully protested, as is their right? Instead, they were threatened by chemical weapons and had an unfair curfew placed on them, which was then threatened to be cut short. This is not the reality I want for Providence. As you have heard tonight, these are real stories that are happening to real lives in Providence. These are real lives. Are you listening? What will you do to show us that you've heard these countless voices? Please take your time to imagine with us what a world could do if we repurposed the millions of dollars that funnel into an extremely dangerous police system, one that makes your community members feel unsafe and instead of comforted. I demand that we defund the police and invest in COVID relief, mental health counseling, and the other important resources that are needed to have a safe and inclusive and productive society. We can invest in our schools and invest in our youth instead. It's clear that you have our attention. When was the last time you had this much interest in an annual budget meeting? No longer will you be able to lackadaisically do your job. We're watching. We're going to keep paying attention. So please open your eyes and ears to the stories and firsthand accounts you're hearing. A common phrase thrown around New England is do your job. So do yours. Do your job. Defund the police. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Dylan Harley.
Hi, can you hear me?
You sure can. Please state your name and where you live, and you have
Thank you. My name is Dylan Harley. I live in Ward 11. I'm calling just to echo the sentiment of everybody else who has spoken tonight and show my support for the proposition to defund the police and reallocate those resources where they could be better used. I listened to the governor today in her address about the success that Rhode Island has had addressing in comparison with the rest of the country and addressing the COVID-19 crisis. And I just don't see why we can't also lead the nation in this. We're the smallest state, and I feel like it can only be a lack of willpower if we don't lead and show the way. So thank you for listening. I pass the rest of my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have Lexi Nealis.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You
A little louder, it'll be great. You can state your name, where you live. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lexi Nealis. I grew up in Barrington and I moved here when I was 20. And I'm coming up on a whole decade of calling Providence my home. Right now I live off of Hope Street in Ward 3. First of all, I want to amplify the voice and passion of Luthi Lay and those in his household. The statue of Christopher Columbus needs to be taken down because it is an antiquated symbol of colonialism that represents genocide. It needs to go. Please take this seriously. I'm first and foremost testifying today to add my voice to the collective demand to defund and abolish the Providence Police Department and immediately reallocate funds from the police department towards community well-being, mental health, education, and the needs of Providence residents. It has become clear that the police forces are ineffective at keeping local communities safe and that they perpetuate the oppression of residents who are people of color, undocumented, mentally ill, disabled, and LGBTQ. Imagine how much the excessive dollars included in the police force budget could accomplish when used to fund low-income and public housing, education, resources for formerly incarcerated individuals, and public transportation. As several community members have pointed out earlier in this meeting, we are the creative capital. We need to get creative right now and reimagine what our communities can look like when we invest in them instead of oppress them. And we need to trust our Black and brown community leaders to guide us. Justice does not begin when a cop responds to a call or in a courtroom or in the incredibly corrupt criminal punishment system. Justice begins in our homes and in our schools and out in our communities. And you can begin the work of being on the side of justice by investing in community resources and truly fulfilling their needs first, instead of funding the oppressive and violent police force. Please defund the police force with the eventual goal of abolishing the Providence police force so that we can truly see the beautiful potential of Providence. None of us can be well or be safe until the police force is defunded and abolished. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk.
I have a Jenny Ramirez.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Ramirez, and I am 17 and a rising senior at Classical. And I stand and agree with the community as well. Oh, I'm in Ward 10, by the way. And so I stand and agree with the community with saying that we need to defund the police and distribute the funds into the community, as it will be a safer and healthier and a more equitable environment for students, educators, and the general community overall. And I also agree with the other students on this call that this platform and hearing is extremely inaccessible. And thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Shane Gazzo.
Hello, can you hear me all?
I can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Shane Gazzo. I'm a resident of Ward 1 here in Providence. And I'm a healthcare worker servicing the undocumented, uninsured, and homeless community here in Providence. Many of my patients I've worked with have directly stated their mistrust and misgivings in their interactions with the Providence Police Department. I'm here to advocate for the defunding of the Providence Police Department and call for the reinvestment of resources back into communities which the police department have routinely obstructed. It'd be a real pleasure for my patients and the people of Providence to see these critically needed resources redistributed to the residents who have been left without homes, left without health care coverage due to legal status, or social services supporting these communities through their struggles. Instead of seeing police cruisers parked across the McDonald's parking lot or Dunkin' Donuts parking lot loitering throughout the day, routine mainstay visions of our vibrant Broad Street. Again, these resources are critically needed for people's basic health and needed for a happy way of life. I yield the rest of my time and hope this committee hears all these calls. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Kevin Reardon.
Well, Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
Hi, do you hear me?
Sure can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Kevin Reardon. I'm in Ward 13 on Brighton Street. I would like to add my voice to the chorus and demand that Providence defund the police and fund services that actually keep Providence residents safe. Also, I'd like to add that you on the budget committee can do this. Please don't be afraid. Thank you very much, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
I have a Carlos.
Hello, how are you? My name is Carlos Pichardo, and I'm a student at Classical, and I live in Ward 10. And as a young person of Providence all his life, I think it's crucial that we defund the police in order to establish and ensure safety in our communities. And furthermore, I hope we can take these funds and invest them into our marginalized communities in order to, invest in our communities, invest in infrastructure, invest in our schools, and to ensure they have adequate counselors and mental health services. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
But Angel Newman.
Hi, my name is Angela Newman, and I live in Ward 13 as Director of Programs at AS 220, one of our state's largest arts and cultural organizations, a College of Law graduate, Providence College graduate assistant, volunteer for the West Elmwood Intruders, board member of Noel Leadership Academy, Trinity Academy for the Performing Arts, and badass mother of 4. My affiliations for this community runs deep. I have family members who have been beaten, robbed, and ignored in a time of need by the Providence police. As a kid, my sister and I were brutally jumped, and just when we thought it could not get any worse, a Providence police officer who was pulled over on the side of the road with an ununiformed woman in his car told 2 Black girls who were dripping in blood that he could not help us and that we had to call 911 ourselves. The disrespect, silencing, abuse, and robbing of Black bodies is tradition here in Providence, even right here on this city council, as displayed recently after a Black woman's work was appropriated by Chairman Igliozzi. Chairman, we will not be muted. Instead of funding the police, fund youth programs. Every year, youth programs have to fight for peanuts to provide summer jobs for 6 weeks out of the year. 6 weeks. Young people need money. They need money 52 weeks out of the year. Defund the police, stop abusing, robbing, and neglecting Black people, or be forced to give up your seat on this council.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Dan Schleifer.
Hello. Hi, my name is Daniel Schleifer. I live in Ward 11. I'm the executive director of New Urban Arts, which is in Ward 13. And as you may be aware, we provide free arts programs to hundreds of Providence high school students every year. Our mission is to build a vital community that empowers young people as artists and leaders to develop a creative practice they can sustain throughout their lives. I think this mission demands that we take action against forces that threaten our young people's ability to lead long, joyful lives full of creativity. And police violence, policing, and police are among those forces. There are zillions of better things we could do for our community with the funds that we would get from defunding the police. And I could list them all night, but the one that comes to mind for me all the time is every day I interact with students and teachers, administrators at our high schools. And, I spend a lot of time at the schools. And as many previous callers have pointed out, our schools are in shameful disrepair and they don't have enough counselors. And to me, that shame becomes even more inexcusable when you realize that just a block away from 3 of our high schools, there's the public safety complex, which is shiny and new, full of all kinds of cool new equipment that police use to harass young people of color who meanwhile are a block away in school buildings that are grossly underfunded and not setting them up to lead lives that are going to bring them long-term joy and life and all the things that you want in a life. So please defund the police and do this for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
Will Speck.
Hello, I am Will Speck. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and a member of the Providence chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. And I'd like to, first of all, congratulate and send my thanks out to all of the individuals and organizations who worked to organize this amazing display of community power, this display of people power. And I just want to implore the council people remaining here to recognize how special this moment is and to really appreciate that your legitimacy, your both as individual politicians and the political class in general, is teetering on a knife edge with many people in this country. The legitimacy of the political institutions that supposedly govern our country, that legitimacy seems a fraud to many people, because what is happening, what needs to be done is clear to many people. So if you're unwilling to do what is necessary after this amazing display of people power shows just how illegitimate both you as individual politicians are and the political system is. And so it's no surprise that people don't engage with your system when it does not give us the results that we need to live better lives. So please stand up, if not for us, because I know you don't care about us. Stand up for your own dignity and the dignity of the institutions you supposedly represent. Make sure that people understand that there still is some legitimacy in these institutions, because otherwise, if we don't see the legitimacy, we have no reason to engage anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Next individual, Mr. Clerk.
Gui Katie. I see your box lighting up, but I don't hear your voice. Katie Gui.
Hello, can you hear me?
If I can now, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Katie Guy. I'm a resident of Providence, living in Ward 11. I'm really appreciative of everyone who's called in and want to acknowledge all the work organizers and community members have put into this movement. I'm calling to say that I stand with our city's youth and many of your constituents in supporting defunding and eventually abolishing the police. Young people in Providence have been asserting their needs and fighting to make change in their education and communities for as long as I've known. Over the past 10 years since I moved to Providence, I've had the privilege of working with some of Rhode Island's brilliant and talented youth at organizations like New Urban Arts, Rivers Edge Arts, and City Arts. It's through conversation and my work with young people that I'm confident in an alternative to our current punitive system. I learned from students about the Counselors Not Cops initiative, spearheaded by the Providence Student Union, PSU. PSU members, all high school students, spoke publicly inside Providence City Hall in December of 2018. Students shared their own experience with police officers inside and outside of schools and referenced both national and local statistics about the harmful effects of having cops in schools. Students from Providence Public Schools addressed the needs for counselors, nurses, and social workers, adults trained in mental health and de-escalation tactics, adults working to make the school safer, not cops with guns. PSU issued their demands, which included eliminating the SRO presence and the contract between the Providence Police Department and Providence School Department, and to reallocate funding currently provided for SROs within the Providence Police Department and support the hiring of a new health and safety staff. Students are actively speaking up about feeling unsafe in schools with police present, and the council's recognition of this request is long overdue. Recently, I've attended protests and demonstrations organized by young people from Rhode Island. On the steps of the State House, Black youth between the ages of 8 and 21 spoke honestly and powerfully about their experiences within the racist system that is policing. They asked to be heard and respected. They asked adults for their trust and to use their power and privilege to support their efforts in securing their futures by defunding the police. The community has spoken crystal clear tonight. Listen to them and defund the police.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual.
No stick. And also, you finished right when the alarm.
How about Matt Tracy?
Hi.
Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Matt Tracy. I've lived on Marshall Street off of Broadway, and I'm in the Valley neighborhood for many, many years. I just want to say that as somebody who has owned property in the city and who has, as a white person, benefited from, you know, many of the protections of the police in our neighborhoods, I can't say that I've ever had an interaction with police in the city where I felt like they gave a crap about anybody, me or the people around me. It seemed like they were just there to meet quotas and to fulfill orders or directives from politicians. Never seemed like safety or the health of the people in my community was in the front of their minds. That's all I have to say. I think we can do better. I think we can improve this system. I think we can get rid of the police department and start fresh. That's it.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual.
Grace Zhang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Grace Zhang. I'm a non-Black, non-Indigenous, queer person of color who's lived in Providence for the past 6 years. I currently live in Ward 1. I think it's shameful that you entertain Providence Police's excuses that anti-Black police brutality is the result of a few bad apples for 2.5 hours on June 10th. We Providence residents and community members know this to not be true when the institution of policing and the prison system is rooted in the control and oppression of Black people for the benefit of white capital. The police must be defunded as a step toward abolishing institutional racism. You cannot give credence to their voices when they have a clear vested interest in preserving their jobs as the defenders of white capital. If you want Providence to thrive, you must listen to the Providence community. Defund the police. When school children are asking for counselors, not cops, you must invest in counselors and social workers who can help them learn and grow from their mistakes and remove the SROs that punish them instead and funnel them into the prison system. You must improve the conditions of their dilapidated public schools. You must allot money toward healthcare and public housing, especially during a pandemic during which Black and Indigenous people are at the highest risk of infection and death. Now I'm going to let my partner and 8th grade teacher speak.
Hello, I'm Joe Salpardo. I am calling as a constituent of Ward 1 because I want you to defund the police. We need to divest from law enforcement, which have historically perpetrated acts of violence on POC communities and especially Black folks. And we need to invest in our city's infrastructure like housing, healthcare, and education. The issue with creating reforms for police means that more spending is going to be sent to police rather than truly essential sectors, and you cannot do that. As a teacher, I'm especially invested in understanding how all my students can succeed. If you're familiar with the school to prison pipeline, then you should know that increasing police presence in schools is a detriment rather than a benefit to our students. We've known from many studies that more social workers, therapists, counselors, and nurses in our schools are more important to our students' social and emotional well-being. When we put armed individuals in a school environment, it signals to students that this place is not safe. We need to take proactive measures rather than reactive ones, especially when it comes to our students' safety and success. So defund and abolish the police.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual.
Jenna Israel.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your
I'm Jenna
name, where
and I
you
live.
live, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Jenna Israel, and I live in Ward 2. I want to echo the demands to defund and abolish the Providence Police Department and to urge City Council to listen especially closely to the Black and Brown youth who have been doing this organizing work. As has been mentioned, Providence Student Union made the demand to pull officers from Providence Public Schools over a year ago, and I wanted to lift up some research that supports this policy. Student studies have shown that statistically, school resource officers do not keep students safe, and they actually often introduce more violence into schools, with officers mishandling their weapons and escalating situations that should never be handled by police officers. Body slamming students, pepper spraying students, and choking students. As schools rely more on police in schools, administrators are more likely to refer students to law enforcement for nonviolent infractions. This reinforces the school to prison pipeline and creates an environment of fear that the National Association of School Psychologists says is detrimental to the learning process. I urge you to listen to the demands that the Providence Student Union has made about eliminating police presence in schools and using that money to support students' health and learning. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
Kami.
Hi, it's great to talk to you guys. I talked to you a little bit ago. I was that like crazy screaming lady. My name's Camila. The only thing I wanted to come back and tell you is that look at who's here right now. Because there's other council people that are not here at this moment. Do you know why? Because they no longer feel safe. And they're tired doing the emotional labor of keeping you up. And I wanted to specifically highlight how Councilwoman Nerva's not here because you disrespected her and silenced her last meeting. But I hope she's watching right now, and I know she is. And I'm here for her because you are not. Because look at who's here right now. Only the white people that are taking bribes and that support the police. Because it doesn't matter that we're all saying abolish the police, listen to us. Because you don't believe it yourself yet. But we're here to ask you, please believe it. Because we might be gone very soon. And we don't want to die. I don't want to die. And I keep telling my friends and my loved ones, that because I believe so deeply in this movement that I quit my job a few days ago to make sure that I have 1000% of my time available for this, I told them I'm now afraid for my life. Because people like me, people that care so much about this movement die. Don't let me die, because I'd love to get to know you guys. I'd love to talk to you guys and to work on our future together. I have big plans, and I want us to talk about it. Our community has big plans. I speak for everybody. I don't have a name. I'm the voice of the people. And please don't kill us anymore. We want to live. We deserve to live. We're done with this. We're done. I've had my time, whatever y'all been saying, I don't know. I'm done right now.
Thank you. You want to be safe? Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Dan Shea. Dan Shea, you can please unmute yourself if you're there and would like to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please say your name and where you live. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm Dan Shea from Ward 3. I'm going to keep it simple. Police are and have been doing jobs they were never meant to do and are not good at doing. They operate as an untouchable mafia above the law that they, ironically themselves, practice. Police devour the budget of our cities and cities across the country and use that money to make themselves ever more powerful. They shamelessly harass and inflict violence against Black and brown members of our communities, and it's not difficult to imagine what these millions of dollars could do if they were actually in the hands of people who needed it. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. You all be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have Santiago Posas. Santiago Posas, if you're there, please unmute yourself. Move to Henry Seiler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Henry. I live in Elmwood. I absolutely agree with all the previous speakers demanding the immediate defunding and abolishing of the police. As others have said much better than I, the evidence is overwhelming that police as an institution in Providence fundamentally exist and continue to exist in order to subjugate, exploit, and control Black people, people of color, and working people. They provide no social good, and like so many others, I've personally witnessed the brutality of the Providence police. But to be frank, while I hope I'm wrong, I've got no faith that as a council and as politicians, y'all have the political will or interest to actually defund the Providence Police Department or to adequately fund community programs despite the incredible amount of evidence presented demonstrating how imperative that decision is. But regardless of your decision, I hope you all realize the true weight of that responsibility. Refusal to defund and abolish the police in the face of this overwhelming evidence is not mere complicity, it's actively aiding and abetting their crimes. The blood they spill, the lives they ruin, the families they separate, the terror they create, and the violence they commit, if you do nothing, that's on your hands. Prove me wrong, abolish the police, abolish the prisons, free the prisoners. If you won't, we will. I yield my time.
Thank you. You want to be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Daniel.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Daniel Cho, and I am a Providence resident and a medical student at Brown University. I'd like to join the call to defund the police. Police violence is a public health issue. I see inequities in healthcare every single day, and it's not a question of whether systemic and institutionalized racism exists in our society. By defunding the police, you have an opportunity to reinvest that into the community to better serve the people. Again, police violence is a public health issue and Black Lives Matter. Please be leaders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You want to be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have Ailey Wilder.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ailey Wilder. I'd like to, I'm from Providence, Rhode Island, Ward 11. I'd like to echo the statements of everybody else here in saying that we need to defund the Providence Police as soon as possible. I myself, as a white person, have never had a positive experience with the Providence Police Department, only incredibly negative. And I can't imagine how much worse it is for our Black and Brown community members. I'm so excited to see the Providence that comes out after the Providence Police are defunded and the money that goes towards their ridiculous equipment goes towards education and housing and mental health support for our communities. So yes, please defund the Providence Police and put those funds somewhere else more important for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. You all be safe. Mr. Clerk, next individual, please.
Monica C.
Hello.
Hi, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Monica Chaudhry. I live in Cranston, Rhode Island. I'm a registered nurse that works in Providence with Black and Brown children. The police brutality is a public health issue, and my job is to ensure the safety of my patients and the community I serve. I'm here to advocate for the basic rights for Black and Brown individuals to live peacefully in their community, and I am taking this call on to ask for immediate action to defund the police. We need to reallocate these funds towards healthcare, housing, education, and other means that enhance society. There is no peace until we defund the police. We cannot be safe or be well with these police on our streets. Do the right thing or we will in the booths. Black Lives Matter. Thank you, Charlotte Abatzi, and all of those who've spoken up today, and I yield my time.
Thank you. You all be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
Justice Gaines.
Hello. My name
Please
is
state your name,
Justice.
where you live, and 2.
My name is Justice Gaines. I live in Ward 1, and I am the Career Justice Coordinator of Providence Youth Student Movement PRISM. Today, I'm just sharing a story from September 14th, 2017, when I was walking up to my house on Wickenden, and there was an older woman who was tan-skinned and didn't speak much English in the middle of the street, with a lot of papers in her hands. A cop car came by, looked at her, asked her, and then quickly and forcefully turned their car around and left the scene. So the woman stayed in the street, and I came and I got her out of the street, and we were talking, and I was trying to get a translation service to help figure out where this woman who clearly needed help was trying to go. A white woman drove around in a car, and she had clearly been there before because she asked, has anyone helped yet? Has anyone called the police? And I told her how the police car had pulled up and ran and basically left this woman in the middle of the street to fend for herself. Apparently this white woman in the car, well-meaning and doing what she was taught to do when someone needs help, called 911 or called the police department, because a few minutes later, a new cruiser showed up and the cop got out of the car and became incredibly rude in trying to get this woman and not figure out what was happening to her, but basically get her to go in his car so that she can take her wherever he was going to take her. This woman did not have an address. She did not have a home to go to, and she was trying to get to her social service where someone had given her the wrong papers. Now I'm mitigating a translator on the phone trying to speak to this woman and this cop's rudeness as he's trying to convince her and coerce her to go in the back of a police car, which she is clearly scared to do. The cop I finally convinced to leave so that I, a regular person, a young person, could de-escalate the situation. You need to be bold and you need to be creative. And I hope that you have the courage to defund the police and fund systems that will actually help the people of Providence.
Thank you. Be safe and be well.
Victor Baez.
Hello.
Hi, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
How's it going? I'm Victor Baez. I am a part of Ward 8, Providence, Rhode Island.
near Elmwood. And I am also a founder of Compass Ambition, a media company based out of Rhode Island. And we are the reason, basically, that a lot of the injustices that have been displayed in the past, I would say, 2 months in the city have gone viral, from the Taro Patchy story to the Allie's Donut story. And it kind of even makes me emotional to even discuss this, but it's just a matter of more proof and evident proof that the defunding and the reallocation of the money that is being sourced to the budgets for the Providence Police Department and Rhode Island departments of policing need to be reallocated. This reallocation needs to come from, various different sources, such as, aside from the Providence Police Department, we can defund from the ACIs and take this money and just allocate it into education, whether it's, schools that are literally next to, public safety complexes such as Classical, Central, and also PCTA. And these schools, you go right next to them and they look like prisons compared to the actual police departments. If this is not more than enough um, you know, evidence for such reallocation to occur, then I would say that the city council members, if change doesn't come, then you guys don't deserve the seats that you guys are sitting in currently. And, the people will not allow their voices to fall on deaf ears. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well.
I have an Alan Haig.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Alan Haig. I'm a longtime Providence resident. I live in Ward 10. Just wanted to speak briefly to urge you to defund the police. I'm reading an article right now from Uprise RI that breaks down the proposed 2021 budget, talking about a little under $90 million going towards the police department, which is 48 times the funding for economic opportunity, 23 times the funding for recreation, 24 times the funding for planning and urban development, 25 times the funding for human services, and 600 times the funding allocated to connect residents to behavioral health supports. Not to mention, around this time last year, the story came out nationally about the disgusting condition of our school system. Buildings falling apart, teachers feeling unsupported, students feeling unsupported. Just read a Washington Post article about it a little while ago. So it seems like clearly there are needs that are not being met. And I see a little under $90 million sitting there that could go towards far better use. Thank you very much. I cede my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Ashura Barishnikov.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Shora Barishnikov. I live in Ward 5 on Lindy Avenue. I have lived in Providence for 17 years. I've raised 2 children in this city, now both high schoolers, and they attend Providence Public Schools. I'm a performing artist and a professor at Brown University and instruct on the Brown Trinity Rep MFA downtown campus. I am calling in to amplify the voices of those who have testified tonight. I thank the organizers for their tireless work on behalf of our community. I'm originally from Minnesota, and I encourage the Providence City Council to step forward to lead the nation in this effort, as the City Council in Minneapolis has modeled. As a member of this community, I support this call to defund as a path to police abolition, a necessary action to dismantle white supremacist systems. This city budget will speak to the moral compass of this committee. I speak now to defend the lives and livelihood of my Black and Brown neighbors, students, and friends. Thank you, and I cede my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
I have a Roz Raskin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Roz Raskin. I am white. I live in Ward 13. I am also born and raised in Providence, Rhode Island. I'm calling in favor of defunding and abolishing the police and reallocating funds in the city. I went through the Providence public school system and I saw the city defund music and art programs. So y'all know what it's all about, defunding all of this shit. I now work primarily with youth as a music teacher, and I'm on the board of Riot Rhode Island. My students don't feel protected by the police, my Black and brown students in particular. My students need secure housing, they need quality food, they need mental health support, and well-funded education, to name a very few things. We are going to keep fighting for this, and I hope y'all are ready for that fight. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
I have a Justin Lang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Perfect. My name is Justin Lang. I'm a resident of Ward 1 and a Black graduate student at Brown University. I am calling to echo the demands shared throughout the night to defund the police, defund the ACI, and invest in the Providence community through education, housing, healthcare, food, and community safety programs. I wanted to share a personal story to add to the brilliant analyses and demands folks have been sharing over the past few hours. I moved to Providence less than a year ago, and I've already had an encounter with Providence police that threatened my own safety and the safety of my peers. The police were called to my apartment to respond to a noise complaint. I had a few friends over to celebrate the beginning of Black History Month, and we were a little too loud. For one, the cause to abolish the police invite us to question why we rely on the police to respond to something like a noise complaint when my neighbors could have shared their concern with me themselves. It also invites us to identify an alternative mode of community response and forearm officers if an external party is necessary to respond to such a situation. Second, once the police arrive, they enter my apartment without any knock or warning, which is against protocol, escalating the situation and creating fear in a room of Black people who have already had past traumatic experiences with the police. My roommates and I were the ones who had to de-escalate and ensure that everyone was safe, as officers did nothing other than intimidate and threaten their power over us, particularly the lead officer who got pure excitement out of terrorizing us in that moment. We did not pursue any form of accountability for the officers violating protocol and entering our home, as we knew that there is no holding the officers accountable through the legal system. And if we attempted to do so, we feared having the target on our backs for further violence from the police. It is through these everyday interactions that do not make the data sheet that Providence Police creates terror for Black folks in the city. These interactions are always a split decision away from leading to death, and even when they do not, they have a lasting impact on how folks move through the city. We must defund the police, remove them as the primary means of responding to issues in our communities, and invest in alternative means of caring for each other that orgs such as Amore and countless others in the city already have in motion. Thank you for your time. Defund the police.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
I have a Sudhesha Pereira.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sidisha Pereira, and I live on Angel Street in Ward 1. I'd like to add my voice to what my fellow constituents have been saying all night. I'm not a math or finance expert, but I think the numbers have their own story to tell. I took a look at 2021's proposed budget this morning, and I noticed item 54125 describes the total allocation just for guns and ammunition for the Providence Police Force. The allocation in 2020 was $130,000, and the proposed allocation for 2021 was $154,450. That's over $150,000 just for guns and ammo. This is a 19% increase over last year. It outpaces inflation of just 2%, and these are all taxpayer dollars. So all I ask you is this what our city needs? Does Providence need more guns and bullets? Or does it need more books, more teachers, more public school resources, more housing, and more access to medical care for those struggling through this pandemic? I urge you to defund the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
And Andrea.
For housing and more access to medical care, you're struggling through this pandemic.
I'm sorry, Andrea, your audio is really bad. Andrea?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Andrea Gardner. I don't have stable housing, but I currently live with a friend.
I'm sorry, Andrea, your audio is really bad. Still there? It sounded like maybe there was some audio in the background there. You still wish to speak? Jimmy Lee, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jenny and I live in Pawtucket, but I've taught high school in Providence for 4 years, and I also serve on the board of PRISM. Even after working tirelessly to pass the Community Safety Act, we can all agree that even with this legislation in place, the police will continue to abuse their power because they believe they're above the law. They're not, they just don't know the law, which is exactly why they shouldn't be enforcing it. But I'm actually here to call out the hypocrisy of Igliosi's "be well and be safe" when so many of your constituents do not feel safe or well in this time. COVID-19 has already robbed our students of months of proper schooling. You're asking us to reopen schools with no clear commitment to making sure the schools will be opened in a way that will keep us all safe. You're putting teachers, students, and families at risk of this deadly virus, all while cutting programs and funding to the most needed sections of education. None of those resources need to be cut if you cut the police out. Further, I'm a social studies educator, and it's appalling that we are using public funds to protect a statue that represents genocide and paying cops overtime to survey the block. It's a waste of our money when teachers are literally paying for pencils in their classroom. I have to teach this history to students whose ancestors fought and resisted Spanish colonization in the Caribbean. By protecting that statue instead of their descendants' lives, that just shows me how poor your history education was in the first place, which is another result of defunding schools. Most young teachers like myself make less than y'all do as politicians, yet we are the ones who have to listen to the needs of our students and families and think creatively every single day to meet those needs without any resources. Some of you look real tired from being in this call for 6 hours, but I spent sometimes more than 6 hours a day on Zoom for 2.5 months as part of my job. You can deal with it. Lastly, if I don't do my job, I have to face my students and families. If you don't do your job today, then you better be scared of losing your job. The community is watching you, and trust me when I say your job's at risk if you don't hold yourselves accountable to the community you serve. Do better, abolish the police, Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
Muddy Garvin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
All right, my name is Maddie Garvin and I live on Felix Street in Ward 12. I am calling to ask that City Council defund and eventually abolish the police. I'm a white person living on a street predominantly made up of people of color. I've only lived here for 8 months, yet I've seen and recorded times where police have shown up in disproportionate numbers, where police show up to address a domestic violence situation and do nothing to actually help while not wearing masks during a global pandemic, no less. Who are they protecting? I would like to echo previous callers in saying that I have been inspired by the BIPOC youth activists at Provex, PRISM, and the Providence Student Union. We owe it to them to fund their schools, to invest in affordable or ideally free housing, to give them what they need to thrive and lead our community into better horizons. It is unacceptable to do otherwise. I urge you to defund the police and invest in our youth and communities. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Max Bender.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
If you can, please state your name and where you live. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Max Binder. I live on Morris Ave in Ward 3. When I think about the Providence Police, I always remember a story that a classmate of mine told me when we were both attending classical high school. In 2012 or 2013, he was one of a group of 4 or 5 boys who were smoking weed in Armory Park. He was the only white person among that group. At some point, the police rolled up, came over, saw that they were smoking, and started rounding up his friends. The police spotted him and said, "Go home, kid." He was understandably disoriented and scarred. This coming, by the way, in roughly the time that Providence had decriminalized marijuana. I wanted to offer this story for 2 reasons. One, because it shows me quite clearly how racial profiling and policing have always gone hand in hand in this city. And 2, because I know, just as in the rest of this nation, there are still people who have been arrested for various kinds of drug crimes who are serving sentences in the ACI, even though the state has changed those laws, has made medical and is moving towards, frankly, recreational marijuana legal, as well as decriminalizing. Defunding the police is the absolute least that we can do in order to start correcting these crimes against the people. And we need to move further than that too. Thank you.
Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
I have Caroline Sprague.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Caroline Sprague. I'm an undergraduate student at Brown University and have lived happily and proudly in Ward 1 of the city for the last 4 years. I want to acknowledge tonight that we live on the occupied land of the Wampanoag and Narragansett peoples in spaces built by the labor of enslaved people. My own ancestors were uninvited settlers, and in most ways I continue to be one. I submitted a written testimony, but I just wanted to join in tonight to reiterate some of these historic testimonies being made. The following demands echo those made by Direct Action for Rights and Equality, the Rhode Island chapter of Standing Up for Racial Justice, and youth activists in Alliance of Rhode Island Southeast Asians for Education, Providence Youth Student Movement, and Providence Student Union. Now is the time to repeal the Law Enforcement Bill of Rights. Now is the time to defund and abolish the Providence Police. Efforts at reform will only funnel more money and more resources into an apparatus that is fundamentally corrupt, fundamentally racist, and unable to hold itself accountable. Bias training and body cams have been proven ineffective. Simply blaming and firing bad apples is ineffective. The logic of punishment, of violence and incarceration saves none of us. I am a rich, white, cisgender woman, and I still know that the police make me less and not more safe. I would not go to the police if I were sexually assaulted. I would not go to the police if I were having a mental health crisis. I would not go to the police if I were experiencing houselessness. I would go to community-led initiatives which address such situations with the hope to heal and not to punish. Networks of care and support keep me safe. Housing, education, and healthcare keep me safe. And projects of liberation keep me safe. I want to stay in the city after graduation, but I do not yet consider it one that cares about its residents' safety. Defund the police, abolish the police, defund the ACI. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Rebecca Millsop.
Hello?
Hello, you.
Hi, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Millsop. I live in District 9. I live in Providence. I've been here since 2014. I'm a recent homeowner in the beautiful Elmwood neighborhood. I'm calling in to stand by all of these voices to defund the police and the carceral system in general. I sincerely hope to make Providence my home for many years to come. I want to say I am in awe of this community tonight. I am so thankful for every member of this community that has spoken out, and I am deeply indebted to the organizers committing their time and their tears to this cause. Many of you have said so many amazing things about where the money should go and why it should be removed from the police budget and reallocated to all of these other public goods. I want to speak to the council. If you, as our political leaders, cannot listen and act on our extremely clear message of defunding the Providence Police, then you demonstrate where your allegiances lie, and you are letting us know how we as a community will respond in the upcoming elections. As a white person in our community, I can say that I have never felt safe around the police in this city. I cannot even imagine the fear that our BIPOC brothers and sisters live in, and I will never feel safe if these individuals in our community cannot leave their house without fear of their lives. And as we've heard today, this fear occurs even within their own homes. It is outrageous. There is almost no circumstance in which I would consider calling the police in a legitimate emergency. Again, this is insane. This is outrageous. Watching your seeming disinterest in all of these powerful messages is absolutely disgusting. If you want to represent us, then you need to be saying more than just be safe and be well. How can we be safe and be well when many of us are in fear of our lives? I am a lecturer in ethics at the philosophy department of URI, and I want to remind you that the decisions that you are making regarding the budget have ethical implications. The budget is an ethical document. Treat it as such. None of us are safe until all of us are safe. You are deciding what kind of community we get to have. Listen to all of these beautiful, strong voices. Black and brown lives matter. Act accordingly. Defund the police and the entire carceral system. Be moved or know that we will move you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next person, please.
Quick on your feet edit there.
I have another Rebecca.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, could you please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca. I am a white woman born and raised in Ward 9, Providence. I'm a part of the gentrification that became of the Mount Hope area. I'm calling to voice all of what those have said before me. I'd like you to defund the police and reallocate our money that we put towards our city and put it towards the communities you've stolen it from. If you don't defund and reallocate these funds, you yourselves individually must take fault for those who have been marginalized and brutalized by the police in our city. And every day you don't reallocate, you perpetuate this. You perpetuate this terrible terror that you put, this trauma that you create on people, on Black people and people of color who are every day scared to be leaving their house, as many have said before this. You need to reallocate the funds as you are able to do always to defund. You know how to do this, and many other cities do it. It is not hard. We work in an industrialized system. This is a broken system, and all you have to do is listen to the people, because at this point, you are only perpetuating a dismantled system that doesn't work anyway. So the only thing you can do is listen to the people, because they have the answer. All you are doing right now is perpetuating something for yourselves. It is only for the elite. It is not for anybody who you deem you represent. Defund the police. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. You want to be safe, Mr. Clerk? The next individual, please.
I have a Lazuli Lu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Please speak up. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Lazuli Liu. I use they, them pronouns. I live in Ward 13. You all must know this. We are not just trying to protect Black people from state-sanctioned violation. We are begging for their joy. The people that are still alive to speak up to you tonight are traumatized just to know that police officers exist. Even if police officers lose their jobs and their riot gear, they are agents of torture and menace and will continue to mobilize their desire for violence with or without their money. Abolition, abstract though it may seem to you, is the bare minimum. May this moment of fatigue from a long meeting remind you of the centuries of sleepless nights our ancestors and their descendants endure while surviving your tedious budget proceedings and your incessant disregard. Defund the ACI now. Defund the police now.
Thank you. Be well and be safe, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
Yolkin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Yep, my name is Anna Jane Yolkin. I live in Ward 13 and I work on overdose prevention, and so wanted to talk about this from that angle. A few months ago, there was a drug sting in Kennedy Plaza called Operation Bust Out. It was a 4-month sting that operated by Providence Public Police, where after 4 months, they recovered $427 worth of prescription medications from people who are mostly homeless, unhoused, and or people of color in Kennedy Plaza. And I just have to wonder, is this a good use of our tax dollars, of my tax dollars, of everyone's tax dollars, to criminalize people for a medical condition? So not only that, I do outreach in Kennedy Plaza. I've been handing out naloxone, the overdose reversal drug, and I talk with people who are afraid to call the police in the event of an overdose because they're worried about getting arrested, or they've seen Providence police show up and refuse to use naloxone and make bystanders save people's lives time and time again. And so with that lens, I'm saying that we need to defund the police, fund services that work, mental health services, harm reduction services, and affirm that Black Lives Matter. Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
I have a Violet.
Hi, my name is Violet Black. I live in Elmhurst. I think it's important to recognize that the legacy of the police is an unbroken chain of violent white supremacy that has been used to maintain the status quo in this country since its inception. And giving them the budget to militarize and have the highest tech weapons that they could feasibly get their hands on is a death sentence for people in this country. And that can't stand any longer. And for what it's worth, all y'all taking money from the Fraternal Order of the Police, which functions mainly as propaganda, you're taking blood money. You have to recognize that and stop and abolish the police. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please, sir.
I have a Garen Jansesian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please speak up, state your name, where you live, and 2 minutes.
I live off Douglas Avenue. I lived in Providence for like 15 years now. I want to say that I urge y'all to cancel the contract that you have with the police union immediately. I urge you to immediately redirect those funds towards recreation centers, the local Boys and Girls Clubs, other rec centers scattered throughout the city of Providence, and also strongly advocate for making all the local colleges freeze tuition and then eventually abolish tuition altogether. And yeah, that's it. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please, sir.
Santiago Posas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Santiago Posas. I'm a resident of Ward 5 on Whitford Avenue in Providence, and I'm an attorney in private practice, so I'm speaking for myself tonight. I call to echo the voices of the countless people who have testified today in favor of defunding the police department. I would also like to specifically address my Councilwoman, Majority Leader Ryan. Councilwoman, I know you have spoken a lot about the need to control the costs of our city's budget. You've heard the testimony of numerous individuals, including doctors and public policy experts, explaining how the police budget is not only bloated, but a poor investment for our community. More importantly, you have heard members from across the city explaining, or you've heard citizens from across the city explaining why they have lost faith and why they have no faith in the Providence Police Department as a source of legitimate public safety. This should be a slam dunk. There are so many uses to which the money from the police budget could be placed, uses that would support our community better than continuing to fund the police as heavily as we are. It is the right thing to do, and it is a smart thing to do. Please defund the police. Black Lives Matter. I yield whatever remaining time I have.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
I have Cybele Collins.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sibel Collins, and I live in Ward 13. I'm an educator in Providence. We need to defund the police, and we know why. And we see this, how power corrupts, and we see what it does. And everything that that we all have to live with fear. I can't speak because of fear in general, but we have to face the fear, and we have to not let this kind of control that I just want the money to go to where it should go, to people, to education, to housing, to mental health, to creating conditions where people can live and survive. Please defund the police. We have to defund the police. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. Next individual, please, sir.
I have a Jacob Rosenfeld.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Jacob Rosenfeld. I use he, him pronouns, and I live in Ward 13. I want to echo and amplify the voices I've heard from my community in saying that we need to defund the police and reinvest in uplifting our community. Black Lives Matter, Black Trans Lives Matter, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. You want to be safe, Mr. Clerk? The next individual, please.
Christopher Rodriguez.
Hi, I'm Chris Rodriguez, and I live in Ward 13. And I am calling to echo the sentiments of everyone who's called to defund the police, to defund the ACI in Rhode Island. I think it's ridiculous how much work your constituents are doing right now. I think it's absurd the wages y'all are getting paid to literally avoid looking at evidence that is being handed to you on a platter by people who are being traumatized because of oppression by police officers due to the color of their skin in your community. And I don't know what y'all get paid for. It's apparently to say, stay safe and be well, because that is a platitude that you are allowed to live within while we live with the reality of being oppressed by the police. I am a person of color who has had the police break into my home and point a gun at me for no reason. And that is the least. I'm not Black. I'm not Indigenous. I'm a person of color. I haven't even had it as bad as other people. Please take a look at the lack of work that you're doing and consider why you're in the position that you're in and do something about it. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
John C.
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, John Cronin, originally from Elmhurst, born and raised. I now live in Fox Point. I can't really say much more than some of my fellow Providencers and Rhode Islanders have said. Just kind of like to say that I have family who are Providence police. And even though they might be nice people when we do go to cookouts and have birthday parties and such, that I know when they put that uniform on, they are not our friends, that they are doing a disservice to our community. I have a brother from another mother who's Black, who I grew up with. And many a time, the only reason why he didn't get arrested, he was in cop cars, was because I made that call to my family who were police. And so I'm joining in this chorus to say defund the police, abolish the police, put that money in the communities. And also as someone who's an Italian American, that we have to get rid of Columbus. It's ridiculous. He's a genocidal maniac. And we have many more people who are Italian American that we can put forth as someone who can represent our community. So hopefully you can consider this. Stop being on the side of those that protect property and start protecting people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Cook. The next individual, please.
Chris Norris LeBlanc.
Hi, my name is Chris Norris LeBlanc. I'm in the process of moving from Ward 13 to Ward 10. I was born and raised in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. I've been a K-12 student, college student, teacher, small business owner, and community member in the state. I'd like to share a story. When I was 17, I went to a high school party. I was committing the terrible crime of drinking cheap beer, smoking pot, and hanging out in a friend's backyard. Someone called the cops. Scared for my future, I decided to run so I wouldn't get arrested. The officer chased me out of the yard and into the woods. I gave myself up, raised my hands, and started apologizing. He caught me, handcuffed me, and then proceeded to beat me unconscious. First, he hit me in the back of the head. Then he lifted me up in the air and threw my body down over his knee. Afterwards, he pulled out his club and started hitting me. I blacked out. After this, he must have dragged my limp and lifeless body back to his car, where I woke up slumped against the tire and heard him tell his fellow officers that I attempted to take his firearm and that he had acted in self-defense. He was a 200+ pound man. I was a 125 pound high school student with no history of violence or aggression. He doubled down on this lie and falsified the police report with this story. People told me that I got lucky because I got off by the skin of my teeth and I was able to avoid getting convicted of a felony, but I disagree. I think I was one of many victims of a horribly broken system that uses violence, force, and coercion to solve problems that could be solved with nothing more than a conversation. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If I were Black, I don't think I would have made it out of those woods alive. You might think I have an irrational fear of police, but in fact, my dad is a police officer. He's one of my best friends. I, as much as anyone, understand the way that blue-collar workers are enticed into this profession by excellent pay and benefits. In spite of my family connection, and regardless of how much it might hurt my family if he lost his job, I am calling to defund the police because I have experienced firsthand how they use their power to terrorize our communities. This isn't about good or bad individuals. It's about a system that is broken and rotten to the core. Defund the police or accept the blood on your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Kai Y. Could you please state your name and live? You have 2 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Kai Wyman, and I live in Ward 1 off Elmwood. I'm here to join the others in calling to defund the police and to reallocate the funds to Providence community and education, housing, and other community resources. I think pretty much the community has spoken. I'm not born and raised here, but I deeply care about Providence and enriching the community and not endangering it. We need to listen and believe these stories and our Black and brown neighbors whose safety has been compromised and threatened by the Providence police. Please listen to Providence residents and defund the police. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Douglas T.
Hey, can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Please state your name, your address, or your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Douglas Taylor. I'm a former Ward 12 resident, lived there for 3 years. Now I live in Pawtucket. And I just wanted to hop on the horn tonight and tell you folks that we need to defund the police, redirect those funds into public services and enriching the communities. And we need to take down that statue of Christopher Columbus and replace it with someone who didn't kill a whole ton of people and build this whole rotten tradition that everything's founded on. I also want to call out Igliozzi and Selleck directly for how you guys handled the last hearing, where a bunch of Nazi teenagers kind of just like called in and ran roughshod over the whole thing. I think you guys should be really ashamed of how you handled that. Both Selleck for not being able to curate the chat and Igliozzi for how you treated the other council members who voiced their discomfort with the proceedings. So I just want you guys to ruminate on that as well while you also think about defunding the police. So I'm just going to say, yield my time, and you folks have a good night.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
And E. Thomas.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
State
can.
your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Emily Dix Thomas, and I have lived in Ward 13 for 6 years, though I am moving to Pawtucket next month. I am a social work grad student at Rhode Island College, and I spend a great deal of time and money in Providence, and I have many loved ones in Providence. I want to acknowledge and thank community members and organizers who have led the charge to speak to this message. I am calling to amplify and echo the message from countless voices tonight, asking to immediately defund and abolish the Providence Police Department and to redirect the funds from the bloated police department into education, housing, healthcare, and other human services. Police do not make our city safer, as many community members have explained to you already. They commit violence without consequence, especially towards the Black and brown members of our community. Listen to us and believe us when we tell you this. It is clear that there is overwhelming support to put this money elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Lucille Denaro.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lucy Gennaro. I'm a graduate of Rhode Island College, and I'm a research assistant who works for several organizations in Providence, including Brown University. I can't speak to why each of you chose public service, but I know why I did. And that's because I, like the hundreds of creative and brave residents of Providence you've heard from this evening, want to enrich and build a community. This cannot be accomplished with a budget that supports a minority coalition of police officers at the expense of the men and women, and more importantly, the children that make the future of Providence possible. While each of you sit safely in your homes and offices wondering if you should tune in or out to what your constituents have to say, they're grieving the loss of their loved ones, their community, and the loss of the education and support that were unduly stripped from them for the sake of a brutish police force. A force that continually fails to safeguard your constituents and their intellectual and creative potential, that habitually suppresses the growth and development of its own citizens, punishing them for the failures of decision makers like you, who are duty-bound to protect them. Do the harrowing stories that you have heard this evening sound like protection to you? Is this your legacy? Is this your leadership? If the values reflected in FY 2021's budget are not reallocated in a manner that is equitable, each of you have failed. The fear of retribution that you have from your donors is nowhere near comparable to the fear and trauma that your constituents live each day. I currently reside in East Providence, but the 5 miles that separate me from Providence do not blind me to the injustices that occur in your city and throughout this state. In these elected positions, you have the privilege of immediate agency to make significant change, and I hope that you've heard your constituents this evening. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have an Evan R.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Evan Rosinski. I live on Knight Street in Federal Hill, Ward 13. I've lived in the city for about 4 years, and I've been a resident of New England my entire life. I'm a classical violist. I say all this in hopes that I can draw attention to who our appointed officials consider to be their constituents and whose voices deserve to be heard. I want to echo and amplify the voices of the students and youth of Providence. They're asking for counselors, not cops, resources, not cops, mental health support, not cops, housing, not cops. I've been inspired by and educated by many of the local organizers, including PRISM and the Providence Student Union. We have a housing crisis while there are empty luxury condos downtown. Why can we not allocate more funds to this issue instead of the bloated police budget, instead of the adult correctional institution, instead of having police officers in every school? A person about an hour ago mentioned that they have unstable housing and then disconnected. This is a person whose perspective we should be hearing on this issue. Thank you for taking the time to hear, but I do have to ask if you all are listening, actually, because the community has shown up to speak tonight. If you want to know what your constituents have to say, here they are saying it. Do you want democracy to work? Do you want to be a part of people working together? I hope that you spent some time with those questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
We have an Emily.
Hi, my name is Emily Wieser, and I live in Ward 12 on Felix Street. I want to first start off by thanking you all for taking the time to listen to your constituents' perspectives, and I hope that you all will hear their calls to defund and abolish the Providence Police. I work for a social services organization in Providence that provides support to people who have been involved in the criminal justice system. Over 67% of the clients I serve do not have stable housing and cannot afford rising rents in Rhode Island. Public housing waitlists in Providence take on average 5 to 6 years. While studies show that wraparound services such as housing increase public safety and improve community health, our city and you all are clearly not listening and hearing those demands. How in good conscience can you allocate $88 million to a system founded on racism and only $150,000 to community-based organizations that go out and do outreach to people in Kennedy Plaza and in surrounding areas of Broad Street? I have heard countless stories of racial profiling from my African American clients who've been pulled over for no other reason than their race, but needing an excuse for their racism, the police find none other than a third brake light being out. Stories of the police targeting and stopping our Black citizens as they walk down the street, asking them to remove their socks and their shoes in front of other public members of our community. I want to highlight a story tonight, though, of a woman I recently found crying on the side of the street outside of my home. As she loudly cried out for help and was holding her arm, I had no other choice than to ask her if she needed 911 and a rescue. While I did not want to call the police because as a service provider who deals with domestic violence survivors and victims, I had no other choice because our community does not currently provide support for people like this woman. I called the Providence Police Department. Oh, am I out of time? I yield my time.
Thank you.
Please defund the police.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Lee Starr.
Hello, hi. My name is Lee, and I live in Ward 7. And I would like to insist that you defund the police. Millions of dollars do not need to be spent on hiring more police and militarizing an already outrageous force. Tax money should be used to benefit all of our residents, not just the rich and white. The 2021 budget should prioritize affordable housing, healthcare, education, and addiction rehabilitation. The overfunding of police and underfunding of community services has contributed to Providence and America at large being in a cycle of hatred, racism, and inequality that can only be stopped by the reallocation of funds to the marginalized communities that have been abandoned by our system. This time will be remembered in history, and I urge you as the Providence City Councilors to be on the right side of it. I hope when you look back that you can say that you made your residents proud by choosing to support community funding as a first step towards equality. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please.
Celia Rose Marks.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can. Yes, we can.
Awesome.
You have 2
Hi,
minutes.
my name is Celia Marks. I live in the West End of Providence. I don't have a prepared statement tonight, but I want to echo the voices of everyone I've heard on this call. I'm astounded at the eloquence of my community. And I mean, even as a white cisgendered woman, I've experienced incredibly negative experiences with the police, whether it was constantly getting pulled over by the police with my Puerto Rican boyfriend in high school, or them profiling my brother simply for having very long hair and a beard. I mean, it's just, the list goes on, not to mention the experiences of my friends and community members of color. I want to defund the police. I want you to defund the police, the ACI, and all carceral institutions, and provide stable housing for the people of Providence and Rhode Island. That's all I gotta say. Fuck the police, I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
Ada Bryan.
Hello, my name is Ada Bryan, and I'm a rising senior at Classical High School. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I would like to speak to my experience as a student in a high school that is only blocks away from the Providence Public Safety Complex. We regularly have to watch bricks fall from the walls of our classrooms, deal with broken radiators, and struggle without adequate resources. This is just blocks away from the well-funded Providence Public Safety Complex that does nothing to make our students feel safer. This clearly demonstrates to me the values of this council. Unless you are actively working to defund the police in the city, you value a racist and violent institution over the futures of our youth. I call for your action, and I call for you to prove to the youth of this city that you value our education, our future, and our safety. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
I have an Andrea. Andrea. I have a Paris.
Hello?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I go by Paris. I live right up the street from Chad Brown, probably really far from you guys. Aside from echoing my fellow brothers and sisters in Providence about defunding the police, I'd like to utilize this time to really just ask you guys what you guys are going to do to move forward after this. After hearing probably for 5-6 hours, everyone saying defunding the police, I want to know what you guys are going to do and what you guys are thinking, because you guys seem really uninterested. Just looking at you. I'd like to hear something, please, while I have this time. Thank you. Hello? Clark, Ryan, anyone?
Oh, thank you. This is a public hearing to receive public comment. Do you have any other public comment for this evening?
Just again to echo defunding the police. And maybe just for you guys to resign and give someone else a chance to be in that position of power. And that's it.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. If nothing else, Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Rebecca.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Powers, and I live in Ward 8. I want to also thank the activists who spoke tonight and echo their calls to defund the police. It's clear that more money to police means more unjust treatment of my Black and brown neighbors, and the institution of the police was built on racism and white supremacy. Your constituents are making clear demands of you. Reallocate our tax dollars to education, housing, mental health services, drug counseling, and access to medical care. More money to police does not make our community safer. Listen to your constituents. Defund the police and defund the ACI. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Poe Johnson. I'm calling from Ward 2. I am white. I grew up on Manton Ave. I was raised here. I'm currently a college student at Rhode Island College. I would like to echo the concerns of my fellow community members, and I would like to emphasize that racism is a foundation that the police are built on. Every cop upholds the racist judicial system and is complacent, as Black people are incarcerated at 5 times the rate as white people. How are we to pretend like Black community members can call the police for help when we are bombarded with evidence to otherwise? How can we pretend that any community members can call the police for help when they have to fear for the safety of their neighbors and their loved ones? Communities of color in Providence are disproportionately policed and disproportionately incarcerated. I moved for Providence to defund the police and invest in community programs, education, and housing. I moved for Providence to repeal the Police Officers' Bill of Rights, use our taxpayer money to build community instead of incarcerating marginalized people. The 5-hour phone call is democracy at work. Defund the police, abolish the police, Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please, sir.
Annika Green.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Annika Green. I'm a Black resident of Providence. I live on Charles Street in between wards 12 and 4. I don't know which one exactly. I wanted to echo the sentiment of defunding the police when one of the previous commenters said, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I thought back to the Waco docuseries when the US first started militarizing, and we saw the tragedy when 75 women and children were killed because we overly focused on our munitions. And if you look into what has been said about the upcoming budget, when we look into the budget increase, a commissioner of public safety said that the 52% increase, which goes towards $130,000 for guns and ammunition, which is a 52% increase compared to the previous year, was for the special response unit. He said, our special response unit, they're at the range monthly. It's probably in the tens of thousands, if not 100,000 ammunition that we go through. So we see that we are focusing our training so much on the lethal use of force, when the lethal use of force is what has been killing people who look like me and marginalized citizens all over this country. We can clearly see that our priorities are skewed in our policing. 83% of Providence school students live under the poverty line. 30K is the median household income in Rhode Island, and there is no city where you can rent affordably, where no one is housing cost burdened by the cost of housing in the state, and that is from Housing Works RI. And so while my time has expired, I would like to re-echo the sentiments of everyone else saying, defund the police, look to your community organizers, and I see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Kelton Ellis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Great. My name is Kelton Ellis. I live in Ward 11 off of Broad Street, and I work as a teacher. When I moved into Elmwood last year, the real estate agent made sure to let me know that my street was safe because there was a police barracks on the corner. As a Black person, I was taken aback because she was suggesting that I would otherwise not want to live in this majority Black and brown community. It was clear in this situation that the police were not there to protect the community, but to see it as an enemy, so that privileged people can pretend they live apart from it. In fact, despite living so close to the barracks, I have not once had an interaction with an officer that has made it seem like they care to get to know the people they're supposed to protect. Instead, they exist apart from it. Who exactly do they work for, I want to ask? I urge you to disband the police, abolish the prisons, and reallocate those funds to services. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please, sir.
Baby Starlight.
Hi, my name is Clara Sornato. I live in Ward 13. I'm calling to stand in solidarity with the incarcerated and disproportionately targeted Black and Brown people of Rhode Island, and to emphasize how crucial it is that we listen to those who have endured irreparable abuse at the hand of our violent and carceral white supremacist culture, and how we need to take immediate steps to abolish the police. As abolitionist Mariam Kaba says, the work of abolition insists that we foreground the people who are behind the walls, that we listen to them, that we take their ideas seriously. It insists that we address things like the surveillance state and economic and environmental justice, that we have to transform the relationships that we have with each other so we can really create new forms of safety and justice in our communities. Mainly, it insists that it is necessary that we change everything. It necessitates asking questions of everybody involved about what we can do instead of prisons and police. There is an opportunity here for you to enact a structural change that will utterly and totally transform our community for the better. Please know that security and safety are not and will never be synonymous. Please defund and abolish the police. Please know if you fail to act, you're not only ignoring the people who are calling tonight, but enacting further violence and ableism and classism on the imprisoned and poor who are not able to voice their suffering to you. I yield my time.
Thank you. You want to be safe, Mr. Clerk? The next individual.
Liz Bierenday.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, please state your name and where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Liz Barronday. Was born in Providence, Rhode Island. I live on Congress Ave in Ward 9. And I just wanted to call to echo all the other constituents for, saying and being out here at this time. And I just want to, basically definitely defund the police and reallocate those funds into like actual community care. For example, my mom is someone who battles with mental health and addiction, and instead of getting help, she's been beaten by cops multiple times and, incarcerated and is a convicted felon now. And, the places aren't, I don't know how to get, it's not like there. So I'd like to see that money go into something, better for everybody, and not just me or not just the people I know, but everybody out here. And and I urge you to do something, because if not, there's a lot of people out here who are going to take your jobs. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Safe and well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Jacob Brawl.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jessica Cabral. I am a white resident of Providence. I live in Ward 1, and I'm a small business owner in the community. I'd like to reiterate and emphasize the statements and concerns that have been made over and over again tonight, and demand that you defund the police. An $85.6 million operating budget is a disturbing misallocation of resources when our schools are in disrepair, community members remain houseless and hungry, and mental health providers are underfunded and underserved. You have witnessed major cities like Los Angeles, California, and Portland, Oregon respond to the public's demands and defund their police departments. This is the absolute bare minimum action you can take to acknowledge the abhorrent injustices taking place against Black and Brown members of this community. Your response to this evening's demands will be immortalized. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Bethany Caliaro.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Sure. My name's Bethany Caliero. I live in Ward 1 in Fox Point. I've been a resident of Providence for about 7 years now, starting as a student. I'd like to echo the statements of the commenters that have come before me and thank them for their words and their the care that they've been putting into this meeting. I'd like to point out that the length of this session is obviously a testament to our devotion to making sure that our voices are heard. I urge you to please listen to your constituents that have been coming on this meeting from all wards and all ages, walks of life, professions, and to just listen to them and continue to make these meetings open to the public, make commenting more accessible for those who may not be able to speak vocally or have access to Zoom, Wi-Fi, or computers. And I'd like to again reiterate that we need to defend the police and put that money towards housing, education, access to medical care, and other social services that will foster a truly safe community. I yield my time. Thank you.
Be safe and be well, Mr. Clerk. The next individual, please, sir.
Nora.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Nora Kaplan. I have lived in Providence my entire life, and I currently live graduate of Providence Public Schools.
Are you still there, Nora? We can't hear you. Sorry, Nora, we can't. I can see that you're there and you're lighting up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Nora Kaplan. I have lived in Providence my entire life, and I currently live in Ward 15 in Olneyville Square. I'm a white graduate of Providence Public Schools, and I am currently a college student at Rhode Island College. I currently work as an artist, and I am also a lay leader in the local Jewish community. I echo the sentiments of everyone else who was called in over the past 6 hours. I urge you to defund the police immediately. We need to take immediate steps to abolish the police and the prison industrial complex. Abolition may seem like an impossible idea right now, a ludicrous fantasy, but it must have also seemed like an absurd dream in 1860 to abolish slavery. It must have seemed impossible in 1770 to imagine living in a democracy without a monarch. We need to work right now to complete the that began with the abolition of slavery, because slavery never ended and it's currently happening, and we need to do our part to destroy the system that is killing Black and brown people. I yield my time. Thank you.
Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, just for the indication, when we get to the 1 o'clock hour, we'll have people speak for 1 minute versus 2. Okay? Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Hi, Yoli Bell.
Hello.
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, so my name is Yoli Bell. I am an alum of Providence Public Schools. I live in Ward 13, and I'm also a sex worker. Just wanted to echo everyone's sentiments about defunding the police. It is imperative that you guys do that because, you know, those resources could really be allocated into our education system, into mental health resources, amongst many other things. I think everyone else has done a really good job at communicating that as well. And if you don't hear us after today, I really don't know what to tell you. And lastly, fuck the police. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
Have a Ron.
Yes. Hi. I'm calling just to echo what a lot of my peers, a lot of my fellow citizens and friends have said, and that is to defund the police. I think that we need to continue, as individual just said, we need to continue the long, arduous fight in abolishing slavery in the United States, because that work is not done. And honestly, council people, I think that y'all just need to take a long, hard look at like what you do. I'm an educator in the city, and I think it's just really important that our analysis be acute and be keen. And the fact that like y'all can't even respond to what we're saying, that is white supremacy like functioning like right here and now. And yeah, y'all didn't necessarily make up those rules, but those rules were put in place to prevent dialogue, to prevent democracy from working, and to uphold power. And that's all I have to say. So yeah, grace and peace to you all. I cede the rest of my time to you.
They can be well. Mr. Clerk, at 12:50 we will take a break. But let's have the next individual, please.
I have a Kynes Parker.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is James Parker. I live in Cumberland now, but I've lived in and around the Providence community for the last decade. I'm here to echo the message to immediately reallocate funds from the police department to schools, social work, housing, healthcare, etc. within the community. The system as it stands clearly does not fulfill its role in protecting the people. Police are taught to fear for their lives in training, given guns, and then they bring that fear into the streets with them. This creates a dangerous dynamic between cops and citizens, so this system needs to be abolished. If/while police do exist in this society, they must be held accountable for their harmful actions. Qualified immunity must be ended now. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, at this time, we're going to stand at ease and take a few-minute break. We're going to come back at the 1 o'clock hour, and then we'll do, people will have 1 minute to speak. Thank you. All right. Sure. Good morning, everybody. It's the 23rd of June, Tuesday, 2020. Welcome to the continuing public hearing on the proposed tax levy of the City of Providence City Council. As you know, starting at this hour, we'll be doing, participants will be able to speak for 1 minute at this time. Mr. Clerk, let's have the next individual to speak. Thank you.
Michaela Camacho Terreiro.
Yeah, I'm muted.
Mr. Clerk? Did you contact the next person, sir?
Hello.
Okay, please state your name, and where you reside, and you have 1 minute to speak.
Hello.
Please state your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute to speak. That's you, Michaela. Michaela, if you're going to speak, I'll give you a few more seconds. Otherwise, we'll move on to someone else.
Come on.
Stephen Luna.
Yes. Can you hear me?
You please state your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Stephen Luna. I was raised in Southside Providence. I lived off of Broad Street on Sumter, Mitchell, Ontario, Melrose, Congress. I lived on the West End for a while on Althea. I'm currently living in North Providence, but I still have a lot of ties and family in Providence. Yeah, Providence is home. I love this city. I'm so proud of this city. I'm here to echo everything that's been said tonight. And I'm asking you to represent the voices that you've heard here, to listen to us and to love us, to care for people who you may not have met, but who are scared and tired of a culture that has created actual systems that support a license to kill mentality, a license to brutalize, belittle, and step on the necks of anyone who speaks out against them. The amount of times I've been at protests myself and have heard the Providence police say outwardly racist and derogatory remarks to the very citizens they've been hired to protect. I have a friend who has expressed fear in leaving their apartment because there's construction going on in front of his apartment, meaning that there's an armed police officer he has to walk by every day. The time has come for policing to be dismantled and for those funds and resources to be used in other ways that can support our communities, support our public education system and public transit system. But yeah, I give my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next person, please.
Kevin Duquette.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kevin Duquette, and I live in Federal Hill. I'm a professor of school counseling. I'm also a former middle school counselor and a former high school teacher. I'm calling in to support the defunding of the Providence Police Department. The standard training for police officers is 840 hours. Meanwhile, the training for school counselors is a 51 to 60 credit master's program, including a 700-hour practicum and internship experience. Despite this, the average salaries of school counselors and school resource officers are almost identical. We know that lower student to school counselor ratios lead to higher student achievement, better attendance, higher graduation rates, increased college matriculation rates, lower rates of emotional difficulty, and lower levels of discipline and suspensions, both of which disproportionately affect Black and Brown students. Please defund the Providence Police Department and reallocate the funding currently slated for SROs to go to school counselors. Thank you, Black Lives Matter, and I yield my time.
Thank you. You want to be safe, Mr. Clerk? The next individual, please.
Anna Bonesteel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yes,
You
please.
have 1 minute.
Hi, excellent. Okay. My name is Anna Bonesteel, and I'm a constituent living in Ward 3. I'm calling in support of immediately defunding the police and reallocating those resources to where they would better serve the immediate needs of the community, especially schools. I attended a press conference at Bailey Taylor Park today for the removal of the word plantations from city and state materials. During that event, State Representative Williams spoke on this idea we often have that change doesn't come overnight. We often think it has to be kind of a long slogging movement instead. Today she said that's all wrong and that in many cases change does happen overnight, and I think it can happen in this case. Change can come overnight and it can come this night. I urge you to listen to the various beautiful and intelligent voices of the people of the state, especially considering those without access to video conferencing services. Please do the work to deconstruct white supremacy in the state. Please defund and eventually abolish the ACI and the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Lilith Bripp.
Go, go, Lily. You got it, baby.
State your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Lilith Pripp, and I'm a white person living in Ward 11. I'm calling today in support of defunding the Providence Police Department and allocating those funds to community-based and community-oriented programs that assist the citizens in ways that the police cannot and will not. I am a lifetime resident of Rhode Island, born and raised here. I have never in my 26 years of life experienced the police being helpful in any crisis situation or otherwise. I have repeatedly seen my peers experience harassment, threats, and trauma at the hands of police who are supposedly put in place to protect them. The police invoke nothing but fear in the citizens of Providence, and that fear is rooted in a system that has stomped on the necks of Black people, sex workers, queer and trans people, and all people of marginalized identities. Over the past few weeks, as protests continue to rage across the country, one thing that has become abundantly clear is that the police as an institution have been put in place to selectively protect property as well as the citizens that are deemed worthy of their protection, namely white people. The outrage being expressed by the people towards police is not only justified, but inevitable. As long as the police are allowed to continue to murder and harass the people who they are supposed to protect, the people subject to this tyranny will not be silent. I say allowed with full intention of putting pressure on you, the council people, to do the right thing, because as long as you continue to approve of, support, and fund the racist and genocidal system that is put in place, you are complicit in every death that is caused by or allowed to happen at the hands of police. I want to end the statement by saying that I will not be thanking you for your time tonight, because 8 hours of listening to the cries of help from your people is the absolute bare minimum you can do in the positions that you are in, especially after Black and Indigenous people of color have been expressing these sentiments for years, and you only began to listen once your property started being destroyed. Do the right thing, defund the police, and redistribute those dollars to programs designed to actually help your people instead of oppress them. Abolish the police, abolish prisons, Black Lives Matter.
Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please. You have 1 minute.
Jason Almeida.
All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
Jason Almeida. I've lived in Ward 3 for over 30 years. My family has owned a house off of Camp Street for over 30 years. I'm a local DJ, event producer with Stay Silent, owner of a nightclub on North Main Street, a graduate of Classical High School in the University of Rhode Island. And I'm here supporting my community, speaking on behalf of defunding the police. But I'd also like to point out that I feel my generation in my neighborhood has been failed. And I look back and I think about a police substation that was put in my neighborhood all through my childhood to invoke fear in the people that I grew up with and myself. And as soon as you guys gentrified Camp Street, it's just been empty. So that to me is a symbol of how you guys feel about our people, how you feel about Black people specifically, Cape Verdean people, Black people that grew up and lived in this neighborhood. And as soon as you push these people out, it's been empty for over 10 years. So I think that's something that you need to think about and think about in which ways do you show us that you care? Because a lot of times, and I'm somebody that owns a business that pays for a lot of police detail. And all the time, all we hear is negativity, negativity, negativity. And I want you guys to see that there's two Providences right here, and you need to get on the right side of it. I appreciate y'all. Much love to Charlotte. Much love to everybody who's spoken today. I know I've gone over my time, but please keep calling in. Send this to your friends, send this to your people, talk to your people, because we just need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual. I'd ask everybody to maintain your allotted time, please, because we have people who would like to speak. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Ilse Brian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Ilsa Brian. I live in Mount Pleasant, District 5. I'm a rising sophomore and I'm 15 years old. I go to Classical High School, which is apparently the best high school in Rhode Island. However, my school is literally falling apart. The ceilings are molding. When it rains, there are puddles in the school halls, and sometimes we have to go on paper rations because they don't have enough funding to keep printing our worksheets. How do the police keep being funded and our schools fail? And most of all, we need to get police out of our schools. I will say this once: the police have no place in public schools. Students deserve to feel safe at school, and having police there leaves students in fear. If y'all are not willing to listen to your community, then you should resign. Please listen to the people of Providence and defund and abolish the police and prisons. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Valentine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Diana from Madera. I'm a resident of Ward 13, the West End neighborhood. I'm calling to echo and add my voice to all those who have called in tonight to demand that you defund and abolish the police and instead invest in education, housing, healthcare, community resources, etc. Really anything but the police. I urge you to listen to all the young people who have called in today. I know it is very late at night right now, but I personally do not know how you can sleep at night while the public school system is falling apart and crumbling. Again, the Johns Hopkins University report from last year was just exposed the extent to which the public school system in Providence is broken, does not serve students. I think it's beyond time that something is done about that. Secondly, as a young white woman, I do not feel that the police protects or serves me. This comes from personal experience. I was once physically assaulted, had the police call on my behalf. Nothing about the interaction made me feel safe or protected. I was not interested in interacting with the police. I was not interested in pressing charges. Again, defund the police. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to be safe? Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Zach Kligler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and where you live. You have 1 minute.
My name is Zach Kligler. I live on Toby Street in Ward 13. Like these hundreds of other community members, I'm here to call for the defunding and abolition of the police, as well as the defunding and closure of the ACI and freeing of all those in prison. Counselors, you all look quite tired. That's probably why you're ushering us out the door, Igliozzi. But we're not tired. We are just getting started. I want you to know that tonight is just the beginning of what you're going to be facing if you do not listen to the people of this city now. We will not sleep, and neither will you until you hear us. Leader Ryan, we know you're running for Senate. I live in your district. If you think you can sleep easy tonight, ignore our demands, and keep pocketing cop money, you better believe the people of this city will not let your fraud of a career as a public servant go on any longer. Defund the police, free everyone the state is caging, fund our futures, or you're going to have a lot more sleepless nights than this. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be well and be safe. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I'm an Andrew Stewart.
Yes, hi. My name is Andrew Stewart. I live in Ward 13, and I'm calling to affirm the call for the defunding of police in the larger carceral state in solidarity with my Black, Indigenous, and other people of color siblings that live every day in the crosshairs of this racialized police state. I've been a substitute teacher in Providence Public School District for the past 5 years. As others have said, the system is in tatters, and it would be a profound injustice for us to continue to defund education and prioritize a white supremacist system above the education system. I would further add that my maternal grandmother was an Italian American whose maiden name was Di Pasquale, spelled the same way as the pharmacy on Broadway and the square on Federal Hill. Zero allegiance to any notion of how you
No, I can't do that at the same time that I'm
upholds this savage genocidal legacy of Christopher Columbus, one of the founders of the settler colonial policing in this hemisphere. And I would challenge fellow Italian Americans, including Mr. Igliozzi, to repudiate this legacy, which is a major foundation block of this system. And failure to account for this is just an ocean state variation of white supremacy. I yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. At this time, Mr. Clerk, you have the list here. Thank you. We have the last list of notified attendees for the folks. We'll be going until at least 2 o'clock, and the clerk will be he'll be calling your name, and at this time we will no longer be taking an additional. We're trying to get as many people as possible. Mr. Clerk, can you read the next name, please, sir?
Inman. I have N-M-A-N-G. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Yes, please state your name, where you live. You have 1 minute.
My name is Noah Mangelson. I live in Ward 13. I've lived here for about a year, and I'd just like to echo the sentiments of my fellow citizens in defunding the police. I've read a little bit of the proposed budget for the upcoming year, and I'm honestly pretty disgusted at how much money is allocated for the police department and the state police when a lot of our public education and our school buildings are in disrepair. I urge you to listen to the youth of Providence. I urge you to listen to the protests and the activists who are all bravely taking a stand against white supremacy and the racist policing system. Defund the police, Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Hi, Mr. Selleck, I believe you're muted, but hi, I'm Sam Mickle. I'm a resident and new homeowner in Ward 1, and I would like to elevate and support the many voices that have come before me tonight calling for the defunding of the ACI and the police. As a student here, I've taken part in street outreach with individuals experiencing homelessness, many of whom are Black or people of color or trying to cope with mental illness, such as addiction and PTSD. I've heard many stories of grossly unnecessary violence perpetuated by the police against these individuals. This in itself is an atrocity which justifies the defunding of the police. A further shame on our city is that these same folks are unable to access services such as detox, housing, jobs, and food programming when they are needed most. The city clearly knows this and has received a $700,000 grant not even tax dollars for a behavioral health response team. This is a small drop in the bucket compared to the close to $90 million spent on the police. Defund the police. Not only could it make financial sense, but most importantly, it is the right and ethical decision. The one that is best for our community, including our Black and people of color neighbors. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual. Mr. Clerk.
I have a Rick R.I.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can please state your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
My name is Rick. I used to live in Providence, but I had to move out of the city because of skyrocketing rents and property costs due to unchecked and greedy landlords in the city. I also run a business in Providence. I'm here to show my support for disarming and defunding and eventually completely abolishing the police department. Why are we spending millions of dollars in the city on personnel and infrastructure on an outdated system that is frankly unnecessary? Why do we need these people to sweep our homeless neighbors out of Burnside Park and cruise Broad Street harassing our Black and brown neighbors? It is just a travesty. Black Lives Matter, stop evictions, bulldoze that Columbus statue, defend equality, and read Frantz Fanon.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Sydney Smith. Sydney Smith.
Yep.
Say your name, where you live. You have 1 minute.
All right. My name is Sydney Lane Smith. I live in Ward 11, and I'm a born and raised Rhode Islander. I'm a community outreach worker and harm reductionist. I provide outreach services in Providence on Cranston Street, Elmwood Ave, and Broad Street. I have witnessed the Providence police harass, intimidate, and arrest people who experience homelessness, sex workers, and people who use drugs in the city of Providence. My coworkers have been questioned by police while offering support and resources to those in our community who need it most. In 2019, one of my coworkers and friends administered Narcan to a woman who was overdosing from fentanyl on Cranston Street. The Providence police were present and did not assist my friend in saving the woman's life. They were not responsive to questions as to why they were not more informed on how to react in an overdose. In the past year, I've been working with community members by providing them with harm reduction services, only to find out suddenly that they had been picked up on a warrant and are now incarcerated. I have seen this happen too many times. Continually reincarcerating people who use drugs, sex workers, and people who experience homelessness is not a solution. This is evidence that the system was not designed to uplift our community, but to hold us back. We as a community have the means to increase quality of life for those most vulnerable in our community. I'm talking about Black people, trans people, sex workers, unhoused people, mentally ill people, and all of the intersections in between. We have an obligation to redistribute our resources as a city to create opportunity for all. I call for the defunding of the Providence Police, the defunding of the ACI, decriminalization of sex work, decriminalization of drug use, and the ultimate abolition of these structures that continue to oppress our community. Until then, and always, we protect us.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. The next individual, please.
Parties.
Hello,
I have a Lila Barber.
can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
Word. Okay, so I'm Lai Barber, former resident of Ward 13. I hope you guys had a nice little coffee break to wake the hell up, but it's going to take a lot more than that. I'm here to echo what everyone here has spoken, and I know it's late, and that's obviously for a reason, so you guys got to pay attention, and you truly rely on the community here. You're here, so be here for a reason, and pay attention to what everyone has been saying. Feel some empathy for once, please listen. Reallocate your funds to the community that you rely on. Defund the police, Black Lives Matter, and how about actually contributing to the community? Being safe and being well. Okay. Goodbye.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual.
Pedro Polanco.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and where you live. You have 1 minute.
My name is Pedro Polanco. I've grown up around Providence and Cranston and lived in wards 10, 1, and 13. I simply wanted to add my voice to the many justifiable and brave statements made by other people in this call. For many people, defunding and eventually abolishing the police can seem like a monumental task, but by now that is an unreasonably ignorant viewpoint for you to hold as community leaders. The evidence that is being presented to you today should make it clear that action must be taken, that continuing to side with the status quo is causing real damage to members of our community. Police are given the incredible power to use violence to enforce laws, and yet they are asked to deal with situations which should never, ever under any system of morality permit the use of force, and they are continuously free to make judgments regarding that force through their own prejudiced lenses. This is not public safety, but rather control. Public safety is only possible in Providence given a reallocation of funds in the city budget away from the police and towards organizations which truly protect our citizens by providing for their needs. Defund the police, abolish prisons, Black Lives Matter, and I hope you're ready for a long night. Yield my time.
Thank you. Be safe, be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual. The public hearing, we've identified the last identified individuals who will be speaking this evening, and the clerk will be continuing reading those names. Upon the exhausting of that list, we will then conclude the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, can I have the next individual, please?
Yes, Simcha Davis.
Hi, yep, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live. You have 1 minute.
All right. My name is Simca Davis. I am white and I am a resident of Ward 3. I have grown up in Providence almost my entire life and have graduated from Providence Public Schools. I'm calling to reiterate what others have already said on the call. I'm demanding that you defund the police as a step towards police and prison abolition and to allocate the funds towards community resources, education, and housing instead. Our city is not excluded from the racist oppression that the police uphold, and as we have heard from many testimonies tonight. I work at AS220 Youth Studio, and through that, also the Rhode Island Training School, which is the juvenile prison in Rhode Island. I work there as an arts educator, and I have seen firsthand the system that youth, who are predominantly Black and brown, are brought into once arrested. It is appalling. I believe that restorative justice, harm reduction, and community care are all very feasible models to uplift the lives of all Providence residents without police. Police reform does not work. We need to create new systems that do not oppress the Black, Indigenous, and people of color of Providence. Now is your chance to change the lives of all Providence residents for the better. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, can I have the next individual, please?
Hello. I have a Christopher J. Lee. Yes. State your name, where you live. You have 1 minute.
Great. My name is Christopher Lee. I'm the LGBTQ plus and gendered coordinator at Rhode Island College. I live in Ward 2, represented by Councilwoman Helen Anthony. I'm speaking to all of you, but in particular to Councilwoman Anthony today. I voted for you back in 2018 in a competitive primary election. I urge you to defund the massive budget allocated to the police force. I urge you to convince your colleagues on the Finance Committee to do the same. And I urge you to continue to fight to defund the police if your colleagues, as I'm guessing, refuse to do so. For the past months, I've been volunteering with the Moore's COVID response team, a group of unpaid individuals that are providing masks, food, transportation, interpretation, and mental health support to people across Rhode Island. Organizations like Amore are operating on shoestring budgets to offer life-sustaining services. If mutual aid projects can mobilize with mere tens of thousands of dollars, I invite you to imagine the impact that the tens of millions devoted to police could have if these funds were redistributed from enforcing racist violence to ending it completely. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, can we have the next individual, please?
I have Adam Chuang.
Hello?
Yes, please
State your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Adam Chong, and I'm a resident of Ward 13. I would hope by now that there is no question that the steps will be made to reduce the PPD budget. If defunding the police is a given, what I want to emphasize is that any initiatives that come out of those budget cuts and reallocation must be community-led. Organizations like DARE, PRISM, and more have been doing the work of not just abolition, but also battling white supremacy. If we do not center these organizations in building these alternative futures, we run the risk of allowing another white supremacist institution to grow and replace the police. As a former mental health professional who has conducted assessments in the ACI, I have seen how behavioral mental health care upholds white supremacy as an agent of social control. Like the police, these institutions were founded on the basis of white supremacy. We need to listen to our community members, including those incarcerated, institutionalized, and the Black and brown parents who have had their children taken away from them by DCYF, to understand how we can appropriately use the Providence budget to support Black and brown folks. I yield my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please, sir.
Have an Anna Snyder.
Hey, hi, my name is Anna Snyder. I'm a white person living on the South Side. I'm in Mary Kay Harris's Ward 11. I moved to Providence to attend RISD, and I fell in love with the city, and I have been here ever since. I would like to add my voice to the chorus calling for the defunding of this racist police state and demand that you reallocate these funds in a manner that truly serves and supports our community. I'd like you to invest in education, housing, and healthcare. I would also like to echo the repeated calls for the removal of the South Side's Columbus statue. It boggles my mind that this obscene memorial is still standing, and that my tax dollars are being used to surveil the square in which it sits, while the schools, right down the street crumble. There's not too much I can add to the brave and the brilliant voices that have preceded me. I'd like to thank this community for their tireless work and promise that should the council fail to act, I will see them out in the streets in solidarity and protest. No justice, no peace. Defund the police, and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Be well. Mr. Clerk, we have the next individual, please.
I have a Jonathan.
Hi, I think you can probably hear me. My name's Jonathan.
Oh, shoot. Can you please unmute yourself, Jonathan, and go ahead? Yes.
All right. Hey, live in Ward 13. I've also lived in wards 1, 11, and 15 as well. Moved to Providence 9 years ago. Currently a graduate student researcher at Brown University. As a sociologist, I believe in evidence-based policy. And the evidence here is clear. Our current policing and incarceration system do not protect the safety of our communities. Instead, heavy policing and incarceration disproportionately target our Black and brown neighbors and lead to significantly greater instability for individuals and communities. The police department gobbles up a huge proportion of the city's budget while our schools are falling apart. If the council believes in Providence, it will reallocate funds away from PPD to schools, health, and housing. You've heard what your constituents are saying: divest from a policing system that terrorizes our friends and neighbors and allocate funding where it's desperately needed. As my Ward 13 neighbor said a little while back, about an hour ago, really anything but the police would be preferable. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, we have the next individual, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi.
You
Hi,
have-
my name's Anthony Maselli.
mic
I
on.
live in Ward 7. I'm a mental health worker at Butler Hospital. I myself am white, but I have friends and coworkers who are people of color who have been victims of police violence, sexual abuse, and no-knock raids in the wrong house, where their friends and family were roughed up and had rifles pointed at them in their own homes before PPD realized they were in the wrong place. You may think these kind of stories are rare, and I used to as well, but when you open your ears to really listen, you'll realize what I already know is true, that police indeed are a societal ill, and that while difficult, a different world is possible, and it's going to take hard work and imagination. And this is the work that our communities of color have been doing for decades. I have decided to join them, and I hope that you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Hannah Z.
Hi, my name's Hannah Zoll and I live in Ward 13. I'm calling to echo what others have already said, which is that the Providence Police Department and ACI needs to be defunded and abolished immediately. The entire US police system is rooted in white supremacy and disproportionately inflicts violence on Black people. Body cameras, diversity training, and other meaningless initiatives are putting a Band-Aid on a tumor when the tumor needs to be removed. I'm white and have only been pulled over in Providence by the police when I've had Black friends and colleagues in my car as passengers with little to no explanation. Please listen to your constituents and direct funds away from the police and towards education, housing, healthcare, and other community-based social services. Like others have said, listening to the people you represent is the bare minimum. So if you can't do that, you should resign. I yield my time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Anya Talatinian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please say your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
Okay, my name is Anya Talatini and I live in Ward 13. I'm here to urge you to use your power to make significant and urgent changes to the FY 2021 budget and defund the police so that we can use that horribly misused money to fund our educational system, housing, healthcare, and other vital community resources. It's time to dramatically reimagine public safety and emergency response. I would like to encourage all of the white members of this council to examine how their silence and complacency on these issues is heard loud and clear. White silence is violence. You have a duty as people who are representing your constituents and members of the Providence community to listen to us when we are overwhelmingly telling you to defund, disband, and disarm the police. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Tess Gabbert.
Hi, council members. My name is Tess Gabert and I live in Ward 3 off of Hope Street. Can you hear me?
Yes,
dude, my throat was in my throat.
So I want to echo and amplify the many calls by my neighbors to immediately defund the police, abolish the prison systems, and shift these funds into community building programs that would immediately serve Rhode Islanders. In addition to everything else that has been said, we cannot forget how intertwined police, probation, and prisons are. 1 in 20 men in Rhode Island are on probation. 1 in 6 adult Black men in Rhode Island are on probation. 1 in 6. Rhode Island has the second highest probation rate in the nation. This is shameful, and the system funnels community members in and out of ACI. Defunding the police also means abolishing prison. As a student in Providence, I work with people experiencing homelessness who are disproportionately Black and brown and brutalized by police violence. Many of these individuals also have mental illness and substance use disorders. Instead of investing in detox food programming, housing, and mental health treatment resources, the ACI serves as the largest facility in Rhode Island dealing with mentally ill people. These are public health problems, not punishment problems. The ACLU and Disability Rights Rhode Island are still gathering data, but they estimate that 100 ACI inmates with mental illness on average are in solitary confinement each year. This is quite literally torture. Defunding the police and the ACI is the bare minimum that you can do to correct the centuries of violence inflicted on Black, brown, and Indigenous people in this country. Defund the police, decriminalize sex work, decriminalize substance use disorders, abolish prisons, Black Lives Matter, Black disabled lives matter, Black trans lives matter. You have the opportunity to be on the right side of history tonight. Listen to your community. I yield my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Grace C.
Hi, I just want to ask you as non-Black community members to do some reading, at the very least do a Google search. It was clear that few white council members or members of police, if any, had done so for the meeting on June 10th. That was not a discussion, it was a lesson. You contributed nothing to that discussion. You showed up unprepared and inappropriately set the expectation for Black and brown council and community members to teach you how you are harming them and then did not even listen. That too is violence. You need to hold yourselves to a higher standard because the Zoom meeting on June 10th was a disrespectful waste of Black and brown people's time. The most basic of Google searches prior to the meeting would have answered the questions Mikey Mondi or Stephen Perry raised, most of which were incorrect assumptions about what abolition would entail. Abolition of police will not be perfect, nor will it rid our societies of violence. Policing and jails currently don't rid our societies of violence at all and are often sources of it. What abolition will do is ensure that we are treating the roots of the problems created by capitalism and white supremacy, as opposed to throwing people away so you don't have to face the expenses of your undeserved privilege. Lastly, I just want to remind you that criminality and innocence are racially constructed ideas, the latter constantly portrayed as an inherently white trait never afforded to Black and brown people. There is no justification for police brutality. Black Lives Matter is not up for debate or subject to your respectability politics. Defund and abolish police and prisons. I don't know how many testimonies you need to defund police. No amount of money you give the police will change it into a system that protects the people it was designed to destroy. I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Gabrielle Gibson.
Hi, my name is Gabrielle Gibson. I live in Providence and have for years. I'm currently in Ward 6. I've been both an educator and student in the Providence public school system. I'm an artist, educator, entrepreneur, and community worker. I've been serving this community for 16 years, since I was 14 years old. And since I was a child, police brutality and systemic racism have stolen peace, lives, and dignity from my people and me. I preached reform, and death upon death upon death has taught me that it isn't enough. I watched the money leave my programs as a student, and then later in life as a staff. I have been begging for change my entire life, begging for funding, begging for the people in power to care about the most vulnerable in this community. And now, as a constituent, I am demanding it. You celebrate me when I recite love letters to the city on the tops of buildings, but you silence and disregard me once my feet hit the ground. I am both the child of immigrants and the descendant of American formerly enslaved people. I cannot risk another generation of injustice. I cannot stare young people in the face and tell them their voices matter while I watch these systems try to make a liar out of me. Funding the police while the city suffers is inhumane. Defunding the police is the only option to move forward. All Black lives matter. People do not belong in cages. You choose what side of history you want to be on. You tell us how much we matter with what actions you choose to take moving forward.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have an Arlene.
Hi, I'm Marlene. I'm from Ward Joanne Ryan. I don't know what number that is. I'm calling to defund whatever the police, and I'm talking to Joanne Ryan because you represent me and I voted for you, and my vote is gonna count this year for something. So like in where we live, like the kids around here are starving to the point that they're fucking stealing DoorDashes. So they need to have better, the food pantries, that food that you guys are giving, it's no good. Nobody cooks that. So these kids are starving in the neighborhood. So that money for them pigs should go to these kids. The youth don't got nothing going on in the neighborhood neither. And the cops are always harassing horribly. The park over there, as soon as the kids come, here comes Northrop, here come the lights, kids gotta go. And it's raggedy. They just cut the grass. Affordable housing is not affordable for us. We're poor, we can't afford it. The whole internet stuff, like Joanne, you need to like find some type of support advocate for the kids with the dual language learners, because some of these people don't even know about internet and they didn't get none of the services, these kids. All right, I'm out.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have someone with the username Oxford comma.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to join and echo the.
Could you please state your name and where you live? And you have 1 minute. Could you please state your name and where you live?
Michael Daramola. I live in I'm a homeowner in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Been here all my life. Again, just wanted to echo the musings of all my colleagues and
all the people that
fellow African American.
Are you
Pardon?
Continue. Someone else had unmuted themselves. Go ahead.
Sure. I want to echo the defunding of police. I believe that they are obsolete at this point and add significantly to the issues that, Black and Latinos face. That the money that we, have left over from defunding should be allocated for fixing schools. My little brothers attend Slater, and I can tell you that they are in vast need of funding, and also allocate those money to mental health programs and affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Be safe and be well. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a Vivian Salahana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vivian Salehanna. I am a homeowner and resident in Ward 9, Washington Park. I'm also a university professor with a PhD in criminal justice and a master's degree in criminology. And I've been doing this work for 25 years. There's nothing that I've read or researched that can add to all that you've heard tonight from all the people that have called in to echo what folks have been saying in the streets, who have been echoing what folks have said in the streets before them, who have echoed what folks have said on plantations and inside prisons and within reservations and reform schools. I think the point I want to make tonight with the 1 minute that I have of your time is that this has been a hundreds-year-long struggle. The statues of your comrades are falling down around the world, and it's time for you to decide as individuals in the city which side of history you will stand on, because history is being made right now. It is being documented. Your last names are attached to this history, and your legacies will be inherited by your descendants. So you need to decide where you stand and what you will do to keep this community safe and well. I cede my time.
Thank you.
Your names will go down in
The next
history.
individual, please.
Sarah Kalin.
Hello,
Yes.
my name is Sarah Kalin. I live on East Street in Ward 1, Fox Point. I join my community members who have spoken tonight in the call to defund the police and invest that budget in positive social services. Police violence and the carceral state to which it is related is an urgent public health issue and one that reflects systemic white supremacy upon which this country was built. As a Brown medical student, I spend a lot of time in emergency departments at the Miriam and Rhode Island Hospital, and every shift I see patients suffering from the double plague of overinvestment in policing and underinvestment in health-focused community services. This double plague disproportionately affects Black, Brown, and Indigenous people, trans folks, people experiencing homelessness and mental health and addiction crises, and other marginalized populations who deserve investment in their health and futures, not boots on their necks. On that note, I would like to say how disappointed I am that this meeting is being called to an end, even though there are many community members who still wish to speak. And I hope we see a follow-up budget meeting where all of our community members have sufficient time and accessibility to air their views on this subject that is so essential to our current and future health as a community. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
Have Ayana Rowe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Ayana Rowe. I live in Ward 1, and I'm calling for the defunding of the police. I think that police funds would be better used if allocated to school systems and toward preventative measures such as school counselors. And I just would like to point out like the stark differences between how Black and white youth are treated here in America. You know, when a white person shoots a school, we always look to see the humanity in them by considering their mental health state. And I'm just wondering, why can't the same be done for our Black youth? Stop criminalizing these Black youth by over-policing the schools and streets, and work to see the humanity in them. Work to better fund our schools and build relationships with between police and communities of color. I'm 17 and I want to grow up in a world where my life is valued, where Black lives matter, where my life matters, and where I'm seen and treated as human. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The next individual, please, sir.
Won't you tell everybody what the fuck you gotta say?
I have a Camilla.
Hello? Hi.
Yes.
So I got the privilege right now to
Could you
speak for a
please state your
third time
name
this
and where you
evening.
live? And you have 1 minute,
Yeah,
please.
my name is Camila. You're hearing me for the third time, and you'll remember my name because I am the goddaughter of Nelly Gorbea, our Secretary of State, because I have campaigned as a child for Sabina Matos, because I go to the same bars that Kat Kerwin goes to, because I worked at Bolt Coffee, serving coffee to Councilwoman Nerva, and she was doing beautiful work. I have worked at Los Angeles for 5 years, and I have served every Providence mayor. And let me tell you, Elorza is a 10% tipper. Let me move on to my next point. Right now, you don't know what to do, but we know what to do. So what I'm asking is that you allow us to have elections right now. Open up the opportunity for us to take over, because you clearly don't know what you're doing, but don't worry, we do, and we actually care. So open up the elections, because I thought I was gonna have to wait 2 years to run against James Taylor. And I'm not gonna wait 2 years to run against James Taylor. I'm running right now. And what I'm asking you is not only to defund the police and end white supremacy, is I'm giving you the option to change the world by opening up the elections here, which will follow to the rest of the country. It will give us the opportunity to take over the world. So open up the elections right now and let us run for office, because we know what to do. We care about our people. You guys can retire and step down and do whatever the fuck you want, because you will, because we'll take over. I've had my time. My name's Camila Garay.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, the next individual, please.
I have a River Navarrete.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, please state your name, where you live. You have 1 minute.
I'm River Navarrete. I live in Ward 13, and I'm calling to demand the defunding and abolishing of the police and fund our community. So when I was protesting after curfew on June 5th, I was tear gassed by Broadway 10 minutes from my own home. When I saw it, I tried to run home, but the police were blocking it off. They used it 3 times, and when I tried to tell anyone in the media about it, they told me it couldn't have happened because the police are absolutely adamant that they didn't use any tear gas that night. It happened right here in Providence, and then I saw them arresting a young Black man later who just asked to call his mom, and I asked why he was being arrested, and they all yelled at us to go home because we were in violation of the curfew. They literally used a chemical weapon on us for existing outside after 9 p.m. and arrested people. They know what they did, and they're lying about it and silencing us. The police do not help us. Defund them. A better world is possible. There's no way that they don't know that this happened. This happened. They're keeping quiet about it, lying for each other about it, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You well, Mr. Clerk? The last speaker for this evening.
I have Chaven Chun.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chevin Jonathan Chun. I am a Cambodian American who lived in Providence for almost 28 years now. I was raised in the west end of Providence, and now I am currently living in the south side of the city. I just want to echo everyone else's voice in regards to defunding the police and reinvest the money into our community, such as healthcare, housing, education, job opportunities, and everything else that can contribute in ending systemic racism and create equal opportunities for those who are not white, those who are women, and my LGBTQ family. Growing up in Providence, I can say that I've been pulled over and searched by the police countless of times before my adulthood. I have no criminal record, nor have I ever committed a crime. Sorry. I can literally just sit in the car in front of my house and cops will pull up beside me to search me. There was one time where I was standing in front of my house with a backpack on and two undercover cops, AKA jump out boys, hopped out of their unmarked vehicle to search me. You should see the look on their faces when all they found in my bag was a Bible. I was waiting for a ride to go to church. I believe these types of things happen to me because of where I live. So let's allocate the money back into the city to make it a beautiful place. All in all, these cops aren't heroes. We don't look towards them to save the day. They put a certain type of fear in our hearts, the hearts of our community. This needs to change. Defund the police, reinvest into our communities, create equal opportunities for people of color so that we can raise our children in a healthy environment. Come on now, coronavirus is already killing us. We don't need people behind the blue uniform to make our lives more worse. I yield my time. Be safe and be well. Thank you.
Thank you all. I want to thank you all for participating this evening. We're ending the public hearing. We did 9 hours of testimony. I have pages and pages of notes that have been taken of all your testimony. And we appreciate all the statements and all the personal stories that all of you have presented to the body and to the council. It was very enlightening. Some of them were very compelling, and some of them sad that folks would even have to go through such things. We'll take it all in advisement, of course. And I want to thank everybody for participating. I want to thank the committee members, the council members, of course, the clerk's office. And City Solicitor, you on the line, sir?
Yes, sir.
And we're concluding the public hearing at approximately 2:01, 9 hours of testimony. What is your position on this time?
Yes, the requirements under both the city charter and applicable state law have been satisfied. It is permissible and appropriate to call the public hearing complete.
Thank you, Mr. Solicitor. Thank you all for participating with that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry here.
Mr. Clerk, I'm going to call this public hearing closed.